Hello there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C-League. This is Pikios with Danley, and we are headed towards the last day of the group stage, day number 5. Danley, how excited you are to see our teams for today.
So I'm excited because I think we're all kind of curious to see what the final format is going to be. Because we've got playoffs coming up, we want to see what the seedings are going to be like, and who's basically getting their spot at ACL. Because today as well, PKUs, I think our teams that are going straight to ACL.
Absolutely. It's really interesting and really excited to see who are the first two teams that would qualify at least for the ACL finals, while we'll be waiting for the third team who would qualify for the ACL finals for the playoff stage. But of course, we also have another chance for the teams competing here and for those who are not invited into ACL, which is the Winter Open Tournament, because we will be having one in each region, one for APAC East and one for APAC West, to have a shot to be part of the grand finals of PUACL, which will be in March 2026, which is 28 and 29 respectively, which will be held in Japan.
Yeah. So we still got quite a till the final itself. So obviously plenty of Pokemon Unite before that. So yeah, sure, we are coming to a close for this section of the but the tournament is right around the corner. We do need to remind you though, ladies and gentlemen, we have a viewer giveaway that is going to be happening today's live stream. We did do our first round of giveaways yesterday, and if you were there for our yesterday's giveaway, basically the format is going to be the exact same today. We're going to be doing quizzes throughout the day. You need to answer correctly in the YouTube chat, and then from there you'll be entered into a raffle if your answer is correct. And then from there we're going to be able to pick a winner.
And of course, we also have our ACL, again, we also have our winter tournament here. And for APAC East, the dates would be in February 1, which is on Sunday for the eliminations.
All right, we need to talk to you as well about the winter tournament. Pika Yules, do you want to kind of run us through the winter tournament?
Oh yeah, definitely. So we do have for APAC East, it would be again in February 1, which is a Sunday, and February 7, which is going to be a Saturday. So February 1, it's going to be the eliminations, and February 7 is going to be the playoffs. But same thing, the APAC West would happen parallelly with this event. So February 1 with the eliminations, and of course February 8, which is Sunday, for the playoff stage for APAC West. Might to tell you that only the playoff stage will be live streamed. So for the eliminations, sadly to say, we will not get to see it. So again, winner advances to PUACL 2026 Grand Finals, and it is a fully funded trip, including flight tickets, hotel accommodations. So make sure to shoot your shot, and who knows, you might be the very best set of Pokemon trainers competing in Pokemon Unite. Oh, here we go. Venue. Oh, guys, so the venue would be in the Yokohama Buntai. So make sure to book your tickets already to Japan if you are interested in watching Pokemon Unite ACL on the stage itself. Again, March 28 to 29, 2026, and 16 champion teams from around the world will compete in Japan. Mind to tell you, from around the world, not just in Asia, because we have 3 invited teams from the Western who would be competing as well in the tournament. But of course, for the draft rules, there's nothing much of a new here. So it's the usual banning phase. We get to ban 3 Pokemon for each team. Then the fit phase, and of course the preparation phase to tweak down and switch your Pokemons together with your held items.
Yeah, so exactly the same as yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. No changes up until this point. It would be too late for us to change the format, but still equally exciting. I have to say, Pika, I didn't mention this yesterday, but I love the fact that we have moved on from our 4-ban format to 6 bans, because we actually get to see a lot more variety in the kinds of drafts that our teams get to pick. But also our game rules, exact same as yesterday as well. No real changes here. We have our 10-minute match timer as a usual game of Pokemon Unite. It's a 5v5 tournament. We are going to be playing Anthea Sky Ruins with Kyogre as our final boss for the entire day. We do not follow the global format from the rest of our regions. We are simply playing on just Kyogre for our maps. No health items, no level limits. We do still have our same bans as yesterday, however. So Mega Charizard Y, Meowth, and Umbreon will be banned. We don't have boost emblems, so we don't have to worry about those. But for anyone that did not tune into yesterday's broadcast, but did tune into our previous broadcasts, Darkrai is playable, as this was previously banned due to a bug with one of its moves. So we did see a lot of Darkrai yesterday. If you would like to see those games, definitely check out our VODs on YouTube. But dang, it's been really fun seeing Darkrai come back, because we've seen it in both a support and a core in a core position.
Yeah, we have been welcoming a lot of Pokemons back in action, just like Zacian, Darkrai, and Gengar. We saw that one as well yesterday. But a little bit of a refresher for everyone who's been tuning into the tournament. So our tournament format, we are currently on the last day of the 5-day circuit point system, wherein each day we run as a single elimination bracket, and teams earn circuit points based on the results in each bracket. So the point structure will be respectively 20 points for the champion, 15 points for the second, 12 and 10 for the third and fourth, and 8, 6, 4, and 3 respectively. All teams are qualified for playoffs. However, the points will determine their seeding, which is really, really important because of the format that we will be having for the playoffs.
Yes, and Pika, we actually did some mental math before the tournament today, because we're trying to figure out, like, okay, is it possible for this to happen, for this to happen? We will share that with you all a little bit later, though. But just for playoffs, okay, in case anyone is kind of wondering, is it the standard format? It's King of the Hill. And I think some people are still quite unfamiliar with the format. Essentially, what happens is if you are one of our bottom-seeded teams, you have a long day ahead of you, because you basically have to play every single seed above you. If you lose, your spot gets taken by that upper seed team, and they will play the next seeded team above them. And if they lose, then the upper seed is going to take their spot, or the lower seed is going to continue their run. So it is a marathon of a day for these teams, especially for anyone that has, unfortunately, ranked quite low in the seeding, which is why the group stage is so important. You want to try and end as high as possible, because you're trying to reduce the journey to the king's throne.
Absolutely, and that would also determine the fate of the teams whenever they are automatically qualified for ACL finals, because the top 1 and 2 teams that will be determined for the end of the day will be guaranteed already for ACL finals, and the third will be determined into the playoffs. But of course, let's have a refresher as well of the total prize pool of the tournament. So we have a total prize pool of 30,000 USD. This is just for ACL C League, with the champion getting 8,000 USD. For the second, 6,500, 5,500 for the third, and 3,500 for the fourth. While for fifth and sixth, we get 2,000, 1,500 for the seventh, and 1,000 USD for our eighth placer. So a lot of money is in the bank, and this is just the start, because we still have more tournaments to come.
Yeah, so here is our current leaderboard standings for all of our teams competing today. This is going to be the last day that these points are going to change, and the last day where we can be seeing teams either shifting up on the leaderboard or shifting down. And ideally, you want to shift as high as possible, because you want to be seeded as high as possible. We did see a small change on the leaderboard from yesterday. I believe T1 shifted, they made a major shift all the way into second place. I believe Nemesis also shifted from either 6th or 7th up to 5th. Evos also climbed up a little bit themselves. But aside from that, the rest of the teams kind of stayed put. So for anyone that sort of stayed in their position, depending on how high you are, I think you're okay with that. But obviously, with today being the last day, you do want to try and move up at least 1 or 2 spots if you can, which is very possible if you rank quite high in today's games, because if you win, you can get 20 points. And Pika, we did some mental math on whether it's possible to dethrone Onyx, and there is one possibility, but I think we're going to talk about that later, because here's our brackets, folks. All of our teams seeded into their final matches for the group stage. Do you want to take us through all of the games, Pika?
Oh yeah, for sure. For our first match, we have Evos FXL versus Made in Thailand. For our second match, we have Team 1 versus Team Nemesis. Third match, we have Esports versus Onyx Rise. And for our last match, of course, for round 1, we have Rival Esports versus Full Sense. And whoever wins those matches will be advancing into the semifinals and eventually will reach the final round and the third place matchup respectively. So really excited for today, Danielle, because we do have a lot of stake here, and this would somewhat determine the fate of the teams competing in the tournament. But for the prediction, look at that. Landslide T1, some Full Sense, Onyx, Rival, and Evos FXL. There's some kind of variety we see, but a lot of casters for today are rooting for T1.
I mean, after their performance yesterday, I don't think I really blame them for wanting to jump onto the T1 train because they played so well. But the thing is, I know someone's looking at me thinking, hang on a minute, why are you on the Onyx train? Because they just won yesterday. I still think Onyx can win another match today because of how the brackets are actually put together. Because if you have a look at what the matchups and what potential matchups are going to be, for certain teams, it's a much easier path than others. And for T1, I was thinking of actually putting T1 for my prediction, but after seeing Nemesis and also seeing Evos in the exact same grouping, like the potential of them having to play up against Evos in the semis if they beat Nemesis, it's a pretty long and tough road for T1. And T1 kind of showed their cards yesterday, you know? So I don't think it's going to be as easy as the Saturday matchups, but we'll talk about T1 later because we have to focus on our first matchup, which is Evos versus Made in Thailand. I mean, I think a lot of people are rooting for Evos. I know you are, okay? Yeah. I know you put Evos for your prediction. But the thing is, I think some people are kind of wondering here is, what are the chances of Made in Thailand being able to actually take out Evos? Because Evos haven't really had a great run in the tournament themselves either. Now, to be fair, yesterday they kind of got the worst round 1 matchup, which was against Onyx. So I think I can see why they dropped in yesterday's matches. But aside from that, I don't think we've seen the full potential of Evos.
Yeah, I mean, we did saw them compete for a final spot way back during day number 3, but I kind of see Evos FXL as a jack of all trades, wherein they can be good, they can be, you know, underperforming in a game, but I can definitely see them beating, they have the potential to beat any single team competing here, which is quite the opposite still for Made in Thailand. They only won a single matchup as far as I can remember, which is up against Full Sense during day number 1.
It was yesterday. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Was that yesterday? I think that was from day number 1 because they were matched up against Team Nemesis yesterday. There we go. So I think for Made in Thailand, they haven't been really showing up that kind of results that we were expecting. So it's pretty much to say, I think for the much more consistent standings, I think Evos FXL has the better standing here. And from the bracket that I'm looking at, if they manage to beat Made in Thailand for today, they are going up against Team 1 or Team Nemesis, which is a team that they could actually beat as well, just speaking by the results of the previous days.
Yeah, so whatever happens here, I think the most important thing is whoever comes out of this matchup, so we can figure out who's playing in that semi-final matchup, right? That round 2 for our upper bracket games is very, very important. But so far, having a look at the drafts, I don't think we've seen anything too crazy. You know, Vaporeon is still that king of first pick for a lot of teams, and Evos, they managed to snap that up for themselves. But I do like the counter picks coming in from mid, you know. The Mewtwo X has been such a key component for a lot of teams because it's such a good flex pick. You can play it as support, you can play it as core. There is going to be partnered up with the Snorlax though, so I'm kind of getting core vibes here with Rainy, and especially hovering over the Trevenant. This is probably a guaranteed core Mewtwo X, but if you're also going for Clefable, oh, Latios, welcome back.
Welcome back, really. I think this is like the second time around we saw Latios being used here in Pokemon Unite ACL 2026. So really interesting, it's coming back into the fray. But I kind of want to reiterate the bans here for Made in Thailand as well. They banned Z-Ray's Mew, which is really interesting. I feel like that was a target ban dedicated to Evos FXL, but at the same time, that would leave them open. Evos FXL was left open with a Mimikyu by Xing Di together with that Miraidon, but what I'm thinking about here is the draft as well for Made in Thailand has so much sustain, but if they target block Mudok with the Latios or maybe Rainy in the Mewtwo-X, I'm quite afraid that the results might be underwhelming. But they do have a big sustain. If Very Sad does its job together with Zeke, things are gonna get tough for Evos FXL.
Yeah, I think if you're Myth, the true way, or at least the main way that they're really going to play this is that make sure their front line is so overwhelming that Mudok can just sit in the back line and do his job, right? But they also have to be very, very, very careful of Xingdi, because Xingdi's positioning, I think, is also going to determine if Mudok's going to have success today, because we all have seen Xingdi play Pokemon Unite throughout the years, and he's very good at flanking. His positioning game in Pokemon Unite is really up there, and if you're not prepared or not anticipating a flank coming from Xingdi, a lot of attackers just get caught completely off guard, because he picks some really interesting bushes to go for flanks, and he also times it in a way where it's like you don't expect a Mimikyu, for example, as that is what Xingdi's playing today, to come from that angle at that timing. So yeah, Myth, they've got a pretty tough job and road ahead of them really for Mudok to ensure that Latios is always in position so that it doesn't get caught off guard. Because I think if you lose Mudok in these fights, I just don't see them having enough damage to actually finish off Evos.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of the main struggles of Made in Thailand later on if they do experience that. But, you know, Latios does provide a decent amount of range with a Luster Purge, so definitely I don't see them struggling that much later on. It's just Xingdi doing the work overall, and I do not doubt Xingdi because he has been great in flankings, just like what you've said. So I see Xingdi might be doing the Shadow Sneak and player rough build in this one. But,
yeah,
you know, it's quite possible as well if they want to prioritize the front lines. Then I guess the Trick Room and Shadow Claw would be efficient as well. But from the lineup that I'm looking at currently, I think they don't have to worry on the front lines because they have a Gyarados and Zero with the Miraidon.
All right, so we already see quite a lot of movement here for Evos as they actually go for those central birds very quickly. Gladier's going to be careful on that Snorlax because there's quite a lot of damage coming out from a Mimikyu and a Miraidon. I think I also kind of have to mention here, Evos, aside from the Magic Carp, their early game damage and lane harassment potential is very, very large on the side of Evos. So they're going to be very aggressive once they hit those timings, which Gyarados has evolved down bottom. So a Gyarados Miraidon lane doesn't sound too enticing for a laner.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what we used to see, but it's quite effective. They were able to land into Gyarados in less than 8-minute mark off the game, which is really ideally the way they wanted it to, because they want to be aggressive in fights that they are going to be taking later on. And their top lane is so tanky enough for them to sustain the fights. But same thing goes with Made in Thailand.
Now, just looking at Zeke, he actually decided to go for the Curse build on the Trevenant, which I actually find really interesting. He's anticipating a lot of these very close quarter brawls. So I think Evos, they will also have to evaluate how they decide to fight into this, because you can't really just sit around a Cursed Trevenant either. The big pick-off here, though, managing to grab not only the Mewtwo-X, but also the Snorlax. So big bumps of the experience on the way for Evos, and they're looking to try and grab some more, but they've lost Xingdi in that battle, which was a bit of a mistake, but they do manage to at least get a pretty good trade, catching Mudok's Latios.
Absolutely, but the follow-up from Made in Thailand keeps on following, and a nice heavy slam as well from Gladia, enabled for them to buy enough time and hinder the movements of Evos FXL, despite not getting a knockout from that setup.
Yeah. Well, Lorraine, he is looking to try and start something here. Z-Ray's quite low, but Z-Ray is ranged, so he can provide that backline damage. But Xingdi reveals his position, and I think maybe second-guessing this movement. Xingdi is moving forward, has scouted the bush for the team. Not enough damage, unfortunately, for Myth. This was what I was talking about with their lineup of Pokemon for Myth, right? They are quite reliant on Mudok's Latios to be that source of damage, because Clefable isn't enabling support, doesn't really do damage, is mostly there for healing. The Mewtwo-X is okay, but has to sit in those battles to be able to dish out damage, and it's slow progressive damage. It is not that instant burst damage, which you really need. And so far, The front line is not looking tanky enough here for Myth because Moodog's struggling to get into position to really do anything for the team.
Yeah, and we definitely can see the struggle here because Shin as well have that Aqua Ring build, which definitely heals a huge or a ton of HP as well at the side of Evos FXL. So Evos, they are tanky in general. They have the damage with Shinki and the others being available, which is quite the opposite of Made in Thailand because again, they have to rely on Moodog's Latios in order for them to capitalize on the damage department. So Evos FXL, I can definitely see the vision why they are so aggressive and they want to engage into more fights such as this one.
Oh, but that's a really great catch coming out from the Trevenant, catching out Xingdi, but looks like they're going to be caught in a very tight bottleneck, and all of this AoE is lurking for Evos as they clean up the Trevenant and the Snorlax. They're looking for Moodog, who just manages to narrowly escape that battle. But Evos, it seems that every fight that we've seen so far has gone in favor of Evos unless it's a singular pickoff, which, Myth, we have seen them get a couple of pickoffs on Xingdi, but you're not going to win a game because you're picking off one person every now and again.
Yeah, and this is making a really tough time for Made in Thailand as well. They need those objectives to put a little bit of a pressure up against their opponent Evos FXL, but Slash on the other hand goes for the slow beam, initiates the fight. The follow-up from 94 with a waterfall is so on point to pinch down the opponents, but still Made in Thailand gets the last hit onto the Regieleki, but Evos FXL would have to deny it and ignore Made in Thailand first and clean up the pressure. So at least Made in Thailand got something in return, but Evos FXL just diminishes that pressure.
Yeah, I think if I'm Myth, big sigh of relief because you don't have to worry about that Regieleki. Sometimes you just have to go for those sacrificial steals so you can give your team a little bit of breathing room. But we're not seeing too much breathing room in that bottom lane because we have a 4-man push coming through here from Myth. We do have the Mewtwo wanting to start things, throws out the Unite as well. Heavy Slam going to be used, pushing back Slash there with the block. We see Moodog doing the best that he can, but don't forget this is a Slowbro, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the entire game. Takes 4 Pokemon to get rid of that Slowbro. And now Evos second guessing whether they want to bite into this. Red Dice will be started, however, and right now 94 is going to be coming in with the waterfall. Mewtwo X going to guarantee the Red Dice the help, the healing, as well as the experience going to Myth. They're going to keep fighting into this. We don't think Porion going for the chase. They got rid of the healer though. Clefable is down, but can Myth continue the fight without their healer?
They are just ignoring Moodog. They just want to knock out who's up front. And Rainy is suffering a ton of damage from 3 members of Evos FXL, which forces Moodog to run away.
Oh,
but 94 and Shin is still on the chase, but the support coming in from Made in Thailand. Very sad with a clutch follow me.
That was such a crazy sidestep from Moodog as well. He just sidestepped just a little to the side, and you know, sometimes it's just a pixel of a dodge that's going to keep you standing. So for Moodog, very lucky that the waterfall didn't originally connect. So Latios doing pretty good considering the circumstances thus far, but big props to Evos with this continued pressure because I think they also understand that you can't really just leave Myth to their own devices. You've got to apply pressure where possible, prevent them from getting those levels for free, make them feel a little bit scared so that they don't just freely walk around grabbing experience from the central area.
Yeah, and maintaining that kind of pressure just gives Myth having a hard time, you know, getting a breathing room. I mean, yeah, they could get experience on their base, but that is quite not enough if you want to catch up in this kind of deficit that Evos FXL is trying to do up against them. Imagine they have 2 level 13s compared to 1 at the side of Made in Thailand. Not that big of a gap, but we could definitely see that Evos FXL can punish them hard.
Oh, gotta be very careful there. You know, as great as Latios can be, sometimes you can't take too much damage. We did see a bit of a sneaky push there from the Trevenant, thinking maybe the Horn Leech was going to connect. Would have been great if we get one of those triple man Horn Leeches. We've seen what those can do in the late game. Kyogre is up though, Pikachu, so now it's time for Myth to shine. They need to make something happen, either score those points or go for the knockouts and hopefully grab that Kyogre. We're seeing Unites being used, but Evos, they are slowly backing up the blockers there. Zray is not able to escape. The Miraidon has been caught. The attacker is down, and Myth, they're overwhelming Evos, but does Evos have enough left in the tank? They've lost the Mimikyu. That's another damage dealer down. This leaves all the Gyarados to do the damage for the team, but up against a Mewtwo X, that is not a 1v1 that 94 is going to win, and he gets knocked out too.
And Shin is the only one left man standing for Evos FXL. He needs to buy a lot of time for
the blocks.
But still, he goes in. Can he get it? Not quite. Latios gets the last hit for Made in Thailand. And all they need to do is push down the goal zones. And they are possible to do it. That goes hundo for them. But they are looking for the second hundo. But the defense is already available for Evos FXL.
And looks like Made in Thailand, they should be able to score the goals here. So they are now currently leading 230 points to 198. And Evos, the only thing they can really do right now is just defend. They can get a team wipe here. Maybe that's how they come back, but they're struggling to do anything. The follow me's pulling the attention away from their primary targets has been causing so many issues for Evos. And as much as Slash wants to do what he can on that slow bro, he can only stall, he can only delay, he just does not have the potential to get those knockouts. PUACL, our first win for this best of 3 is going to go to Made in Thailand after a very grueling battle around the Kyogre pit. And honestly, it really felt like it came down to who had the thicker team, who had the most health points, who had the biggest health bar, and was going to survive the original damage. And also, the block. The block from the Snorlax catching out Z-Ray was also a catalyst to Myth being able to overthrow Evos.
Yeah, gotta give credit as well to that Horn Leech on the Kyogre fight. Very clutch in order to get the key Pokemons at the side of Evos FXL. Shingdi wasn't able to do the job, which is to target. Very sad, to diminish the healing or maybe take away Mewtwo from the fight, which is quite unfortunate because of the front line of Made in Thailand does have. Just imagine, they have 2 defenders in the form of Gladia and Zik, and they also have very sad to sustain them. So pretty much well-rounded team. It looked scary a while ago because they had to rely the damage on Mewtwo, but they just have to tank everything. They just have to catch everything and protect their main damage dealers.
So, just looking at the draft and how that game kind of played out, a little unconventional, I think. I don't think we're used to seeing so many big Pokemon on the field, but if you're Evos, what do you change? Like, what went wrong, honestly? Was it the draft? Was it the gameplay? Was it the lanes? Like, what kind of happened here, you think?
I think what's more convincing would be going in for a speedster, maybe a Talonflame would be pretty much more reliable if if your opponent does have to rely on an attacker just like Mewtwo. I think Talonflame would be a better option with the Fly and the Flame Charge combo, simply because you can just sneak behind, having easier access compared to the Shadow Sneak of a Mimikyu that could offer. I mean, that's an option, but I don't see anything wrong with the trap. I mean, the Mimikyu actually worked, but not into its maximum potential wherein it would excel and do its job every single team fight.
Do you think maybe Mimikyu struggled this game because there just weren't enough, or maybe not the correct Pokemon to create the openings for Shingdi? Because it almost felt like he was busy trying to find and create openings himself, rather than waiting for his team to actually set up and grab his primary targets.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility as well, because the defenders from Evos FXL were somewhat of a very supportive or focuses more on zoning your opponents, just like the Vaporeon who does Muddy Water to set up the distance. And of course the Slowbro as well is a self-sustaining tank where it can just catch every damage, do some scalds all over, do a little bit of a damage. But the amount of setup that Evos FXL does have for this game, definitely underwhelming compared to the numerous amount of setups that Made in Thailand did into this game, because they have Heavy Slam, they have the Horn Leech from the Trevenant, because there was just too many options.
As well.
Yeah.
Power Nap, there's so much CC. I'm glad that we see Trevenant. I don't think we've seen any of it yesterday, so it's good to see the tree back. I don't think there's anything wrong with Trevenant. I think we should be seeing more of that Pokemon, but I think this was just a really great example of how sometimes having double defender can really pay off for your team. Because as long as you have someone to follow up your defenders, to follow up from the setup, it's really difficult for your opponents to fight into a very CC heavy lineup, because if you've got them stunned, what can they really do? The only times you're ever going to see a team sustain through the disables is maybe if you have helping hand Blissey, but we didn't have that in that particular matchup, right? So you didn't have to worry about that potential CC purging. So I'm thinking here for Evos, what happens? Do we have to go for a little bit of a soccer room? Maybe, just maybe, because it looks like Evos get first pick again. Is Vaporeon gonna have to be swapped out? You know, was Vaporeon really the correct choice here for Evos? Like, I mean, Vaporeon did its job,
yeah.
But I kind of feel like up against a potential Trevenant and Snorlax, which is what we could see again, I don't really see Vaporeon's value against a team like that.
But what do you think about the Slowbro? I think the Slowbro would somewhat be a great switch from Slowbro to Blissey if Made in Thailand does have that kind of composition.
That's the thing. I kind of feel like you've either got to pick either. I don't think you get Slowbro and Vaporeon. Now, the thing is, Vaporeon is banned anyway, so we don't have to worry about that, which means what ends up being the next pick. And Evos, I think this is a great steal. Take that Mewtwo X away from Made in Thailand, because Made in Thailand had it in game number 1. You've got an Initiator, you have a Flex pick as well, in case Evos want to run this as support or as a core. Just a very, very solid Pokemon in general. So I'm really glad Evos have put themselves the Mewtwo X. In exchange, though, and I have to say, it's a very, very early reveal if they want to do this, but they swap out the Blissey for the Trevenant. The tree is back, baby, okay? It's all good and dandy. But the attacker this time is Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, but I see the same build as well will be used for Trevenant here, having that Curse Spangle and the Power Weight. So this would be a Curse build once again for the team. But interesting to get to see Leafeon. Now, this is what I have been talking about a while ago. Maybe they need something like a Talonflame or a Speedster to priority target maybe the healers or maybe the attackers of Made in Thailand. And I think Xingdi's song is through, making him lock in the Leafeon and having enough refreshes with the Hoopa.
Wow, okay, so we might be seeing the double defender duo again. Trevenant and Snorlax is going to be locked in, and Mimikyu gets stolen away. I don't think Evos was going to pick it up anyway, because Xingdi already highlighted the Leafeon. Although I have seen Z-Ray play Leafeon as well in lane, so that could have been a pivot if they still wanted that Mimikyu. But with it gone now, we are probably... Oh, hang on, Z-Ray Lapras? We're not looking at Z-Ray Lapras, are we?
Wait, that's a
Z-Ray
possibility.
Lapras? That's a Z-Ray Lapras? What am I looking at?
Parashong? Are we seeing the Parashong build once again? Or will he go for the Mewtwo X? I'm not sure.
Maybe,
what to...
I think it's a swap. I think Z-Ray swaps with 94.
Yeah.
I think Z-Ray's playing that Mewtwo X. I don't think Xingdi will be playing it though. I think Xingdi stays on the Leafeon. We'll have to see. There's no way we're going to be seeing a core Lapras bottom lane unless he's about to prove me wrong. Oh my gosh.
Parashong. I see the Parashong. I mean, I think it doesn't really make sense if you want to build for Parashong because of how tanky Made in Thailand is with the Trevenant and the Snorlax. So I think it's a pretty much valid option.
It is. The only thing I'm a bit concerned about though is that aside from the Mammoth Swine, they don't really have the best options to catch a Mimikyu. Right? Like they don't have any Pokemon with any easy to throw out CC that can quite easily crowd control something as dangerous as roaming Mimikyu. So I think Evos, they are going to have to pay attention to that Mimikyu's position, but we know Zeke and Gladia, if they do the same thing they did in game number 1, they are going to be the ones occupying a lot of Evos' attention because they are already just going to be so difficult to take down.
Yeah, and I think the same goes as well on the side of Evos FXL. This would put a lot of responsibility for Xingdi because if they cannot catch that Mimikyu with the Ice Fangs of Slash, then he is the one going to be liable in order to knock out that Mimikyu as soon as possible because he's the only one who could do the flanking, he's the only one who could do that huge amount of damage at an earlier time. So if they can't catch that Mimikyu off guard, Evos FXL is going to be having a huge problem.
Well, let's see if this works out for Evos this time because they need to tie this game 1-1 to bring it to a game number 3. Otherwise, they will be losing 2-0 to Made in Thailand, which I think a lot of people are still expecting Evos to be able to win this best of 3. That first game, chaotic, to say the least. Chaotic, you know, Kyogre pit things. You know, sometimes games are decided by some of those battles. We do have Slash, though, getting a bit of a bait onto Very Sad, and they will get the finish off with Xingdi. So nice pick up there, grabbing that Mewtwo Y.
And I think we do have a giveaway question here. So I think this is scored. Who scored first in game number 1? So who was the first goal?
I'd pick... if we're going to take this... there we go. They fixed it. I was going to answer the original question. Who's scared first in game 1? I think Evos is scared after game number 1.
I mean, they are supposed to be scared. Maybe Thailand is ahead of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but no, the question is scored. Okay, so if you guys are unsure of what the answer is, you do have a little bit of time now. Go back to game number 1. You can go for a quick rewind and make sure you submit the correct question. I'm sorry, the correct answer for the question, so you can be in the running for some of our giveaway goodies.
I want that T-shirt. Honestly, I want a T-shirt from ACL. So. I cannot comment right now. We have to focus on the match here, Danielle, and I think Evos FXL is doing a great job in the first 2 minutes of the game.
No, they're doing fantastic. I think a lot of it is a big contributing factor in that top lane too, because okay, you cannot underestimate a little Swinub, okay? It looks harmless, it looks very cute, you might want to give it a bit of a cuddle, but the freeze potential from a Swinub is very dangerous, and paired up with a Mewtwo X as well, they can do some serious damage up here, which is why Zeke and Very Sad have been struggling, and with Xingdi to come in to dish out the damage, Mewtwo Y goes down, big bump of experience, they get the Mimikyu as well. They don't, unfortunately, get the... oh, sorry, they do get the Trevenant too. So, big bump of experience. They can't do anything up here because, unfortunately for Myth, they already got the Roma.
Classic combo from Evos FXL. Very unfortunate at the same time. They weren't able to get the scores down at the bottom, but still got a huge amount of experience after those knockouts. Now, 77 Chin, a little bit in trouble here. Maybe Thailand wants to go for the knockout up against Xingdi as well, but they don't have enough mobility to go for the chase, so you'll just have to sit back, relax a bit, and maybe go on to the next one. But Xingdi is not yet done. He wants more knockouts, he wants more XP, definitely a worth it engagement for the team. But Myth has something in return in the top.
Yep, they do manage to get slashed there on the pile of swine, so they do get a bump of experience, but is it going to come at the cost of a Mewtwo Y? Sadly, that is going to be a yes. And Regirock up top, it has been started. Zeke, though, just gets absolutely obliterated, and it's just Z-Ray here. Unfortunately, it's going to be stolen away. Mimikyu denying the steal from Evos. So that means the Regirock buff is going to go in favor of Myth. They do bring Pokemon in. It's only Z-Ray that's left behind, who managed to snap up the Snorlax. So this core Lapras, I had questions during the draft, but it's working out for the team so far. And I mean, if it does work out for the team, then all of a sudden, I think Myth might be the ones that are caught basically off guard, because I don't think a lot of people would think that, you know, giving experience and resources to a Lapras would pay off so nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it's just consistency that we are looking at Evos FXL, because if this Lapras gets behind, definitely, I think it would be a little bit of a burden for the team, because they don't have the power spike, they don't have the defense as well, so we need more of Evos FXL, and Xingdi, once again, getting important knockouts for the team, making sure he gets ahead of the XP, and that's a level 11 Xingdi for you. The funneling of the XP is so good right now, wherein they can be able to destroy this bottom lane goal zone, and they just did.
This is a level 12 Leafeon as well, so Xingdi is on a roll. If he sees anybody and the Emerald two-step is off cooldown, he's going for that knockout. So I hope Myth is ready for this. Xingdi is hiding around in that top bush. It looks like they... oh my gosh, look at that huge slam to start things off here for the team. Mimikyu already taken out of the fight. We do have Mewtwo X making a getaway there. Slash, thankfully, is going to help his teammate get out of there. Almost getting the Snorlax. The shielding and the blocks. Slash just wants the knockout, but loses his own life instead. Oh man, that could have gone sideways. The Xingdi has been caught. Emerald 2 stepped there onto a Snorlax. Just not enough damage. Yes, you're level 12, but Snorlax is a little bit too thick of a boy for the Leafeon now.
Yeah, a little bit questionable of Emerald to step there for Shingdi. He thought that it was actually enough to go for the knockout, but the Citrus Berry was just waiting for the team of Made in Thailand, making sure that that would be sustainable enough for them to live another day. But this is it. Another set of objective. It's going to be Registeel. This would be great if Evos FXL does get it, but for Made in Thailand, that would be a huge boost as well, because they will be having a well-rounded defense and offense, but they are going in for the base with the Lapras Express. And that was a teleport from the
Oh my gosh.
What a play from Evos
That's
FXL.
the coordination. That's the coordination you're looking for. They even get a Trevenant before they get away as well. Oh, but no, Slash gets caught just at that last moment. And I think that's basically it. You know, Myth, they rushed into that top lane, trying to reinforce and protect that top goal zone. But this is now an issue that Myth is going to have to deal with, that exposed central goal zone, because the tier 2 down bottom has been taken down. So Evos, if they really wanted to make a cheeky play happen, they can go in the central area, they can go into that top lane, and for Myth, they now have to make some critical decisions, like where do they even decide to defend? Because defending your home base, that's pretty far.
Yeah, and Evos FXL on the other hand does have an easy access to their bases because they do have the hyperspace hold in order to travel from different sides of the map, in which that is what they are currently doing right now.
That's a big knockout.
Does fall in the process though, but here comes Evos FXL. The backup is pretty much present. They are trying to eye for the Registeel, but Z-Ray on the other hand is having a tough time, so 94 will come for the response. Phantom Force has been expended already to prolong the fight, but 94 is still up, but they want the last hit, but
the
unfortunately,
Trevenant!
Made in Thailand does get it, so Z-Ray and 77 Shin would have to fall back a bit, but 94 comes back with the hyperspace hold, but still not quite enough because the tankiness of Made in Thailand has been giving them a lot of problems.
They can't get rid of this tree. They do finally eliminate him, but holy moly, this Trevenant has been practically unknockoutable here for Evos FXL. You can see them struggling to deal with the Trevenant every time it connects that Horn Leech and is backed up by Gladius, Snorlax as well. Man, the battle of the tanks for Made in Thailand, it is a big thorn in Evos' side, because the longer it takes for them to eliminate those frontliners, that's more time for Mudok on that Latios to deal damage. You also have the threat of that Mimikyu looming in the shadows as well, looking for those low health targets. So, you know, as much as Evos is feeling pretty confident in their positioning, especially with points, I don't think their fights are guaranteed wins. They can absolutely still lose it if the positioning is wrong and if Zeke and Gladi are able to do what they want to do as defenders. Zeke has been caught, though, very low. That is a good step in the right direction. Ensure the tree is not confident, and maybe this is how they're going to win. Kyogre's very low. Who gets it, though? It's going to be the Leafy on Shingdi. Secures it. Myth, they were too scared to go in the pits.
They were too scared, and this is a great opportunity as well for Evos FXL to score down the goals. Easier access because it has been funneled all the way to top lane. They don't have to go to the bottom path. It is just one way or the other. They just have to push back the defense of Made in Thailand and making it possible for them to score multiple hundo points. And Z-Ray will tank everything for the team. But the defense is not quite over. Made in Thailand wants a revenge, but still Evos FXL putting up a large amount of pressure towards them. The blocks are not connecting for Gladia, and more hundos, more 50s, more scores keep landing at the base of Made in Thailand.
And it's all because of that Kyogre buff. The healing is just so ridiculously strong. So Evos are able to just really stand on top of the goal zone and not really care about Made in Thailand. But the comeback at least has happened here. Evos fans breathing a sigh of relief as we are going to a game number 3 for our first game of the day. Evos, after game number 1, okay, maybe you fooled us once with this Trevenant Snorlax in game number 1. You're not going to fool us twice with game number 2. They clearly had a backup plan ready to deal with this very, very tanky combo, and it absolutely worked out. You know, sometimes you got to fight tank with tank.
Yeah, and I love the adjustment as well from Evos FXL. From pivoting from all-rounders to one of the speedsters, which is Shingbi, pretty quite efficient of getting pick-off and lap press as well. And at the same time, getting that lap press, I think, was at first very questionable, but it does work on their favor, together with the mobility of the team as a whole, with the Hoopa, and same thing with the Mewtwo X for additional setups and damage. I feel like the overall adjustment really made it easier for Evos FXL to get this win up against Made in Thailand.
Okay, Evos, they're still in this game. Your prediction is still alive. I was worried for a second. And so you're the only person as well to predict Evos for today. So for now, it's going to be basically a reset for both of these teams. You know, next team to win game number 3 is going to advance to the semi-final round, and the other team, unfortunately, that loses, they're done. You know, they're done. They've locked in their position on that leaderboard for today, and they're just going to have to see whether they go further down in seeding or if they're going to remain as they are, right? Because we're playing for seeding today. Playoffs is just around the corner, and essentially everyone's trying to see how many matches do I need to play on playoffs day.
Yeah, and this is somewhat very important as well for Evos FXL, because they do have an opportunity to be still in the top 4 of the pointing system if ever they do get to be the champions for today, which from 33 points they would get around 53. So definitely maybe at around top 4 at least, or maybe top 3. But not get, it's really a tough time if they do get by the area of 2 and 1, because that is almost not, I'm saying it's final, but almost final for Onyx Rise to be at the first. So a little bit of the teams were just fighting out for second up to the bottom of the seedings, because assuming that Onyx Rise does win game number 1, then definitely it would be easier for them to be, you know, the first seeded team. But every point matters, and I do feel like Evos FXL wanted this win in order to get away from that 6th seeding.
Get away from the 6th seeding. I think it's also going to be a little bit of pride as well, right? Because Evos, these players also know how good they are, and I feel Evos should be higher on that leaderboard. So I'm kind of expecting them to do really well today. The question is, can they follow through with their performance? Because we only really had one play day where we really saw Evos be able to pull that off, but for the remaining play days, it's been all over the place, unfortunately. So I think Evos, this is their last hurrah. This is their last chance, not only to prove to themselves that they deserve to be higher up, but also maybe to the viewers as well, you know, just to prove that, hey, our team is not just full of very well-known names in the scene. We are skilled players, and we've put a strat together today to ensure that we're going to make it to the very end. The journey's still quite long, you know, we've only done 2 games for today. We're going to go into a game number 3, but this means everything to Evos, you know? It means everything, ensuring that they have that shortest journey possible to ACL finals, and also being able to prove to themselves that, hey, this lineup works. Because I think that was the big question we all kind of had originally when they heard about the original roster, especially with Slash coming in as well. You know, people wondering, like, how is Slash going to really fit into this team? And there were a lot of questions after the first 2 play days. Day number 3 quieted some of the criticism. Day 4, I don't really think we can really comment on the team's performance, because to be fair, they played against Onyx, which were these champions. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but I think especially today, we really want to see what Evos is capable of against our top performing teams.
Yeah, I mean, they actually, you know, somewhat dodged the bracket up against Onyx, so definitely this is a great opportunity for them to prove that they might be on the same level as Onyx and the other teams could do here in the tournament. So this would somewhat dictate their fate or their level of confidence heading towards the playoffs, which will be in the next 2 weeks or at the end of January. So really excited on what's about to unfold in this matchup. But let's not deny as well that Made in Thailand, despite not getting that huge amount of points, they still have a shot, and they are just 4 points behind up against Evos FXL. So maybe there's a possibility that they could beat Evos FXL. Everything is possible. It would boil down into the draft and later on into the execution of game number 3.
Okay, so just having a look at the picks and bans. In terms of picks and ban changes, bans are the same for Evos FXL. For Myth, all bans are the same except for the Hooper. The Hooper is a new ban for this particular matchup, and Blastoise was let through, and Blastoise will be picked up here by Zeke. So this was clearly a planned move coming in from mid. I'm glad that they have changed up their defender choices a little bit here. Blastoise is a fantastic defender as well, has a good mix of offense and defense, but because Snorlax wasn't picked up first, that means Slash is going to be able to pick it up himself, and we have to definitely comment on Slash's skill of piloting that Snorlax. So I hope Myth is prepared to deal with a Slash Snorlax, because he plays this Pokemon to such a high level. It's very difficult to play against a Slash Snorlax.
Lapras. Oh. I gotta...
Interesting.
I'm kind of interested, but at the same time, I saw the Blastoise and I was forecasting that maybe we get another defender who's really excelling in the setups, because I saw that the Blastoise might be focusing on the damage with the Rapid Spin and the Water Spout, but I think they would deny that idea. But the itemization itself with the Energy Amplifier and the Slick Spoon, I'm not quite sure what would be the final case here for Made in Thailand, but we still have the preparation phase for later on. But let's focus more on Evos FXL for now, because they lock in every single Pokemon that they do have. Suicune from 77 Shin would be scary. They have a lot of crowd controls, but I think that's well answered by Made in Thailand, because they do have Gladia with the Blissey. So I think this would be the helping hand and safeguard build to cancel the crowd control that Evos FXL does have.
Whoa, okay, so we had a big swapperoo on the side of Myth. So Zeke played the Trevenant last game, so this is going to be more of that defender Lapras. Moodog has his hands on that Mewtwo-Y. This is to be expected. Rainy, who was the Mimikyu last game, is going to be playing that Talonflame. So this is going to be that central area to set up for that Mewtwo-Y and the Talonflame as well to do damage. So similar playstyle, but like a different kind of execution. I like the change, but I also really like the lineup for Evos. Evos' lineup, very nice mix. They have a mix of CC, they have a great mix of damage, mobility, but I think the big thing here is that Suicune. I actually think that Suicune might ruin the defender duo.
Yeah, I think that's the same case as well, but mind to tell you that they also have this Blissey on their lineup, so I'm not quite sure if it's going to be really safeguard, but it has to be, because the amount of crowd control from Evos FXL is so good. So would they sacrifice the healings, or would they sacrifice the canceling or cleansing out those crowd controls? By the way, congratulations to MMin06 for winning the official t-shirt for PUACL giveaway. Make sure to scan the QR code in order to claim your winning.
So that's only one of our giveaway items today. Don't worry, folks, we still have plenty more to go as well. So hang on tight and wait for the next question of the day so that you can be in the running for our next giveaway. But thank you to everybody that did enter our previous one. We hope you got your answer correct. And if you're unsure whether your answer is correct, the questions are pretty simple. You just gotta watch the stream, and if you may have missed a particular moment, you can always rewind on the YouTube live stream if you're watching on YouTube. So that is the advantage of joining us onto YouTube. If you're not there, come join us over there.
Yeah, and we also have a milestone giveaway again, as far as I know. So make sure to invite your friends, come over the live stream, and let's have a wonderful Pokemon Unite action with the Electro Drift coming in from Z-Ray, but not quite enough to go for the knockout. But 77 Shin would go for the backup in order for them to take out the Squirtle. But in the trade, in the process, Miraidon will be taken out as well. But Rainy, on the other hand, does get the flank opportunity. Rainy buying a bit of a time, but at the end of the day, that's a score conversion and a knockout for Made in Thailand.
That's pretty interesting though, because we've also guaranteed the move for Z-Ray. He's gone for Electro Drift in this particular match. Thoughts on this, PKUs? Would you have thought that it was going to be Electro Drift?
I think it's a way to avoid the Blastoise at the same time. I think that's a valid option as well for Evos FXL to go with it, since they actually need to target as well the Blissey and all the others. And this Talonflame, if that would be a charge beam, definitely could just flank Z-Ray at the back line. So I kind of see the vision that Electro Drift could actually dodge the Talonflame, especially that you can see it from the air. And I think the Electro Drift has enough time to buy in order to dodge that fly.
You're gonna have to deal with this bird. You can't really just let it grab these knockouts for free, because we know what happens if you have a snowballing Talonflame.
Yeah, and so far they have been doing a phenomenal job with this Talonflame, but Evos FXL is still putting up the pressure here, so I think they're eyeing for a big team fight here, such as this one, but it's going to be Evos FXL commanding the outcome of the fight. Shildy has to back away a bit, but on the other hand, Made in Thailand has something in return. They have more manpower, so they're going to be taking the Regirock for additional defense for the team.
Yeah, so Myth really playing as that grouped up snowball team lineup, just playing essentially as a 4-5 man. They don't have the War Turtle with them. War Turtle focusing on the evolution, just hitting Blastoise on that level 7. So I think Myth are realizing that their strength is going to be as a team together, stay grouped up, utilize all of your AoE and play close to your Blissey as well. Whereas for Evos, ideally, they want to go for those small little side pickoffs. They don't really have that same level of AoE crowd control that Myth has. They'll have to be very selective with where they decide to actually go in for those fights. Blastoise, though, and Blissey do get picked off, ready to try and provide some support for the team. But, oh, man, Xingdi and Z-Ray just doing a little bit too much damage in that bottom lane and grabbing some crucial knockouts to really widen that experience gap.
Yeah, too much to handle for Made in Thailand in that situation. And I just saw through it that, as far as I can tell, that the Blissey used the healing capabilities instead of cleansing the crowd control. And I think it's also an option for them just for consistency in the team fights, but it's all for nothing if Evos FXL will have an opportunity for them to pick off the knockouts. And that would give a hard time for Made in Thailand, because they would just take out the sustainability of Made in Thailand, because Evos FXL has the capacity with Xingdi and Z-Ray being available with the Electro Drift.
Yep. Just a little bit of a 1v1 there, nothing too crazy, but Evos have taken over the map. You know, they're in such a very forward position. They do manage to spot out Gladiator on this Blastoise, and it's a rapid spin Blastoise, which I do find pretty interesting. Surf has been the choice move normally for Blastoise, just because of the crowd control possibility and also the displacement. But in the case of Gladiator, it almost feels like he has to go for that rapid spin because he has to do damage.
Yeah, and with the Hydro Pump combo as well for Gladia. So I think the idea is to do damage and at the same time push back your opponents. So I think that's an option as well. Oh, look at that eject point from the Flame Sweep! What an execution that we saw from Rainy in order to secure the knockout up against Xingdi. And I feel like they want to secure the Registeel that bad. So they set their prioritization, take out the flanker, and maybe we can execute things from here. But the Lapras Express has been commenced as well. Z-Ray dives into the fight with the Electro Drift. The Infinite Cybern as well has been used in order to add some crowd control. But here comes the Blastoise spinning around in circles. Not going to be quite enough to do the damage. But the backup from Made in Thailand is too many to handle for Evos FXL.
Xingdi's back.
But Xingdi back in action here. Goes for the aerial ace. Emerald two-step with Minz up against Muzok. And he's just running away. But still, the Lapras gets the last hit for additional offense at the side of Made in Thailand. And Zeke will just have to stall, play some time, wait for everyone to come back. But the trade is looking great. But Evos FXL still excelling in the team fights.
Excelling in the team fights and also excelling in levels, because we are still seeing a pretty significant level gap between Evos and Myth. So even though Made in Thailand are doing really great in these team fights, one thing that they're kind of lacking in is actually getting levels on their core Pokemon. And with only 1 minute to go before we hit that final stretch, I'm a little bit concerned for Made in Thailand, because I feel that they're going to be at such a level deficit that, you know, as well as they have been doing up until this point, if you are behind in levels and to a degree where the gap is too big, you're just going to be out-damaged, out-survived, out-CC'd. There's really not much you can do if you're that far behind.
Yeah, and I think that Talonflame would play a huge role in order for the success of Made in Thailand in the team fight later on to be huge. But here comes Evos FXL, not waiting for the final stretch. They just want to go in. If they see an opportunity, take it, go for the knockout, and put more pressure by pushing down that Regieleki towards the base. And that would give a huge amount of spacing for Evos FXL to form themselves in the Kyogre pit.
20 seconds until Kyogre is on the field here, PKUls. It's a very desperate situation here for Myth because they know that they're significantly behind in points. Their home base is completely exposed. They also have a tier 2 up in that top lane as well, so they don't really have too many defensive options to fall back to, and they're also missing a lot of speed fluxes. So Kyogre is really going to be that comeback mechanic here for Myth, but not only can they get the Kyogre, but can they even survive the fight to score those points? And look at Slash already hiding in that top bush, ready to go, ready to get the block of his life. But oh, beautiful Hydro pump there from the Blastoise to push him back. We see Unite's being used as well. That does stop the Evos in their tracks, but you can see in the backline Bliss Assist as well, just to keep Moodog standing on the field. And also Zero and Slash are already taken out of the battle. Emerald shoots up onto 3. Shindy manages to get 1. Can he continue to grab more? He's still looking healthy on that Leafy on 94, trying to stick around, but also going to be losing their health bar too. Shindy's still here. Gladius hanging around. 77 fighting that Talonflame. Got to get rid of Rainy. The flight is there. The Jukes. He's able to succeed. It's a Leafeon though. We're looking at the fastest Pokemon in the game, but the speed flux does not help Rainy. Oh no! Made in Thailand, they lose the initial fight, and Evos, they're all back.
They still have a shot here, Danielle, but I love the electro drips coming in from Z-Ray in order to dismantle the position of Made in Thailand, and Slash would just have to block this, and Evos FXL gets the last hit towards Kyogre, and they have to defend still because Made in Thailand might be doing a back cap, but Evos FXL will just have to push the pressure as well. Slash just have to do the defense here. Chin is ready to score the hundo, immediately lands it, and this will be a blocking party for Slash. Push down the defense of Myth.
Oh, Myth, they've got 20 seconds to go. They've still got to defend against an entire angry roster of Evos FXL, determined to go into our semi-final round with 10 seconds to go and basically taking over Myth's base. Evos FXL lock in their spot in that semi-final match for round number 2 for today. These guys are ready to play.
Ready to play. But I don't know if everyone would agree in my opinion, but I really do think for game number 3, the MVP has to be Z-Ray because of the execution that he did on the initial Kyogre fight. It was actually executing Electro Drift to push back and lure down the Talonflame in order to focus him as a priority target. And when that Talonflame is already gone, no one would hunt for Xingdi. There's just no one who has the capacity to lock him in. Maybe it is a Mewtwo X. Maybe they have the potential still for Myth, but they have a Mewtwo Y, which is a range attacker, not the same kit that 94 does have as a Mewtwo X. So not having the Talonflame, no one would be flanking, no one would target lock Xingdi, and Xingdi could just do the damages all over the map because they have Slash and they have Chin to do the crowd control. Really well played there by Z-Ray.
Yeah. Oh man, it was a team effort. There was so much that it looked a little bit scary for Evos in the initial fight because I originally thought that they were going to be caught in some of that crowd control, but thankfully they were spread out enough, and I feel like there were also a couple of really smart bait plays as well to sort of bait some attention away from those key targets. I think the team also knows how important Xingdi was in getting some of those secures. If Z-Ray either wasn't in position or if maybe a target was that little bit too far back, that I think it was a 3-man Emerald 2-step. I think if it only landed on one player, that fight could have been a completely different story, but because it landed on 3, the damage was spread, it softened everybody up, meaning that the rest of Evos could come in and basically just play cleanup for the rest of that team fight. But great adaptations from both of our teams coming into game number 3. Originally I thought, are we going to be seeing a repeat? A case of if it's not broken, don't fix. We see massive changes across the board. Okay, very, very different Pokemon appearing for game 3. But at the end of the day, Evos, they managed to figure Myth out. Like, look at this. That Emerald 2 step. It was 4 people, 4 players on that Emerald 2 step. My goodness.
Yeah, and it might not be as explosive as everyone can see, but the amount of damage to contribute as a whole, definitely well on point in order for Evos FXL to wipe out their opponent Myth on that fight. So, well execution. I love the adjustments from both teams. Not just adjustments, but real-time adjustments. We can definitely see that they have been preparing a lot, and we still have the playoffs at the end of January. So really excited on what's about to unfold. But hey, congratulations to Evos FXL. They at least have guaranteed a minimum amount of 10 points. So that would put them from 33 to 43. So they're catching up slowly. So we'll make sure to find out what would happen next.
So we've guaranteed Evos for our semi-final round, but we've got to find out who their opponent is going to be, and it's either going to be T1 or Team Nemesis. That's going to be our upcoming match, but before we start that match, we are going to have a quick break, folks. So if you need to do anything, snacks, break, toilet, call your friends, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because this second game, it's going to be great. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back to the fray, Pokemon trainers. This is Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C-League. It's Pickles with Danley again, heading towards game number 2, another action-packed Pokemon battles we are about to see between Team Nemesis and T1. Probably one of the star-studded teams as well. And for context, for everyone who has been tuning in into the live stream, these two teams haven't faced each other yet, at least for the duration of PUACL 2026. So this is about to get interesting.
It's very interesting because obviously, as you said, these guys have never met each other in any competitive matches for ACL, which I find rather surprising. I think at some point they should have actually played up against each other, but Lady Luck just decided, nope, you're going to find each other during the last week of the group stage, which it leaves a little bit of room for these guys to prepare for one another. The advantage for Nemesis, however, is they have a lot of data to work with from yesterday, because T1 had a deep run yesterday, coming in second, just losing to Onyx, unfortunately, in that grand final. But T1, I think they've revealed a lot of their cards coming into ACL. They've revealed some of their top Pokemon picks, their priorities in picks and bans. Whereas for Nemesis, I think have only had one really deep run so far. Aside from that, they have kind of struggled to really make it into the finals, either getting knocked out in round 1 or the semis. So I kind of think Nemesis, they still have room to grow, to surprise T1. So I don't think anyone really knows what to really expect from this matchup. Although a lot of our casters think T1's going to win the whole thing. So obviously, I think a lot of people are on the T1 train.
Yeah, I mean, that's around 5 to 6 predictions out of 10 as far as I could remember. So definitely T1 from the prediction itself, from the data, and from the analysis. definitely has the edge in this matchup. But again, Nemesis, just like what Danley said, we don't know what's coming into this team. So let's just see how the draft would unfold. And T1 starts off by banning the Vaporeon despite having the first pick. So definitely I can see the vision that if the Mewtwo X is not banned, definitely might be the priority pick here for T1.
Did we see Nemesis run the Vaporeon yesterday? I thought they were running a lot of Mamoswine for RBX.
Yeah, they did, as far as I know, for a game? Or was that the other days? But yeah, we've seen a lot of Mamoswine, so definitely we might see it in the picture again because it hasn't been banned yet by Team 1. But Talonflame, I think it's a target ban as well because they have been seeing Talonflame plays from Team Nemesis and all the other teams in general in PUACL. So I think it's somewhat of a target at the same time general ban because they just want to be careful because Team Nemesis somewhat can sometimes be unpredictable. But I'm loving the bans. They banned the Sword Dog. They banned the Slowbro. Quite interesting start.
Yeah, definitely an interesting start with the first pick, Blastoise. This isn't really a Pokemon that you see end up in that first pick slot in a lot of cases. So for T1 to grab this is clearly a fan favorite of theirs, a specialty probably for Mysterio. This does leave other options open for Nemesis, and that's going to be in the case of that Mewtwo Y for Dylan, and Dream's going to get his hands on that regular Gyarados because Mega Gyarados is banned. So pretty strong start. Quite surprised we aren't seeing any defenders being picked up here for Nemesis or supporters yet. I think they're trying to decide what kind of support do they need. Like, who are they trying to grab? Do they need AoE control or do they need that single target hard lockdown again? And they see Mimikyu and Mewtwo X, so you've got quite a lot of Pokemon that want to be in your face. Are we going to see RBX go for Mamoswine again, you think? Ah!
Oh,
Mr. Mime?
Mr. Mime and the Snorlax boy. Lock it in, RBX. Lock it in. We
the
have
circus is in town.
Man, and I think that Snorlax pick was actually, this combination in general actually is a good pick off here by Team Nemesis because single target priority, it has to be the Mimikyu, it has to be Mew with the Mewtwo X. Definitely the block and Showtime could cancel that one out. So that's a good read for Team Nemesis. But another problem falling into their team is T1 having that Hoopa. Refreshes, definitely a huge access to them. And they have Mysterio who could do an AoE setup as well because that's just Hydro Typhoon things, and there are a lot of things that Team Nemesis has to consider. But the Metagross, probably the Meteor Mash, is back in action, Danley.
Yeah, this is a Team Nemesis special. They love to play that Metagross, but I also saw them highlight the Darkrai. They were probably thinking, was there any room to fit the Darkrai in this particular comp? But with a Blaziken on the field, Blastoise and Mewtwo X, probably not the best setup for a Darkrai to come in and finish the job. So I guess the focus here is to create that really open front line for Dylan, who sit in the back lines and just dish out those basic attacks. Because we've seen yesterday what a Mr. Mime can do. I think it was in our grand final matchup as well. We saw Mr. Mime go absolutely ham, especially with that perfectly timed Unite. Just setting up for the team. It's very unexpected. And I think I said this yesterday. Teams, I'm very sure Mr. Mime is not a common occurrence. So this is not a Pokemon that teams are scrimming with and teams are not getting a lot of practice with playing against. So maybe this is what Nemesis kind of learnt from the games that T1 played yesterday. Mr. Mime could be the solution to this problem.
Yeah, and the same thing goes for using those barriers. Pretty coming handy for the teams to set up or narrow down the tunnels of what the teams could actually take. So I think Kai definitely would play a huge role in safeguarding the life or the HP of Dylan because this Mimikyu has an easy access with the Shadow Sneak. If that's going to be the case here for Team 1, if that's just Shadow Sneak, definitely would have to babysit that Mewtwo a bit. Once the Shadow Sneak lands immediately, so they need a stopper somehow. And this is just classic Snorlax start here, Danley, making sure that the central lane goes out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, I love this play coming out from RBX because T1, you can tell that Mule plays a pretty important role for this team, especially for those flanks, those early game flanks, those mid game rotations as well. To slow down Mule's starts, it absolutely cripples what a Mimikyu is going to be able to do in these side lanes, and especially with the kind of pairings that Nemesis actually have in these lanes too. So slowing down the start for T1, this is going to make it quite easy, like much easier for Nemesis to take over the game. They are doing a little bit of damage, but you know, unfortunately, they don't really have anything that's going to be dealing big damage. You know, that's going to force anything from 100 to 0. But pressure, especially up against a team as aggressive as T1 at times, pressure is good.
Yeah, but look at the double buff from RBX, making sure that they have cooldown reduction and the slow. That was actually a good call by stealing the buffs, but I think he's a little bit in trouble now. So there comes the response as well from Dylan, making sure that he pokes out damage and maybe put some pressure up against C1, which is quite efficient for them. But on the other side of the map, Mysterio with the edge jack in order to live another day by getting the Citrus Berry, and Strem and the others would have to fall back. That's a huge clutch moment coming in from T1.
That was very, very clutch. Unfortunate for Nemesis, though. They were so close to being able to grab the Combustion. That would have been such a fantastic elimination if they could have gotten it. Saram, though, in trouble, thanks to RBX and Sync1 managing to get that secure Mule. They're trying to cut down Sync1, but Metang's, he is deceptively tanky. This is not a Pokemon that you're going to be able to easily knock out as that Mimikyu, so big respect to Mule knowing when to back out, especially knowing that RBX is just around the corner. But it looks like for now, Reggie Drago going to be secured by Dreamt on that Gyarados. So, you know, Team Nemesis, they're going to try and do whatever they can to get that advantage. And if it means taking all of the objectives, take all the objectives.
Man, and the Meteor Mash stacks as well has been taking into effect, especially when Sync1 goes for priority targets and squishy Pokemon at the side of Team 1. So I think that's a great sign, especially we're heading towards the mid-game. It's just consistency that we have to look forward to if you're rooting for Team Nemesis. So definitely they have to maintain that, but at the same time, the pressure ticks in at the side of Team Nemesis. T1 trying to advance even further, takes out one Pokemon in the picture. Nice pull to Kai in order to take him down. And Sync1 and RBX is the only man standing. Compute and Crush to jail down Mule. Still gets the KO, but that is one at the price of 3. Not looking great for Team Nemesis. Dylan has to fall back a bit, but it gets pulled down once again. Dylan knockout, and Kai has to push them back. The defense is still up, but what can he do up to this point? That's more knockouts coming in at the hands of T1.
Oh, that was so clutch with basically the entire team coming in to support T1, essentially brick walling this aggression that Team Nemesis has been throwing at them up until this point. And they got so many knockouts too. Like, yes, Nemesis, they went for the full commitment to get that pick off onto Mule, but to basically lose all of your core Pokemon, that was absolutely not a trade that you were looking to exchange. And right now, yes, okay, we do have 2 Pokemon defending. Dylan is going to come in for support as well. Hydro Typhoon gets committed. Sync1 is still trying to back up. Kobe is there. RBX with the block as well, preventing FA from moving. Gets caught in that Mewtwo Unite as well. So Ram going for the basic attacks on the sidelines. They're trying to catch up Mule again, but he's so elusive. One more hit is all they need, but they can't get it. The Snorlax goes down instead. Mule, how many knockouts has this man evaded?
Man, that Trick Room is just giving Mule tons of mobility, making it hard for Team Nemesis to guarantee the knockout up against him. And this is going to be a huge trouble for them. I feel like Team Nemesis, what they could actually do with that is make sure he gets up on front, use the crowd controls immediately towards that Mimikyu, and eventually dish out the damage because they have a reliable backline, which is going to be Dylan. But still, Mule is confident with Mysterio on the line. They could just knock out everybody who goes into the picture. But Mysterio, a little bit too pinched here. Sync1 has an opportunity to go for the knockout, but there's just too many members from T1. Reinforcements really available for T1 to go for more knockouts.
Not a fan of these very small skirmishes that Team Nemesis is trying to force, because every time they're sending Sync1 in by himself to try and snap up that very low health Pokemon, T1 always seems to have reinforcements, and I feel like it's coming back to bite Sync1 because he's running a Pokemon that is very late game oriented. You don't want to be knocked out because whenever you're not on the map, you're not collecting experience from wild Pokemon, you're not getting experience from knockouts, so it really limits the contribution for that Metagross. So here we go, it's a Registeel. This is a battle to the death because this is a buff that both teams want to get their hands on. Mysterio is still here, this Blaziken struggling to get the final hit. Oh, but it's gonna be Sync1 securing the attack buff for his team, but he unfortunately will be losing the majority of his teammates. Metagross, Snorlax, and Mr. Mime will be going down. They do get a couple of counter knockouts though. They get the Mewtwo X and that Mimikyu. So Team Nemesis, they do find something out of this, but it comes at a very steep cost.
Yeah, found some good trades, but at the same time, I gotta commend the timing of the Hydro Typhoon from Komi, being able to knock up multiple members of Team Nemesis, which is actually a bit scarier because it could have been a perfect execution for T1, but Team Nemesis, on the other hand, has something in response. They are going in one by one, making sure that there's enough backup to go for the trade. So that's a good call for Nemesis as well, but they need more in order to take down T1 as a whole. But here comes Strem, trying to back away with a waterfall. Safety precautions first. They know they can defend this pressure from Regieleki.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to compete for that Regieleki up top. So instead, they focus their attention towards that bottom lane, which KYY, you know, gotta be a little bit careful there. Might just be, it's not just a Blastoise, it's a pretty scary Blastoise, if I do say so myself. So we do have almost everyone here for T1, and it's gonna be 3 players to defend that goal zone. I think if you're Nemesis, you've gotta abandon. Against 5 Pokemon, there is no way Nemesis will be able to succeed, and this is the last time that you want to be knocked out. This is the last 20 seconds before Kyogre comes up. So if you're looking for experience, this is your last chance before we go into that final battle that could decide the fate for Team Nemesis. They're behind by a significant number of points, almost 200 points behind. So Kyogre really feels like it's going to have to be that comeback mechanic for Nemesis. And T1 knows this too. They're not going to give him a chance.
Komi a little bit pinched down immediately, doesn't get through the hyperspace hole, and Rubix has to zone out.
Sync1
trying to charge in. Kai is a little bit pinched down here. He has to use the showtime, not taking it into effect, and this is a huge problem for Team Nemesis. Rubix was actually forced down to back away, and Pisterio with Pisterio Snakes trying to bait out Team Nemesis, but what they don't know is Tramp is just lurking at the tall grasses, waiting for an opportunity. But on the other side of the map, Sync1 a bit too pinched down.
Oh, no.
To tail them down. Too many members from T1 locked down, and here comes Team Nemesis advancing even further. They are looking for an opportunity. Dragon's Current will not be effective, but Komi is trying to defend his teammates. Pisterio was forced to go into the fight. Raisin Bat was popped up as well, but they are just gonna buy time. Team Nemesis needs to push forward.
And having a look at all of the Pokemon on the field, the only Pokemon that actually has a Unite is Mule. He's the only one that's got that play with me. So Nemesis, they're going to have to play this without their Unite moves. You can see this Mule trying to go for the connect onto KYY. Won't be able to grab it. Kyogre is at half health. Looks like it's going to be Nemesis to sit on top of Kyogre, but who gets the final secure? Oh, Box T1! Not only do they clear up the team, they clear out the Kyogre, they'll get the buff, and they're going to further solidify their lead for game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Team Nemesis, they were so close, they just couldn't close it out.
And that last minute hit from the Kyogre also made it possible for T1 to have the edge on the fight because they were continuously recovering those health points that they lost from the demonstration of Team Nemesis into that fight. So that was a huge amount of win from T1. Definitely would bring their morale into the highest peak heading towards game number 2. But Team Nemesis almost there. They just need a reset. Nothing's a bit wrong into their draft. It's just the execution. They need to be polished even further into this match.
So T1 still looking strong, especially after their performance from yesterday. And this is, I guess, probably the beginning of the end here for Team Nemesis, unless something drastically changes for game number 2, because I think we did see flickers of light for Nemesis and how their lineup was supposed to function. I think if there were a couple of team fights or situations that worked out in favor of Nemesis a bit earlier, I think their lineup would have really come online. But the fact that they were behind for practically the majority of the game, they were behind in levels, they were behind in points, they didn't really manage to get any buffs aside from that one Reggie steal for themselves too. So it was essentially an uphill battle for Nemesis all the way up until that Kyogre. So I'm just thinking, what do we see different for Nemesis for game 2? Like, do they even change things, you know? Like, do they still feel confident in the lineup that they rerun this, or do they have to go for a couple of adjustments? Because there were things that definitely worked. I actually really liked KYY's Mr. Mime. I think the Mr. Mime added that next level of chaos, and the walls in particular, I think really threw off T1 in a couple of situations. Dylan's Mewtwo, I mean, it's a Mewtwo. There isn't really much you can change. I think Dylan really did the best that he could on that Pokemon. The Gyarados, I feel like, was a little questionable. I didn't really see too much of an impact for Dreamt in a lot of these fights. I think it was also a case of him really just trying to set up for Sync 1. Sync 1 had a tough game, though, I think. Even though he had a lot of resources in his pocket, the few times that he did try to pull off, you know, his role. He's a roamer, he's a central laner, he's supposed to look for those solo knockouts. He couldn't really follow through because he was always being taken out. So I don't know if we're going to see Metagross again. If they do bring back the Metagross, they're going to have to change up how they pair up that Metagross. I think they have to figure out a better support crew to allow Sync 1 to essentially be enabled to do what he can do. Because I wasn't impressed by the Metagross. I'm sorry, Sync 1, if you're seeing this.
I think they need the burst damage, because I get the concept of the Metagross a while ago. I think it focuses more on the setups. There were beautiful setups for the Compute and Crush Unite move, but there wasn't just enough follow-up, I'd say, coming from Team Nemesis. You pointed out as well the impact of Tramp with the Gyarados not being quite efficient. So I think we have to see more action of that Gyarados if that will be the same case for heading towards game number 2. But for Team 1, they are looking scary on that game number 1.
Oh, they are.
They have total control, and I do feel like the moment that the Raging Drago, maybe it landed in the hands of Team Nemesis, but they were actually able to deny the concept of the Raging Drago, which is by scoring much more faster at a little bit of a time offered. So great defense and well-rounded offense coming in from Team 1, and this is a huge problem for Team Nemesis because the pressure is ticking already at their shoulders.
So we've got the draft here on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if there are going to be any adjustments for our picks and bans. I definitely want to see a couple of changes from Nemesis, but yeah, they're the ones that are playing up against T1. I think seeing how T1 played yesterday, like, you've got to have a couple of plans up your sleeve. You can't just have like one strat that you're going to fall back to. So what's the plan B, Nemesis? But we got to see that plan B. And maybe a couple of bans too. I think there are definitely a few Pokemon I think you can't really give away to T1. But what would you get rid of? I actually think the Blaziken wasn't an issue. I think if the Blaziken is back on T1, I don't think Nemesis cares.
I think the main job of
Mimikyu. Mimikyu's gotta go. I'm gonna say that. That mule can't have Mimikyu. Is it gonna be banned?
I think it's a possibility. They're trying to dodge the Zacian a while ago, but Koopa, I think it's a valid point. You know, Koopa, if they're not gonna use it, just take it away.
Sure. Okay, so a couple of bans and Blastoise. Oh. Mega Lucario. Okay, so this wasn't something that was actually looked at all of the game number 1. So T1 also making their own adjustments. Dylan locking in. It's still locking in that Mewtwo Y. That's fine. I think Dylan's Mewtwo Y was fine.
Yeah.
The only thing that I would really like to see change for Nemesis for Dylan is pairing him up with more Pokemon that can give him more chances to go for those basic attacks, which Blastoise can do. I do like the Blastoise pick. They've also denied this from T1 in case T1 was hoping to pick this up later on themselves. But, okay, Scyther is being highlighted here for T1 and the Crustle. And this is probably going to be their next 2 picks. Oh, Mew, last second lock-in. Okay, so Scyther Mew.
I'm still thinking, what could be this? Is this really a Scyther or a Scissor? I'm still thinking.
There's no way it's a Scissor if Mule doesn't change his build.
Yeah. Unless.
Because the build at the moment's indicating Scyther.
Yeah,
we'll see in a
Scyther.
second.
Maybe at the preparation phase, but I think the hover to Mimikyu is actually a good call as well for Team Nemesis. I think this is pretty much more consistent compared to a Metagross, so definitely a good call as well for Team Nemesis. But the Crustle is still being planned out by T1. Set up the Rock Tombs, get that obstacles, good call as well from the team. And Kai is with the Eldegoss, not a Clefable by the way, so I think they want more of that roaming potential instead of being a babysitter type of supporter, which is I think Kai's one of specialties as well as a supporter for the team. So I do understand the concept from Team Nemesis. For Trem, it switches for a Blaziken.
I do prefer this, I think. I do think this is going to be a much more impactful Pokemon for Nemesis. Also, will ensure that you have somebody to potentially out-secure Komi on that Mew. Because right now, the secure game between the two teams, it's going to be Blaziken versus Mew. Dylan is also going to be an X-Factor, I think, as well for the secures. Maybe Pasterio too. Now, the thing is, having a look at these lanes, who do you think is going to have the more aggressive lane pairing? Do you think it's going to be T1 or is it Nemesis? Based off of the Pokemon that we've seen.
I think it's gotta be still T1, especially they have access to the Scyther, can provide tons of ambush at early game. If they have that kind of synergy, which is, I do believe they do have that kind of synergy, it's possible for them to be the aggressors into this matchup. But for Team Nemesis, they would have to take down a little bit of XP, especially with that Blaziken. But Saquon access to Mimikyu, I think that would provide a little bit of a pressure as well towards T1. But I think T1 has a little bit of an edge here. I'm not quite sure how would they execute that. But looking at the top path, and I know that they want to take advantage of that Eldegoss just running around in circles, providing the heals. They must be eyeing on that.
Yeah. Maybe KYY could also be that factor to slow down Pasterio's progress, because one thing that we also don't really talk about, Eldegoss hasn't been picked a lot recently, is that Eldegoss is one of the most offensive supporters in the game. So you don't really want to underestimate those basic attacks, the slows. But if Dream goes down here, which is, he does get picked up by Pasterio, that is not a great start. And with Mule making an appearance, KYY, he's like, I'm out of here. I can't compete with the Scyther. That's a little bit too much for me as a support. But they're guaranteeing the lane for Pasterio, and Torchic's going to be Torchic for a little bit longer, which is not good. You know, you want that Blaziken to hit Blaziken as soon as possible.
Yeah, not the ideal one, right? But Mule is trying to be an aggressive Scyther here. Managed to do a trade because of Dylan doing the dishes into the backline. So Ram is a bit too pinched. And that's actually a great call for Kai in order for him to evolve immediately and providing those basic attacks as well. Making Dylan a 3 KO streak, make it 4! This is looking great for Nemesis. They just need to stay put and be consistent. That's a good start.
Okay, so Torchic might have a great start, okay? Dreamt is like, guys, I'm struggling. Please do something down there. And Dylan's like, I got you, bro. He's like, yes, I got you. So this is, I think, after that quad knockout, I think this is where Team Nemesis say, we've got to win this bottom lane. We've got to go for that hard push. We're going to completely dominate it. We're going to get Dylan really big. As for Dreamt, he's probably crying in that central area. He sees Mule again. He's like, oh, dang it. I can't go in lane. I can't go in the central area. But my team's doing good. Let's hope things continue the way they're going, because yeah, Dreamt is not going to really be able to contribute to the team for quite a while until he gets a little bit of space, which is not happening right now. But if everything continues to go as it is in that bottom lane, oh, that's steal. That's criminal.
I'm having flashbacks. I saw one of the most similar Rock Tombs ever before in the Philippines scene, but I guess we'll talk about that one later. But Surround with the Rock Tomb, phenomenally job well done. And this is somewhat will hurt Team Nemesis as a whole because Drem cannot get the power spike he needs. He's just level 5 and his counterpart, the Mega Lucario, is at level 8. That's gotta hurt Team Nemesis, making them push this lane in order to have a counter attack up against them. They need to force things down, despite Dylan getting a quad knockout a while ago.
Yeah, so we do have our objectives spawning into the game. Blaziken is also fully leveled up too. Not quite where they want to be, but it's a start. Sync1 though, oh, that Rock Tomb could have connected onto 2, but Blaziken, you know, dreamt. He's starting to come online now, helping the team basically 100-0 that Red Ice in a matter of seconds. So nice little bump of experience there for Nemesis. T1 just a tad too slow. Down bottom though, Reggie like he does get taken down by a Mule and is able to walk into the goal zone. So that's that was a bit of a mistake, allowing that 39.0 deduct. Ouch.
Yeah, but at least I think they got them XPs on the top path. I mean, Rajais is not the most ideal Reggie that you could get. I mean, if Regirock could, if Reggie Steel, that's actually better. So I think this would somehow still put Nemesis at the back of the game, making T1 still the aggressors here. Level 11 Scizor compared to the 9s of Team Nemesis is already a huge deficit heading towards the mid game. So Nemesis has to be careful in executing things because this Scyther might actually punish them hard.
Yeah, the Scyther could punish, but we also need to be aware of what is online for both teams too. Now, Scyther's deadly on his own, but he has to be very careful of where he is because there's going to be a Play With Me waiting for him. There could be a Hydro Typhoon that he walks into. And we got to respect the Elder Gods too, you know? The Elder Gods Unite can also cause issues for a Scyther if he mistimes his entry into those team fights. So it's not going to be easy, but look at that. Team knockout onto 2 core Pokemon, the Mega Lucario and the Scyther, and Nemesis, they're not going to stop at all. They're looking for more experience. They want to take the goal zone. Big damage, though, coming out from the Mew, so need to give a bit of respect there to Epe. In the meantime, though, on the back lines, oh, they get the knockout onto the Alcremie. Now, I was trying to go for a sneaky back cap there, I believe, but will be taken out. But I think Nemesis, their opening to take that top goal zone is closed, but we do have our Reggie in that top lane. It's a Reggie Rock. They get the knockout onto Mew, so there's going to be no Mew. Solar Beams and the guarantee from Dreamt Blaziken's Overheat. Yeah. And I think if you're T1, you're second guessing, do you want to fight into this? Because that's a defense buff.
Yeah, defense buff. And Trent power spike has been really felt over the course of the minute. But here comes a Rebel Rouser, additional defense for T1. But Saram will just be shredded down. Hydro Typhoon is blocked immediately by Team 1, but at the case, they will be down into a goal zone. Team Nemesis trying to push through their limits, and they are eyeing for another objective, which is going to be the Rage of Draco. But they still have a lot in kit. They have to secure from Dream. They just have to push back Homie in this situation.
Oh, they mistimed it! They mistimed it. It's fine. I saw Dreamt. He was charging the overheat and ended up being Sync1 to get the fight. I was like, oh, that could have gone really bad if someone was timing it. It's fine. It's fine, Dreamt, okay? You had a very rough early game. I understand, man. Okay, down bottom. It's a Regieleki still, and look how strong Team Nemesis is pushing through.
Wow, I definitely see the combo of the Cyber and the Play With Me, but still with the Mystical Mirage available, Team Nemesis was able to flip things around. Some of them has their own priorities. Sync1 goes with a 33. They know that they could still defend this Regieleki, so just putting them out a little bit of a pressure towards Team 1 would definitely be sitting in a very comfortable spot for the team. So in exchange, they can defend the Regieleki. They took out the goal zone, and that would put them off by a little bit of points in this game.
Yeah, it's a really close game still, though. 186 to 202, so just a few points for T1 to overtake Nemesis. There really isn't much keeping these two teams apart. The only thing that I would say is a pretty significant difference between the two teams is how they're funneling their resources. You can see that on the side of T1, they are heavily investing into Mule. Mule is level 14, we've got 30 seconds to go before we have our final stretch. This is the peak zone for Mule to really show us what he's got. T1, they do get that Reggie steal, so that attack buff is going to be brutal. And Saram, he got that Rock Tomb, but I think T1, you got to respect this late into this game. You kind of don't want to take a wrong team fight, so... Yeah, Nemesis, they're up against a special attack and attack buff. I don't know how they find this opening to fight into T1 because one wrong move, and I think that's it.
Yeah, but the combo is looking good so far from
Saram?
Nemesis with the Cyber and the Play With Me. They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity, but the Hydro Typhoon was not landed immediately. This could be a problem for Team Nemesis. Play With Me was popped up. Same thing with the Infinite Cyber. Sync 1 survives another day. He's locking in into that Creamy. He goes away, but 2 members left are the only ones left for Team Nemesis. And they need to wait for more, but no time. T1 gets Kyogre. And it is a defense game for Nemesis, but can they do it? I'm not quite sure.
I don't know if Nemesis are going to be able to defend this. Losing the Blastoise before he can even throw the Typhoon down was catastrophic. I don't think he realized how quickly his health dropped. So RBX, he still has the Typhoon. Maybe they save it for a team fight, but is there even going to be an opportunity for a team fight? He will use it now, catches out 3 Pokemon, but Saram is the one in the front line. This is the tankiest Pokemon on the side of T1, and he's still surviving. He does finally go down, but look at Mule just cutting through Team Nemesis like butter. And I think this might just be it. T1 lock in a 2-0 victory over Team Nemesis and will play against Evos in their semi-final match.
The Green Illusion dive was clutch as well to burst the damage after taking down the Crustle, which is really, really unfavorable for T1. There might have been a slim opportunity for Team Nemesis if that Green Illusion dive wasn't available for Mule, but the cooldown, the utility usage was on point for them in order to seal the game.
It really was. That lockdown onto RBX. I think we all understand that Blastoise, he's a defender, you know, he is very tanky, but there are definitely moments in Unite where you probably have to remember that just because you're a defender, you might think you are deceptively tankier than you actually are. And we saw the level gap between the two teams, right? Like we saw the core Pokemon on T1, they had levels over Nemesis. So they were dishing out more damage than they normally would in the matchup. So maybe RBX thought like, it's okay, I'm a Blastoise, I'm not going to go down to this. Then he's like, wait a minute. You know, he hit the panic button a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that stings. That's got to sting for RBX.
Yeah, and it's not just the level. They also have the Registeel buff before the fight commences. So we do get it that T1 really has a bit of an edge when it comes to firepower. And I think RBX overestimated his defense in that fight, making him suffer into that catastrophe, not being able to tip the Hydro Typhoon on time. So maybe if he does have a full heal, he could have used it, but he has eject as far as I can tell. So there was really no time because the crowd control from T1 was on point and there's just no time to use the Hydro Typhoon and making him be a sacrifice for the Team Nemesis.
It was a terrible sacrifice, unfortunately. And I think it also just goes to show how important it was for RBX to be up for the team. Because it's not just the fact that he's a Blastoise that makes him quite threatening, but one of the great things about Blastoise is that just having him exist in a team fight, it makes T1 second guess where they want to be, how they want to fight, the angles of their initiations as well, because if they're in the wrong position, RBX comes in, he can either surf you into a wall, he can come in with the Hydro Typhoon. There's a lot of AoE that can potentially come out from a Blastoise. So we saw as soon as they got rid of that Blastoise, there was no fear.
Yeah.
No fear at all. They just gunned down for the rest of Nemesis because the team's defender, the bodyguard, is down.
Do you think they were looking at the Scyther as the primary target for the Play With Me? Because I see the combo. It's a great idea to have Play With Me followed up by Infinite Cyber to have continuous amount of crowd control. But do you think they were really eyeing on the Scyther? Because I can really tell that there was a little bit of a delay when it comes to the setup. I think they were waiting for RBX to initiate the Hydro Typhoon, but when he collapsed, everything went under control already for Nemesis.
Yeah. Obviously, I think the #1 target was definitely Mule on that Scyther, but with how quickly these team fights happen, I'm pretty sure they actually would have been fine if they got the Play With Me on the Mew, for example. Maybe even the Mega Lucario if they didn't have any other targets. But it was just, I think the fact that everything going sideways, the plan was ruined. Everything was collapsing around them, and trying to compensate a team fight when your only true initiator is down, it's very difficult to come back from a situation like that because you've also got a Crustle you have to worry about. You know, Crustle is a terrifying defender to go up against if you don't have anyone to be that buffer between you and that Pokemon. So it was tough for Nemesis. It was a tough matchup. I think we all saw this coming, especially with how T1 played so well yesterday. So they move on to semifinals. They will be playing Evos later today, but we still have our round 1 matches, folks. So don't go anywhere because we're going to find out who our next semi-finalist is going to be in just 5 minutes. But yeah, we'll see you all in 5 minutes. Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. It is day 5 here for group stage and our final day of group stage where teams are trying to pick up their last round of points before they get their seeds decided for our playoffs. And unfortunately, we have a couple teams locked into their positions. Their fates will be decided by everyone else that is still currently competing. But let's focus on our next matchup of the day, shall we? It is a pretty interesting matchup here. It's our first seed and last seed teams on the bracket. It is FN going up against Onyx Esports, and it's Onyx Rise is a different kind of monster. You know, I think everyone's got their eyes on Onyx. They did claim first place in the group stages yesterday. Still favorites to take the champion title again today. And I think if you're FN, you're thinking, what do we do? This is our last game of group stage. Can they beat Onyx? You know, that's the question. And I think, realistically speaking, a lot of people are expecting Onyx to take this set convincingly, but who knows? Maybe FN, they've saved something just for Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, FN must not be taken lightly by all of the fans, all the teams competing out here. I mean, we've seen FN Esports, despite not being the same roster way back ACL 2025, but they were the 8th seeded team, but they came up being the champions for C League. So let's not belittle this team because they can make wonders, and who knows, they might be able to take down Onyx in the process for this matchup.
So just looking at the coin flip for this matchup, Onyx has decided to go for first pick, which means FN is going to get second and last pick for our first game of today, which I still find it very interesting, the priority for first pick and second pick for teams, because some teams love second pick, having the next 2 picks, others prefer having first pick. But you know what we like to have for first pick here, ladies and gentlemen? We like to first pick all of our giveaways, and we are still running our viewer giveaway for the stream today. If you missed out on our giveaway earlier, we did give away a official ACL t-shirt to one of our lucky viewers, and we've still got plenty of merch to give away as well. If you'd like to enter and you don't know how, tune into the broadcast. Somewhere in the broadcast, there is going to be a pop quiz on the screen. There's going to be a question with 2 answers. You need to correctly answer the question in the YouTube chat. If your answer is correct, you'll be automatically thrown in the running for some School ACL merchandise. So make sure you are in our YouTube live stream because that is where we are running our giveaway. If you are on any of our other platforms for live streaming, unfortunately, the giveaway is not going to apply over there. So make sure to head on over to the YouTube stream if you'd like to win some sweet, sweet ACL merch.
All right, I'm looking at their rewards, and I kind of like the Ceruledge shirt because I'm a big fan of Ceruledge. I've been using him from Unite and any other Pokemon games as well, such as the TCG. So I kind of want that. Maybe I'll join the giveaway some other day, but not now because we're casting and we're going to be witnessing one of the greatest matchup for today, which is Onyx and FN Esports. Just like what Jim said, it's the first seeded team up against the last seeded team on the current standing. And this would actually dictate the current standing of FN Esports and Onyx in general. This is for a guaranteed spot for ACL finals for Onyx, and at the same time, this would somewhat boost the points of FN Esports. So this is really important for Onyx because if they want that guaranteed spot for ACL finals, they have to win this to get a minimum amount of points of 69. And not just that, every other team out here, even though they win, it's only T1 who can get the maximum of 69 points, which makes them tie for first and second. So definitely this would dictate the outcome. T1 needs to win the whole thing to qualify for ACL in a guaranteed spot, but Onyx just needs to win this game to qualify for ACL finals.
Yeah, that is, I mean, to be fair, we have to give props to Onyx because they put themselves in such a position. Like, they put themselves to have such a lead over the competition that is basically almost guaranteed up until this point. It's just assuming they can win this matchup, that is it. That's the guarantee. The question is, can FN Esports pull out any tricks to maybe stop Onyx Rise from guaranteeing that spot? Which I think there's going to be a lot of doubters out there, but we've got to let the players do the playing, the drafts do the talking. And at the moment, we're not seeing anything too crazy aside the Aegis Slash ban from Onyx Rise. That is a little different. I don't think we've seen Aegis Slash in any of our matches yesterday. And I know we saw a couple of Cerule Ledge bans as well, but I think these were selective bans, which if Onyx Rise are banning these, then I think they must have actually had a couple of scrims with each other and got a sense of who plays what.
Yeah, but I think that AG slash ban in general, just referring to the scenario of what happened last year's ACL, I think it's one of the signature picks, not just of FN Esports, but the region in general. So there might be happening scrims in the process, and they might have seen that maybe the AG slash might be a threat. So kind of seeing why Onyx banned it. It could be a reason, we're not quite sure, but this leaves a lot of room for the teams to get these highly prioritized Pokemon such as Mega Gyarados, Mewtwo X, and the Vaporeon from FN Esports. So FN Esports, I think they have a great first two Pokemons in their lineup.
These next two Pokemon though are Onyx Rise's gem. We've been seeing a lot of Illuna Onyx. Don't worry, this is not Eeyore playing. I mean, okay, I wouldn't be surprised if Eeyore decides to play Snorlax as well, because this man can play quite a lot of Pokemon, but AXQ is definitely going to be getting his hands on that Mewtwo. Why? It's one of his signature Pokemon. He's done so incredibly well on the Mewtwo Y as of late. Now, I think the question is, what are we going to be seeing for Cell? Because Cell has been a very fun dark horse, or at least like a very, very deadly player to watch on the side of Onyx Rise. Like, what is he going to play today? What is he going to do to terrorize FN Esports in this best of 3? Is it going to be a classic because Mimikyu is not available in the pool? Darkrai has also been banned. Cells has had a lot of fun with Darkrai yesterday. So he's decided we're going to go for a cult classic with the Leafeon, as we saw Xingdi playing this today to quite a large success. And we are looking at and finalizing their lineup with their own attacker in the Miraidon. So the lineup's quite well-rounded. They have their frontliners, they've got the Secure in the Blaziken, they have their ranged attacker in the Miraidon, your frontliners in Chobo and Honjun. Great lockdown with the Slowbro. That is something I do want to point out. I do think that Slowbro does not get enough praise for being one of the most deadly defenders in the game, especially with its Unite move. Still will have to pay attention to where Honjun is in a lot of these cases. But Eeyore! Okay, Eeyore's going to be playing the Mega Gyarados. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it sounds fun. You know, you never get to see Eeyore playing Mega Gyarados all the time, but we talk about, or I mean, you've mentioned that probably one of the most awesome Unite moves in the game is the Slow Beam of Slowbro, and definitely I feel like this would be a target locked towards Cell in the Leafeon, because probably Leafeon has set its priority to target the Miraidon, and if you have someone who could narrow down or peel down the potential of a Leafeon, that's gotta be the Slow Beam. And definitely they have to watch out for this, because if the Slow Beam connects to the Leafeon, I feel like Onyx Rise might be having a little bit of trouble in eliminating the damage input of FN Esports.
Yeah, if it's not the Leafeon, if they can somehow get their hands on AXQ, that would be a fantastic pick as well, right? Any of the squishies really don't want to be grabbed by that Slow Beam. But I am keen to see what kind of Slowbro we're going to be seeing. If it's going to be that Surf variant, if it's going to be Scald, if it's going to be Telekinesis. So we'll have to pay attention to this game. But folks, we do want to remind you, just like yesterday, we do have a milestone giveaway. If we can reach 5,000 viewers on the live stream, then we are going to be able to run a bonus giveaway where we give away a jersey, a cap, and a towel to one lucky viewer. So if we're getting very close to the goal and you think we're missing a few people, call your friends, okay? Grab a couple of buddies, get them to watch the live stream. Let's hit that goal so we can give you guys that extra giveaway.
Definitely wanting that cap. How cool is that? Just imagine you're gonna watch online or I mean offline. Have that cap, have every Pokemon, you have the towel. Definitely what an experience once you go to Japan. But we'll have to determine first who goes to Japan because this game is set for Onix's target to automatically qualify.
Yeah.
And I feel like they are in heat because they are eliminating numerous number of FN Esports Pokemon. Chopo wants to go for the defense, but a bit too late, so he might just take the knockout against Cell. But this mobility from the Leafeon is just too good to handle.
Yeah, this is the thing that makes Leafeon such a fantastic speedster. It's got mobility for days. It is very elusive with both of its move pools. It's really hard to lock down. And if you have a look at what FN Esports are currently running for their lineup, they don't really have anyone aside from the Slowbro that can really hinder a Leafeon's progress when it is in the middle of those team fights. Maybe Chobo could on this Vaporeon, but Vaporeon isn't wanting to chase a single target. You know, Vaporeon wants to be in the middle of multiple Pokemon, just throwing down those muddy waters and really being a nuisance. So yeah, I don't think Cell is too worried about a lot of FN's Pokemon. He's more focused on just trying to get into the right position and finding his ideal target to land that Emerald two-step.
Flip turn combo is for Chobo's call, not the Aqua Ring. Struggling a bit on the offense of Onix. The Muddy Water was just completely ignored. I'm not sure if this is a great call to go for the flip turn instead of the Aqua Ring because that would lessen the sustainability
What the Cell?
of Vaporeon, but still. Almost a close call here for FN Esports. They're going to be backing away, but Sojun's HP is just being teared down by Onix and FN Esports always being pushed back by Onix. Charge Beam doing the work, but not quite enough. It's just enough to repel Onix back, but they haven't been able to convert efficient knockouts yet.
And that's going to be the Red Dice going to Onix thanks to Cell. Garrett grabbing that secure, so another nice bump of experience for the purple team, whereas for FN, they're going to have to focus on wild Pokemon or knockouts for their experience. Chobo, though, just playing a little bit of a dance here with Eeyore, which are, you know, two water Pokemon. One of them is a little bit bigger than the other, so you can probably see where this end is going to potentially end. Even committing Unites as well for this knockout, and Eeyore, he gets the target. He says, Chopper, you might be a very tanky Vaporeon, but I'm a Mega Gyarados, okay? This ain't no regular Gyarados.
Yeah, just tearing down the health points. And if you notice, Eeyore actually popped the Dragon's Current at an earlier time, so just that he could Mega Evolve and dish out the damage he needs. He didn't need the Current to do the damage, he just needed the Mega Evolution, go for the damage with the basic attacks, and everything went down into his favor.
Oh, looks like we do have a bit of a flank here onto the Blaziken. Just wasn't even given a chance to retreat back to their goal zone. Big scores deployed there for Onix and T1 goal zone. Gonna go down for FN Esports. You do get a nice big score here from Always. 32 points going to be scored, so the gap is going to be lessened a little bit, but really FN playing catch-up in the experience department. They've really struggled to either go for objectives and even win those team fights, and I have to say, this Blaziken very ballsy to go into that bush. The ball will be taken down thanks to Cell yet again on that pesky Leafeon. Chobo's here trying to look for something himself, but there's really not much Chobo's going to be able to do. It's a Psyduck and a Snorlax, two of the tankiest Pokemon on Onix Rise's lineup.
Probably a phenomenal timing as always from Cell with that Emerald two-step. This is actually a huge pressure at the shoulders of FN Esports because Onix is everywhere around the map. You go into your base, get those wild Pokemons, there's someone from Onix. You go through the objectives, someone from Onix is still present. There's just Onix all around. But then they still had an opportunity to take the Regirock because Onix does sense the danger, but still they are eyeing to defend that goal zone at the bottom lane.
It looks like we do have Chobo trying to harass Eeyore a little bit, but it might be going the other way. You know, Chobo is the one trying to get away from that Mega Gyarados. So, nothing else aside from that small exchange. I have to say, FN, I am happy to see them still being able to grab those goal zones, grabbing that experience. They are trying to close that experience gap. I think the next step for them to be able to close this gap for sure is to win either a large team fight or to maybe punish Onyx Rise for going after an objective. It won't be that Reggie Alecki though, as it was taken far too quickly. Chopper's going to be sitting in the bush. They're going to try and go for that Reggie Drago. We should get the secure there with the overheaters. They do. And always was chased by AxeQ. In the meantime, though, that Slowbro had no chance. Neither did the Miraidon as well. Taken out by the flanking crew of Onyx Rise.
Yeah, and we haven't seen yet the maximum value of the Slowbro because we get the concept of the trap, but it doesn't take into effect yet. That's why Onyx Rise was able to capitalize on that advantage and just be able to do whatever they want in the map. So we need more presence on the Slowbro, but the presence of Onyx Rise still commences. The power nap being able to do a little bit of a crowd control and pinching down 4 members of Esports with a block. That's actually a good call for Illuna to let his teammates retreat back and put some pressure so that they can refresh their health points.
Oh, look at Illuna. He's just slowly thwacking Honjun down on that slow brain. He can't do anything. It's just a 1v1. Those Snorlax punches, they hit pretty hard, especially when there's a two-level gap between the two Pokemon. And we are going to be seeing a bit of punish here from Subak, wanting to hopefully get revenge for his friend. But Illuna just too quick. This Snorlax, you know, he's deceptively quick considering how big he is.
Yeah, and that Citrus Berry does help a lot, especially with the ability of the Gluttony. Could definitely make those berries ×2 efficiency, so Illuna doesn't have to go back to their base. So this is just too hard for FN Esports to force Onyx Rise to retreat back, get some refresh on the Pokemon Center because they could just utilize the Citrus Berry that's on the field.
Oh, Honjun gonna be in the front lines for the team. Pulled in by the Psyduck though. And oh, the Slowbro wasn't even given a chance. But they do manage to get the Snorlax in the process though. Emerald 2 is definitely not being used as well. And FN are falling. Yes, you got a defender, but what did it cost you? Almost your entire team. And right before Kyogre as well. There's no way Vaporeon's going to be able to get a steal, because if that does happen, that would be a crazy play in itself. But the secure is there. Eon guarantees it. And Chobo will be the next to fall. And FN Esports, there's only so much they can do to defend these incoming scores, especially with someone such as AxeQ and Eeyore coming your way. If anything, they even say we don't even need these points. They know they're leading, so instead they just decide let's play defense instead.
Yeah, good call as well. And FN Esports, they actually used the jump pad at an earlier time because I think they were forecasting that maybe Onyx Rise would just defend. So why not let's just wait it out into the goal zone, look if they're gonna push, and if they would, maybe we could do a little bit of a back cap. But there's too many AO's energies that Onyx Rise does have in their own sleeve. So this is a tough call for FN Esports. They still have a minute, but they need to maximize this minute in order to make a miracle.
I don't even think a minute is enough for this team to make a comeback happen. And Luna being chased by Subak and always will be pulled back as well. And Honjun keeps him in place. No. Power Nap though will be used by so much time being wasted by Illuna on that Snorlax. Yes, he does go down, but it doesn't really matter. Looks like we have Cell coming in to defend that bottom goal zone. Eeyore gonna score a 100-pointer himself. We are starting to see a few points being scored in, but these are tiny compared to what Onyx Rise is able to score in those earlier scores. AxeQ slowly being chipped down by that Miraidon, but Eeyore's just scoring back to back to back. AxeQ still sticking around. There's game 1. It's locked in by Onyx Rise, and FN Esports, they've got to win 2 games back to back if they want to have a chance at making it to that semi-final round.
That's just pure domination from Onyx Rise for game number 1. But I love the draft from FN Esports. We get to see the vision. There's a possibility that they could win it, but they need to maximize the Pokemons that they do have. The Vaporeon as well, I'm not sure if Flip Turn was actually the best option to use as the moveset. I think Aqua Ring would be a little bit better just for added sustainability with a Muddy Water. I think that's one factor. And Mincho has been consistent with the damage, 56k, but just imagine Chobo doing a lot better, which is a defender. So I'm not quite sure if the Miraidon was really efficient in that game, but they need more coordination, and they need those setups, those slow beams to connect in order to suppress the offense of Onyx Rise.
So, what are we changing here for FN? Because I think the concept of their lineup, it was there. It was just very difficult to pull off, I feel, because I don't think they ever had a fair fight in the majority of the game. They never had a fair fight where they decided to pick where and when a fight happened. It would always be Onyx to decide, you know, how the team fights would start, how they would end as well. The Miraidon really struggled to get into position to really contribute to the team. The slow bro didn't feel like a slow bro. It felt like a very, very squishy slow bro. So are we seeing any maybe changes to Pokemon selection or maybe how the lanes went? Because it really just felt like Onyx show from the get-go.
Yeah, I feel like it's just Onyx all the way during game number 1. You know, Cell having a lot of opportunities to go for an ambush or surprise attacks, because once he didn't saw the slow bro, he's not afraid to go into fights, because that's the only threat that he does have, because it's not an electro-driven Miraidon. I mean, yes, it is really understandable they do go for the charge beam because they have reliable defenders and all-rounders, but we need more from the slow bro. That's what I see from the lineup. We need those slow beams to suppress the offense, and I think Gyarados is not the target go-to of the slow bro, because Gyarados is just gonna eat you whenever that slow beam is not taking into effect already. So Cell has to be washed out. If he's gonna be a Leafeon again for game 2, they need to suppress the offense that bad.
I wish there was one answer to suppressing everything.
Yeah,
there's too much coming out of Onyx, right? So I'm just thinking, what else could they really do? I guess the only thing you could really pivot for FN is just to go for a very early game lineup. Something that dominates the laning stage. Hopefully from there, that's how you suppress some of these strong cores coming out from Onyx. You either decide to focus down on Axeq or Eeyore, or maybe even if you wanted to, go for a central area. And we've seen this happen before, teams sending their defender into the enemy central area to slow down the jungler, maybe even steal the buffs. Maybe that's something that they have to do, because invading, I feel like it should be the norm. I really feel like teams should be invading more, but the fact that they just let both central laners do their thing, I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Because whenever we do see invades, because nobody is expecting it, it always works out so well.
Yeah, I think I agree on that point as well, because definitely invades could do an impact if you successfully executed it. So I think that would be a consideration as well for FN Esports. But I think when it comes to the draft, assuming that they want to be on a thriller setup and more of an AoE type compared to locking in, maybe Suicune is a good option to consider by FN Esports, and that's actually a much more easier way to suppress the offense. Once you get that Whirlpool and the Freeze, definitely it could slow down the offense of Onyx Rise, not to its point wherein you could just diminish them, but slowing down is actually good enough for you to have an opportunity to go for the knockouts. And FN Esports target banning the Mega Gyarados and as well as the Mimikyu for Cell. This is actually a good cause, but Onyx Rise does have more in their sleeves.
They can play so many Pokemon. The bans mean nothing, unfortunately, to Onyx Rise. But the Vaporeon is going to exchange hands, however. So Iluna's going to get his hands on that Vaporeon this time, meaning FN's going to have to decide on a different choice of defender, which... what would you really go for? I mean, Snorlax has been... oh, there we go. Honju just picks up the Snorlax. I was going to say, it's like the bread and butter if Vaporeon isn't around. But Eeyore, highlighting the Blastoise. We have seen Onyx Rise also play Blastoise as of late. So obviously it's not going to... I was going to say Axeq. We're going to go for Slowbro and we're going to see Blastoise. This all-defender strat is... I don't know if this is the meta for that kind of thing, but okay, we're looking a little more standard here.
I mean, we saw that before last year, but it almost worked. Not totally worked. It almost worked. I do believe that was That was Paper Rex as far as I can remember. But, you know, let's set that one aside first. Let's focus on the match that we do have. This is very important for both teams. And we talked about invading the forest a while ago. And I think Esports has that pitch already. Maybe June will actually execute that, especially with the mobility of a Snorlax. So they would have a great opportunity. But again, with Cell using the Leafeon, who could suppress his offense? Maybe always with the Mewtwo X could? Or this Mr. Mime?
Subax highlighting the Metagross. I was wondering if they might take a page out of Nemesis's book here, but no, it looks like it's going to be the Scizor this time based on the build. This is not going to be Scyther, so it's a very in-your-face Pokemon that wants to really be on top of you. Would normally do really well against Vaporeon, Blastoise, and even to a certain degree Gyarados, because this is a Pokemon that just wants to sit on top of you. The one Pokemon I see Subax struggling with, though, of course, is that Leafeon, because Leafeon is a burst damage dealer. It does big bursts of damage, and in a lot of cases, either it's going to do critical amounts of damage, or can even get the instant knockout by himself. So Cell is still going to be a threat. I think Chobo's job here is to brick wall Cell. His job is to just throw up those walls, try to catch out Cell on that Leafeon, and hopefully either Always or Minchun can come in with the follow-up to fit a pesky Leafeon, because they already felt that pain in game number 1, so I'm pretty sure for number 2 they're hoping to return that pain in kind.
Yeah, and Chobo definitely would play a huge role in this matchup because, you know, he's definitely the only one that has the highest possibilities to suppress the offense of Onixcry. So this is a huge role for Chobo. And I think with his capacity to lead the team, definitely he could provide that. But the question is, for how long could he provide that? Because Onixcry could just juggle around the possibilities that they do have on their strategy list and just overwhelm once again their opposing team.
So, what are the odds of FN being able to take this game just based off of the draft alone, Pika? I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think FN can bring this to a game 3?
I think I'll give it on the scale of 1 to 10. I think I'll have to give it at around 7 if it's only draft. But with the execution and momentum, maybe I'll have to narrow it down at around 4.5 simply because we haven't seen the value yet of their execution, because the draft a while ago in game 1 is absolutely wonderful to counter out the draft of Onyx, but they were able to convert it. So conversion is really important. Draft, they have a high possibility to win this, but we need the execution from FN Esports.
And I want to say props to Chobo just then. You know, Chobo could have just been a pretty easy knockout, but really managing his resources as that Mr. Mime really well. I kind of expectations now for Chobo to actually help win this game here for FN Esports. We'll see if he does end up being the mastermind, you know, behind this lineup. Because I swear Mr. Mime players, they are secretly the leaders of the team. You know, they're the ones that are like, okay, this is the plan, folks. Okay, I got your back. You just got to watch mine, and hopefully we can win this game. But Cell, interesting dynamic here between Cell and Subax, because it's very early on. Yes, Cell can do quite a bit of burst, but not enough to feel comfortable 1v1ing a Scizor yet. We do need to see a few more levels on Cell before we potentially see some of those very fatal encounters.
And I think the setup here would be Onixcry. They gotta skill first, follow the XPs onto Cell as the usual, and have that Vaporeon get the Muddy Water to create some distance towards their opponent. So that's actually a good call. Maybe at around 7 minutes, we'll get more team fight action, or maybe not wait for it, just go for the objectives. And definitely FN Esports, once again, this is the same picture that we did have a while ago in game 1. And it was actually a flip turn from Zoe, not the Aqua Ring, though, being able to guarantee a knockout for their team. And not just that, Onyx is everywhere, once again, putting a amount of pressure to FN Esports.
Yeah, this is really scary if Onyx are able to get knockouts all across the map. Not even moving together as a unit, as a single player. This is the team just split doing their own thing. And we're not really seeing much retaliation coming out from FN either. They're letting these scores happen. They're not really grouping up to defend. I worry this is going to be another very, very tough game here for FN. They're trying to go for an elimination onto Eluna, but he gets back in time, and here comes Cell. Emerald Tree Step is there. Surbak not even given a chance to play the game. They do get these Snorlax as well. Minju being chased by this Leafeon as well. But Cell, he knows better. He's not going to dive too deep for this, but Axe's like, I got this. This is mine. Almost gets him, but I mean, if I was the Miraidon, I wouldn't want to go anywhere near that goal zone.
Yeah, and I think there has to be a reason why FN Esports just gave away the gold zones and to the side lane. I think it's because they want the wild Pokemons already to spawn on the side so that they have an easier access for the XPs. But there's going to be a huge hurdle for them because Onyx Rise keeps on getting the resources that they do have, which will be another problem for them. And worst comes to worst, the gap might be widened immediately and not having an opportunity for them to get the XPs and level ups that they need.
Yeah, I don't really see FN being able to find experience anywhere because, like, as you said, right, Onyx is practically clearing out FN's central area. So if there's no wild Pokemon, then where else can you really go for that experience? And again, the Sizzle is going to go down, but this time it was to a 3-man rotation. And well, there's no reverse casualties. They're all just getting away scot-free. If the game keeps up like this, I don't really see FN giving themselves any way back into this game, especially going up against a level 12 Leafeon. That's 3 levels over the highest level Pokemon on FN Esports.
Yeah, and the Scissor just actually made it to level 10, and Cell is already halfway or almost halfway towards level 13, which would give them a little bit of a disadvantage because he can maximize every single moveset that does have in its pocket. So this is not looking good for FN Esports. They need time to scale those XPs, but what can they scale? Onyx is controlling their map.
Onyx controlling the map. We have Zoe in the backlines controlling Pokemon as well. We got a Blastoise with the rapid spin there. Basic attack. There's a boosted attack to finish him off as well. We got the power nap though being used. Eeyore going to use that waterfall as well. But it's just the defender Surbak. He can't even play the game. He's stunned again. What a terrible day to be a Sizzle. And yet again, Onyx Rise win another team fight. Regice is theirs. That's experience. That's not going to go into FN Esports' pocket. And this experience gap continues to widen.
This is just too tough of a game for FN Esports. They don't see any opportunity to bounce back up against Onyx Rise. They always go as a unit yet again.
Oh my gosh,
Onyx
Eluna
Rise is not synchronized. They always get taken out. Iluna is not alone here, but you know, more and more people from Onyx keeps on coming back. They might have be getting these knockouts, but not the knockout that they want to, because that's just a defender. As much as possible, they want Cell or the all-rounders to be the knockout for their team, to claim those XPs. And I think that might be the start, but we need to see more consistency for FN Esports.
Okay, little bit of a greedy play there by Eeyore. He didn't really need to go for that little back cap, but to get knocked out there, that is pretty significant for FN because they did get a lot of experience for that. So FN might be clawing their way back into this game. They do go for a few scores in that top lane. They will at least break that goal zone. They've been exposed, but Cell is here. Emerald 2-step to get the knockout though onto the attacker. That's going to be the Mewtwo gone. Eeyore's looking for a follow-up. He really wants Chobo. This Mr. Mime has been a pain in his backside all game. But Eluna says, no, this is mine. Just snaps up with a basic attack. And XQ will be going down. So we are seeing some trades here.
There goes the block for the defense as well for FN Esports, just trying to minimize the casualties and have a little bit of a repel in order to go back into their base. Less than a minute. It's already the final stretch, and they are maximizing the buffs that they could actually claim. 20 seconds, top objective will spawn. Definitely a huge boost if FN Esports does get this. But if Onyx Rise does, another problem would be in front of them in the last fight in the 2-minute mark.
You know, I know you sort of brought up major problems here, but can we talk about Surbak? Surbak on that Sizzle has somehow managed to claw his way back to level 14 right before Kyogre. So this Sizzle is very well back into this game, defend could be an issue for some players on Onyx Rise because he's going to be able to jump on top of them. And this late into the game at this level, he is very tanky. He's going to be hard to take down. He'll be very elusive as well, which means if he's enough of a distraction, that's an opening for the Mewtwo to do damage, for the Mr. Mime to come in and use the Unite as well. I think there's a chance FN could come back.
Yes, definitely a tough time. But right now, priorities for FN Esports, they are engaging the fight. They're a little bit scrambled here, but they have the Bright Future Meteor Storm and the backlane able to dish out multiple damages, and that was actually enough to take down Eeyore. Hydro Typhoon set already, knocks up Chobo, and not enough to take a knockout. They do get Chobo out of it, make that one too. The Scissor is already out, and this could be a problem for FN Esports. Cell just focuses into the Kyogre, trying to bait out the offense of FN Esports, but they still have a second chance. The Rhydon and the Scissor, 10 seconds left. They take out the Snorlax, and Mr. Mime is the only one left, but no time for them to respond in order to steal away the Kyogre.
And that's going to be it. Onyx Rise take away the one thing that FN Esports needed to come back into this game. The game of defense is now on, but can FN not only defend, but can they also survive to score points themselves? It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case, as they have lost Mr. Mime, the Mewtwo, the Miraidon. It's really just Honjun, and Subak does go down as well. The hopes and dreams of FN Esports, they really wanted that game number 3, and they were so close. It just came down to that fight around the Kyogre pits, right? I really think if Subak was able to survive and still be there to contribute to his team, I think FN would have been able to take that Kyogre themselves. The fact that Onyx Rise were able to survive with more players, with more Pokemon, that of course they were able to take Kyogre comfortably, because who's going to steal a Kyogre away? You're not going to have a Snorlax steal that away. You're not going to have a low health Mewtwo X. So, very, very close. I think if I was FN, I would be very proud of their performance in that game number 2. They had such a close run. It was just that final fight around the pits. Pit fights are hard. Pit fights are really hard. They almost had it. They just couldn't find the ending.
Yeah, you gotta respect their ways to claw back into the game. Just imagine Subak from being down by as much as 3 levels away from Cell. He was able to make it to the 14, which is pretty much the same as Cell before the final stretch, and that was actually a commendable performance for Subak. But at the end of the day, Onyx Rise does have better coordination, better scaling, and just made it possible for them to scramble the offense of FN Esports and make them collapse. And objectively speaking, consistency, it really did fall for Onyx Rise. They have the Registeel buff as well, heading towards the final stretch, which gave them a huge boost of attack, making it possible for them, or making it easier for them to win up against FN Esports in the recent fights.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if that buff wasn't present, would we have had a much fairer fight around the pit? Because I do think that could have been the case.
Yeah.
It was just, unfortunately, Subak, he didn't have that sustainability that he wanted, because with the attack buff, they're doing more damage to his Sizzle, and Sizzle wants to survive for absolutely as long as possible. I think this is the one time where Subak's thinking, man, I wish we had a healer on the team.
Oh, very unfortunate, but hey, FN Esports did really well, and they're evolving as well all throughout the course of the tournament. It's just, they're up against Onyx, and this is probably the toughest team and the team to beat in the group stage. But who knows what FN Esports could actually do in the playoffs at the end of January.
Speaking of playoffs, so considering that FN's run sort of ends here, FN will be one of our starting teams in the King of the Hill format. They'll be the first team, and they'll have to play whoever is the 7th seeded team, which, do we still have the numbers? Hang on, let me double check. So according to the old score screen, Myth, made in Thailand, is the 7th seeded team. So FN versus Made in Thailand, game number 1, playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I see as well, and followed by Team Nemesis, who's going to be sitting at the 6th spot. So we're just waiting on who's going to be actually first to fifth, since there might be a tie between Onyx and T1. Assuming that Onyx drops the semis and goes fourth and T1 becomes the champion, it will be all tied at 69 points. But doesn't matter. Onyx secures their spot for the ACL finals. They are the first team from the C League by getting a minimal amount of 69 points because T1 has 49. And if they do win, that's 69 in total, just on par with them.
Yes. All right, so we're almost done with our round 1 matches today, folks. We've got one more to go, okay? So don't go anywhere. Well, technically, you've got 5 minutes to go somewhere. So if you've got to do anything, go right now because we will be having a short break. But be back in 5 minutes because we do have to wrap things up for round 1 before we kick off our semi-final matches. See you in 5 minutes. and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. We are here and ready to roll with our final best of 3 round 1 match of the day to determine who's going to be our final team to make it to our second semi-final round. And this one, it's a bit of a heated matchup. It is going to be none other than Rival Esports going up against Full Sense. 2 teams that have names within the scene, and 2 teams currently in the running for that second spot to the ACL finals. Pika, you managed to do the math just now when we had a prolonged break. Do you want to give us the rundown for this particular matchup for these 2 teams, right? What does Rival and Full Sense need to achieve in this, like basically in their matches today, to get that second spot?
All right, so doing the quick maths. So I said a while ago that Onyx Prize was already guaranteed to 69 because all the other teams below, even though they win the whole thing, they would get 69 at max, which is actually team 1. So Rival Esports and Full Sense, they could get, Rival could get 66 at max, and Full Sense with 63 at max. So they just have to beat the team, or both of them have to beat each other out in order to demote someone. And the losing team here would probably drop at around 4th to 5th place. So definitely who's going to be winning this is on the running for second. So the only thing that they have to do is, number 1, let T1 lose their games, or number 2, meet T1 in the finals and beat them. So that's the only thing that they could actually do in order to get the spot towards the ACL finals. So it's not yet a guarantee, because just imagine, let's say Rival Esports, gets to compete with T1 into the finals and they somehow lost. They would get 15 points. So that's a total of, if my math is correct, 56, 16, 1. So, it's not yet enough. So the team to beat,
third place, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's not enough. So definitely the team to beat right now, aside from Onyx, of course, is definitely Team 1 at the case of Rival Esports and Full Sense. If not team to beat, then definitely T1 might have to fall on their own. So we're not too sure what's going to be the outcome. Let's just wait and see. So definitely this is a lot of stake happening for both teams. So they are fighting for the guaranteed spot, because who doesn't want the guaranteed spot? You don't want to go a long way from the king of the hill.
Yeah, and even if neither of these teams here get a guaranteed spot to ACL, we also have to remember teams are playing for seeding. So even though these teams might not be able to get a spot maybe at all at the finals, they still want to shorten their trip during that playoff stage, right? So
yeah,
everyone competing today, they're still going to be aiming for those points. And let's see what we're going to be looking at our opening draft here for Full Sense and Rival Esports. Nothing too crazy for Full Sense as they go for their Vaporeon first pick. But for Rival Esports, they're highlighting that Mega Lucario for Yemu. And I guess Yang is going to prioritize the pick for the team. Oh, they're going straight for the HT Mimikyu. I mean, if you want to go guns blazing for game number 1, be my guest.
Yeah, and it's not just that. There's a tons of target bans from Full Sense towards Rival Esports. It's just there are too many Pokemon options for Rival Esports to go with, and that's Mimikyu, which is being used by HT. So it's a good call for Full Sense as well. Maybe they have something in order to take care of this Mimikyu, but we do get a Mewtwo duo once again on the same team.
So double Mega Mewtwo. That's a very deadly combo. Pretty rare. I think I've only seen one team run double Mega Mewtwo yesterday. I'm just thinking, I don't know if it was Full Sense actually. I remember somebody did it. I mean, you've got 2 very strong Pokemon on your lineup. You've got a great frontliner, you've got a great backline attacker as well. But what's the pairing with these Mews? Because you also want to make sure that the Mews have the proper setup. Marcotte is highlighting the Talonflame, which we have seen what this man can do on the Flaming Bird. But for SGC, he's... Oh, they've changed from Empoleon. It's going to be the Gyarados instead. Okay. Pretty well-rounded lineup. I'm okay with this for Full Sense. But if Rival Esports decide to Sableye here, I'm going to question everything for the rest of my life.
And it's supposed to be not. They already have supporter and defender, so Yeah, it's not. It's not. Okay, it's not.
okay.
It's not. It's a cider. Okay, it's a cider. There we go.
It's a cider. There we go. Makes more sense. I was like, are we going to really do a Sableye now? Game 1 of a pretty important set for Rival Esports. Okay, so I'm looking at the two lineups. I'm kind of digging Rival Esports more for lanes because they have a lot more lane presence. They've got a lot of Pokemon that come online very quickly in lanes that are okay with early brawls. Full Sense, Gyarados is going to struggle until it evolves, and the Mega Mews, they're also kind of in the same boat. Like, they're okay for basic attacks, but up against what Rival Esports are rocking for lanes, I actually think Nodizia and Sanzage might kind of struggle.
Yeah, I agree. The early game prowess would really tick down to Rival Esports, but if they don't take out Full Sense into their comfort zones, maybe Full Sense could just get ahead of them into the mid game, because Rival Esports, their job to do is in order to pressure the lanes and at the same time capitalize their early game potential by having that Mimikyu and all the other Pokemons that they do have in the build with the Mega Lucario. Definitely huge advantage for them, so they need those presence as much as possible. Shut down Full Sense at the first 2 to 3 minutes of the game, delay that Gyarados as much as possible, and they will be fine all throughout the game, provided that they would have consistency in their execution.
Okay, looks like we're ready to jump into lanes here, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 between Full Sense and Rival Esports. It's our final game for our round 1 matches before we head on over to our semi-finals. Semi-final matches. And for now, it's going to be the stacking game here for our little Vaporeon, trying to evolve as quick as possible. Up in the top lane, though, you can see Rival Esports are trying to put some plays happen with Yamu, but they brought Markot right off the bat. Did he completely ignore the central area to make it up for this flank? Man, Full Sense, big respect to them for going for that immediate knockout.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have that acrobatics, I think you could actually provide a huge amount of damage and presence, which is actually a good call as well for Full Sense, you know, being able to make sure that they have something in return, because they know the potential of Rival Esports once they go to level 5 would be so huge.
Oh man, so already Full Sense going all out for these fights. If they're going to be going into the bottom lane as well, into Ice and Rhyme. Now they do need to be careful, Markot, because Rhyme just turns on him on that Scyther. This man knows his numbers, he knows his limits, and that's a pretty painful loss there for Full Sense.
Yeah, Rival Esports going back in action after that first early ambush coming from Full Sense. This is a great response for them. They are very well aware of the strength of their draft, so basically just have to maximize that one. But SCG, I love to see this Gyarados before the 8-minute mark has landed, so definitely they have a big fight already. So Full Sense just need those power spikes with their Mewtwo combo.
Not just the Mewtwo combo, but I think ideally a good timing for the Talonflame as well, right? You kind of want to have Fly online as quick as possible, so you have that extra burst damage and pick-off potential to support your Mewtwo's. And that Talonflame is up and running, and Full Sense in the meantime, though, they've got 3 Pokemon in that top lane, but Rival, they've got 4, so you kind of don't want to be here. And they even revealed the positioning there of Nodizia, which he did drag some of their attention away, and instead they're going to turn their attention onto the Gyarados. SCG coming in with the Waterfall, just lands a few of them, trying to get into the back lines, but Yamu finishes him off very quickly on that Lucario. Didn't even manage to pick up that berry. And here we go, we do have the Vaporeon coming in, throwing some muddy waters, but they just don't really have anything to secure the knockouts. Just a lot of poke damage, but you're still not knocking Pokemon out here. So Rival Esports, they get away with those knockouts. Markot about to be taken out by Rhyme. Thankfully, Sanzage intercepts. So the Talonflame will be able to play for another day. But man, Rhyme really knows how to play that Scyther.
Definitely, just slashing through the defense of Full Sense is what makes a Scyther great, and definitely has to continue those kind of pressure. But Ice setting up the play. Once again, the Flame Sweep has been commenced, drags the Psyduck back into the defense. Ooh. But the Mega Lucario actually gets the last hit. Not in the Mega though, but still gets the last hit into the objective. Fly actually commences. It will drop down against Rhyme. Super effective to get the knockout. But Rival Esports, in exchange, goes for the dunks.
They're going to go for dunks in that top lane as they did pick up the Reggie Alecki for themselves. So a trade across both ends. Rival Esports and Full Sense getting their own little advantages in the game so far. Points are not too far apart either. Rival Esports are the ones trailing as Full Sense are really aiming for the points game. But I kind of wonder moving into this mid game, because levels are not really too far apart between these two teams, who's going to be the one to make the call for these fights? Because right now it looks like Rhyme is ready to go for this all-in aggression. The only issue is the rest of Rhyme's team ready to go? Because they're still farming on the Lucario. Yang is kind of trailing with the Scyther. I kind of wonder if you keep going for this. That hurts. That hurts.
Yeah, the full power Sai I think was a bit too late on that execution, and I feel like Rhyme should be, luring around, just walking around in circles, because Mark.S could definitely punish him once he gets that flight set to stone. There's just no way to avoid it once that mobility comes in. So Rival Esports really has to be cautious, especially that their draft was made for early games, but yet Full Sense was able to capitalize, able to adjust, and it seems like they are the ones controlling the first half of the game.
Yeah, and I feel this is a bit of a weird rival lineup, because I kind of expected them to be a little bit quicker in the game today, but it's like they slowed things down quite a bit. HT not feeling like the usual HT that we're so used to seeing, right? This man usually flying around with the shadow sneaks, grabbing those knockouts here and there, but he's playing a little bit more of that passive role today, it seems, trying to be a bit more calculated with his positioning, but he doesn't even get a chance, because not only did he lose almost all of his health, but he gets picked up in the meantime. So there's no Mimikyu here. Rhyme is still there, but Senzage applying pressure with that Mew too. And the one thing with Scyther that really holds his Pokemon back, it's very fragile. You've either got to get the knockout first, or you get knocked out. And in this case, Full Sense, they are the ones getting the knockouts here. This double Mega Mewtwo lineup is online, and I fear there isn't an off switch anymore.
Yeah, it seems to be working everything at the side of Full Sense. They just have to maintain this, but Rival Esports, they have to scale up those XPs. But with the presence of Full Sense in their forest, this is quite hard for them. Look at those folks coming in. Yang cannot move the way he wants to, and Senzage and the others keeps on getting the resources, and not just that, objective is free to go at the hands of Full Sense.
Full Sense is full go here. They've got the Reggie Alecki in that top lane. They're thinking of pushing this top lane as well. They've got 3 players here. The Talonflame in that central area. It's going to go for that slow push with SCG. I think they're trying to see if there are more players here than they anticipated. And yeah, SCG learning the hard way that maybe it's a little bit too dangerous to be up here. It's HT, Yang, and Ice to defend that top goal zone. So they're going to leave that. But down bottom, I see a Talonflame almost getting pincered by Mega Lucario and Scyther. But Mark Gods, his 6th sense kicked in. So he will live for a fly for another day.
Yeah, fly for another day. There hasn't been an exchange that much from the Lucario. We have to see more value of that later on, because Rival Esports was made to bruise up against Full Sense, but the bruising fight haven't seen that yet, actually. And if that continues, Mark.S could just capitalize, flank behind Rival Esports, and everything would be difficult for them to execute. So this is really in a tight spot for Rival Esports, because Full Sense already does know that there won't be any objectives at the side lane. So they're just forming their position, getting the right timing, and eventually bait out the offense of Rival Esports.
Interesting move here for Rival Esports. So everyone's heading to the top goal zone. Got 5 seconds to go. They're wanting to try and go for the double point score, but they've gone a little bit too early. Green still gets thrown out as well. The Scyther's super low, but the Scyther gets taken out. They do get the Talonflame in exchange, but now we have a full-on fight happening as Kyogre has just appeared. We have the Mega Lucario trying to do what he can to zone them out, but Senzage is looking too tanky. SCG is here. The Mega Mewtwo Y as well, throwing out the damage. Yang, though, providing the support, but he's just a side duck. Can HT finish him off? They're too tanky. Oh boy. Rhyme is back though, so they still have some damage to work with, whereas on the side of Full Sense, they've got a Gyarados, a Vaporeon, and a Talonflame online. It's a 3 versus 3, and it could go either way.
Yeah, not yet over for rival Esports. The Unite moves have been expanded. Flame Sweep already activated. Kyogre HP ticking down. It's going to be Full Sense taking the last hit with the Gyarados. And everyone from rival Esports is crumbling one by one. Evo decides to go for a move instead of running away. And the Fly will drop down up against him. And there's just 2 members left from rival Esports to defend their base. And I don't think it will be possible for them to do it. Hondos keep on landing. Top is very vulnerable, and Full Sense, all they have to do is just to defend.
All they have to do is defend. Rival Esports, that was such a ballsy play right before Kyogre to try and go for that sneaky double point score. But they came out a little bit too early, and I think the Gyarados is also heading up there as well. So he was actually ready to just completely foil their plans from the get-go. And then we had a full fight happen. It was a pure exchange. And sadly, the exchange was both teams losing their core Pokemon. Rival Esports, let's say they lose the Psyduck. Yeah, the Psyduck in exchange for the Gyarados might have been a different story if you're just losing a support for a core Pokemon. But for both teams to lose their cores there, it reset the fight. And we already know that Full Sense, they have the level advantage. They have the damage advantage. They're more sustainable. They had so many more resources to work with. Whereas for Rival, really relying on either the element of surprise, the burst damage that they had, maybe trying to capitalize on mistakes that come from Full Sense. The issue is Full Sense didn't make any mistakes in game number 1. I feel like they played the game rather flawlessly.
Yeah, I think every plan from them has gone accordingly. And for rival Esports, I think that plan to score in top lane was actually not the best option, because rival Esports, I do get it, put some pressure before the final fight, but I feel like Full Sense has the perfect position for everything. They could watch out for the Kyogre, they could watch out for their lanes. They are scattered around the map in the forest, so they have an easy access. If they want to go for the fight, they can go for it. If they want to go for defense or prioritize the Kyogre, they could actually go to. But they don't have to prioritize Kyogre, they just have to play tag with rival Esports, and that is what actually happened. Taking down the knockouts, wiping them out, and reset your position towards Kyogre, and just play out a tag battle, and it all boiled down how they planned it.
I think the issue that we sort of ran into here with rival Esports kind of started from the draft. They didn't run a classic attacker, a ranged attacker to support HT and Yamu, because you already had plenty of frontline, but they didn't have any ranged attack. And so far, if you have a look at the majority of the damage coming out from Full Sense to begin with, it was either very tanky frontliners, or you had something elusive like that Talonflame. I really think they lacked the safe source of damage, because Scyther's great. You know, I liked Rhyme's Scyther in that early game, but you could see after he hit that mid game, he struggled to grab knockouts without actually getting knocked out himself. It's just the life of a Scyther. You kind of need to play around a lineup that can create a lot of space for you, but if you're getting caught in things such as flame sweeps, getting knocked up by Kyogres, that's not ideal for such a fragile Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal setup. To still have game number 2 on its way in just a moment. Can rival Esports actually, get a game up against Full Sense and force game number 3? Because again, they're fighting for the guaranteed spot for the ACL finals, which is very difficult because, you're going up against one of the top teams, and probably they are at the top 4 of the seeding. So this is just not just a game for them. This is really serious. But I do suggest from the viewers as well, you have to take note of what's happening in the game. Maybe we have more giveaways later on that is in-game related.
Pay attention, guys. You gotta pay attention for those giveaways, okay? You gotta be sharp. Stay sharp, folks, okay? We don't want people sleeping at the wheel. If you sleep at the wheel, that's kind of your problem, okay? So if you miss the giveaway, that's not an us problem. That's a you problem. You gotta work hard for those giveaways. But yes, as you say, guys, pay attention for those giveaways. Going into game 2 though, Pika, we got to focus on game number 2 here because rival fans are sweating bullets.
Yeah.
They're sweating bullets and they're kind of worried, especially after how game 1 looked, because Full Sense looked great. Okay, this was the Full Sense I needed yesterday, but apparently I jinxed them with my prediction. So going into game number 2, what changes are we sort of looking at here for rival? What were they missing from game 1? Who's got to go? And maybe who could be a possible choice for draft?
I think first things first I want to point out is going to be the execution and knowing the Pokemon that they do have, because we haven't really saw how they maximize the early game potential of their draft during game number 1. So I think that's a big factor why they lost the game. And if they are going to adjust their draft, I feel like they need a little bit of a crowd control. Maybe a Blastoise would actually be helpful for them, but you need access to Unite move as well. That's one of the biggest downsides as well as a Blastoise. So I don't see anything wrong that much into their draft. It's just they have to maximize their lineup. But let's see what would be their plan for game number 2. That's just my initial, or let's say, what do I call this? That's just my initial insights, at least for game 1. Just maximize your Pokemon or your draft, and I think you'll be fine, because I don't see anything wrong with their lineup, because in general, I feel like they have the better draft up against Full Sense, because they could just take advantage of the late game or the slow scaling potential of Full Sense.
Well, I feel like in that game, Full Sense didn't really feel that slow. They were pretty quick with how active they were with their lanes. But having a look at the bans, we're not really seeing too much of a change here. So nothing aside from the Vaporeon was banned. So what is that going to be for the first pick here for Rival Esports? Are we going to lock in the Snorlax maybe for Ice? It's going to be the Mega Lucario. Okay, I want to hear your thoughts on Mega Lucario for Rival Esports. Like how confident are you in Yemu's ability to pull off Mega Lucario? Because I feel like in the last game, he didn't have the best game, but to be fair, their mid game was not the best either.
Yeah, it wasn't the best, but I feel like this would be very... how would I put this? I think this would be a chance for Rival Esports to correct the mistakes that they've done. I feel like they know the idea of their draft a while ago, making them pick the Mega Lucario for their team. So I feel like this would be pretty much similar to the draft of game number 1, and it's just about maximizing what they do have in their kit, and HD goes for it. We're seeing similarities here, Danielle.
Yeah, they're running it back. So Yemu's still on the Mega Lucario, HT's still on the Mimikyu, Yang's still on the Psyduck. I know they did highlight the Snorlax, and I think they're hoping it's still going to be there, but I think Hong's going to snap that up. So yeah, Hong's going to steal away the Snorlax. SCG back on the Gyarados. And Ice is highlighting Mr. Mime. Okay, I was kind of thinking, is it really the Mime time? I don't know if Slowbro is a Pokemon I'm too keen about. I mean, it's great for that single target disable with the Slow Beam, also the Telekinesis. Surf is also great if you think you need the AoE disables. And we got a double Lucario strat. What is this melee strat coming from Rival Esports? Are they allergic to range damage today?
I'm trying to analyze what they have in plan. I mean, aside from jokes that Full Sense has 2 Mewtwo's, they should have 2 Lucarios. That's a joke. But I think they just want to have enough sustainability to go up against Mark God S on Talonflame. And I love the pick as well from the Slowbro. Definitely the key Pokemon to actually suppress the impact of Mark God S. And if we're going to be taking a look at the other Pokemons as well from Full Sense, they need to brawl as much as possible, aside from Notiza, which is probably the backlane attacker. So everyone else, Yimu, Rhyme, could definitely go head-to-head with Sanzage and SCG SGC, and HD could take care of Notiza in the process by using the Play With Me. So I think everyone has their own assignments, everyone has their own matchups, but how can they convert this? I love the idea of 1v1s and targets, but would this be beneficial when it comes to team fights? We'll definitely have to see about that.
I'm looking at lanes right now. I'm expecting both of these Lucarios to start thwacking the Mewtwo's in their lanes to justify the Lucario picks, because I think in the long run, the Mega Mewtwo is probably better.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Mega Lucario is fine, but poor Rhyme is on the regular Lucarios, okay? So he doesn't have a Mega form. So he's at a slight disadvantage in the Mega form. But, oh man, I'm not a fan of so much melee when you're also going up against Mega Mewtwo Y. Like one of the most difficult attackers to go up against, because Mewtwo Y has a way to protect itself. It's got zoning capabilities, so it's not something you can easily sit on top of. But with this double Mewtwo lane, they're pushing Rhyme out of lane. This is not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal. Maybe Rhyme has the Lucario Knight Z. Maybe he could make it both to Mega Lucario Z. I'm not quite sure. Maybe he could go way beyond that. But hey, we got our giveaway question. So what was the score difference during game number 1? Is it under 500 or over 500 point lead? Make sure to, answer the question. Comment down in the YouTube channel, and maybe you'll be the next winner of our giveaway.
Yeah, we will be announcing the winner very shortly. So answer the question, okay? If you don't know, just rewind. You got the rewind button on YouTube. If you're not on YouTube, you can't enter the giveaway anyway. So switch it over to the master platform, YouTube, and answer the question.
Oh, Marcades having a tough time out there. Has to go away, but the Mimikyu HD giving him a tough time. Senzage on the other hand providing a bit of support here. And Rival Esports is struggling a bit once again. We were expecting Rival Esports to excel in early game, but the double Mewtwo combo has been giving them a tough time.
It's insane. That double Mewtwo lane down bottom is tragic. I can't even believe this was allowed to be played again. It was revealed very early in game number 1 as well, so it wasn't something that Full Sense was hiding. I'm quite surprised actually that Rival Esports didn't decide to take one of the Mewtwo's away themselves, instead going for the Mega Lucario. But obviously, if you're going to run back the Mega Lucario, there's a reason for it. So we'll leave it up to Yamu to sort of prove to us that this is the thing. But thankfully for HT, he is looking a little better in game number 2. We're starting to see some map presence from this little Mimikyu. Rhyme, though, getting pulled back by Senzage, is going to run right into Full Sense. He does get taken down, unfortunately. No counter knockouts. So Rhyme gonna have to lick his wounds for a few moments and then rejoin his team eventually. But this double Lucario strat coming up from Rival Esports, I'm not quite feeling it yet.
Yeah, not quite feeling it yet as well. But, maybe let's just give them some time. It's just 3 minutes for the game. Maybe they have something in their minds, in their strats. We're not yet sure. It's too early to say that, but the longer it gets, Full Sense is just getting scarier in this point. So they need to take actions in a different form, if not for the Lucario. But Marcades is putting the pressure, and Telekinesis dodge efficiently, being avoided that potential knockout from Rival Esports.
And I have to say, Mark Gods is playing so confidently in this game because he's practically flying through Rival Esports' lineup. He just flanked from the enemy side, hoping that he was going to catch Rhyme, because Rhyme was quite injured. Thankfully, did back out, so was not going to be picked off by that Talonflame. But you can tell Full Sense is feeling really good in this matchup. Like, we're not really seeing them cower on their side of the map. Every time they see Rival, they're more than happy to engage in that team fight. Now, the thing is, it looks like they will be giving away that Regieleki. They do have the Gyarados there to defend, along with one of the Mega Mewtwo's. I'm Hong, just doing Snorlax things, just scoring, trying to get those levels in. Does spot out Rhyme, though, reveals his positioning. Regieleki's right there, but Play With Me gonna be used on the Snorlax to prevent the Snorlax from doing anything. And yeah, Regieleki goes in. There's the scoreline, and Full Sense unfortunately fails to defend that top goal zone.
Yeah, and I think this will be a sure goal for them unless the defense from Full Sense will be quick And the 40 points is already in the bank there in the top lane. So this is a good sign for Rival Esports. They were able to claw back into their game. But at the bottom side of the map, the slow beam actually connected. That is the ideal setup that we have been looking forward to see in Rival Esports. And everything has been collapsing one by one for PUACL. And this is giving an opportunity for Rival Esports to score down those 40s.
They're waking up. This is what I want to see Rival Esports. I want to see more aggression. I want to see more pressure. We could also tell Full Sense was not expecting that 5-man push as well. They almost lost one of their Mega Mewtwo's as well. Very thankful that they had enough health to survive the initial Lucario Unite. But I think now Full Sense is starting to realize that, okay, Rival felt a little passive in the early game, but they're starting to pick up on those levels, and they are actually looking for fights now. And I think if you're Full Sense, you can't just really run around and comfortably run into Rival Esports anymore. You have to be very aware of where these Pokemon are going to be. Even using the Flame Sweep to secure ice. That's a pretty respectful play if you're going to commit that to a slow bro. But there we go. Another fight breaks out. Talonflame is gone. There goes the Mega Mewtwo. Senzake's last one, but he gets picked up by HT. Full Sense. Full Sense. We saw this coming. Oh no. I think they're now starting to realize Rival Esports, they mean business now.
And that was a beautiful combo as well. After the Play With Me connected, the close combat just follows through, diminishes every HP that Full Sense does have. And that doesn't end there. Hong is pinched, forced to use the Power Nap. But Power Nap 2, I feel like Rival Esports will just shred down the HP of Hong. Gets the Regieleki in exchange, but that's a lot of XPs falling down at the hands of Rival.
Yeah, Mark God, you're just committing the Flame Sweep. Doesn't want to give away any more experience to Rival Esports, and I think that's the safest play. But I don't think Full Sense is really feeling that down yet. Like, yes, they've lost the last couple team fights, but they still have a lot of late game presence as long as they get the levels on their core Pokemon. So it looks like they've now just sort of toned things down a little bit, realizing that, okay, if we try and fight into Rival Esports, there's a chance that we're not going to be able to win those. So let's focus on wild Pokemon, collect that experience, and focus on Kyogre, which should be our next main objective.
Yeah, and actually no one knows who's actually on the lead, but I think that would give a huge sign that Rival Esports is somewhat on the lead because they have the score goal, or the goal zone advantage rather, so still hard to determine, but Full Sense does feel a bit of the pressure. Note that Rival Esports has been excelling lately into team fights, so caution has to be applied. No more greedy team fights, and everything should be fine for Full Sense.
Got 30 seconds to go before Kyogre appears on the field. And so far for our levels, it looks like SCG is going to be the first to hit level 13 on the team. On the other side, we do have one level 13 Lucario. I think that's Rhyme, or is that Yamu? Can't tell. I think it's Yamu. Okay, yeah. So Yamu's level 13.
Ooh,
okay, 5 seconds to go, Pika.
Oh, Infinite Sideburn, perfectly timed with a Flame Sweep. That is the setup that Full Sense has been wanting to do. Play With Me has been used already, but the offense of Full Sense has been really felt into that fight. Other members of Rival Esports were forced to go back into the base. Yang has been doing well in order to buy some time. The Bone Rush is actually there, but not going to be teleporting all the way in. And Rhyme actually came back on the perfect timing, but still the fly, the Talonflame, the Flaming Bird is enough to do the last hit, and every single Pokemon from Full Sense will just wipe them out.
And Full Sense, even after what could have been a very shaky game for them, they find the opening, they eliminate that slow bro, they get rid of one of the most difficult and tanky targets on the enemy team and just take it from there. Man, I thought Rival had this, you know, it looked like they were going to make the comeback happen. They had the levels, they were doing very well in their team fights. It just really was around that Kyogre pit. Just one wrong step, getting a little bit too close to the enemy's side, being pulled in, finished off. Oh, it just goes to show how important it was for Rival Esports to have every component of their lineup there for the fight. They couldn't afford to lose anybody early because it essentially ruins the entire flow of that team. And Full Sense, they played it so well. They played it so well. It is so impressive that they were able to keep their composure even when things started to look a little bit weird in that mid game. They said it's fine, just focus on levels. It's all good. We still have another shot, and picture perfect initiation.
Yeah, the confidence as well from Mark God as being able to provide those ambushes with the fly. So phenomenal. They trust each other. They know what's coming up next. The Flame Sweep is always ready as a backup setup for them. Just Full Sense thinks this is their capability. Heading towards the next matchup later on, they are the winners of the series, and rival Esports would be sitting back a little bit, and definitely that actually eliminates their chance in order to be the team who is going to be sure to qualify for ACL by not getting that top 2 spot. So on the run, it's going to be Full Sense and T1 fighting it all out for those points to get that guaranteed spot. But hey, let's not ignore Evos FXL. Despite not having that guaranteed spot for them, they might be able to claw their points and be at the top 4 later on.
Honestly, if Evos come in and grab first place, I think it ruins everybody's plans. Not just because of them trying to get that spot for ACL, but teams realizing, okay, we've done the mental math, we have to do this. Evos comes in, oh, oops, plan ruined. You know, it's can be a bit of a surprise, but there we go. You know, we've found out who our top 4 teams are going to be for today, meaning we know our matchups for our semi-final games. And it's going to be pretty interesting as well with some of the teams that did make it through. Our first semi-final matchup, I think, is going to be the most interesting, I kind of feel. I think this is the one that could really decide what kind of a grand final that we're going to get.
Yeah, Evos, FXL, and T1. First semi-final matchup, and then for the second one, we have Onyx and Full Sense. So Evos FXL, they're still on the run. They have been having quite an on and off run, but so far they are looking great for today. So we just have to wait and see what they have up against T1, which is probably one of the strongest teams as well in the tournament, but they want to put up a fight here. They want to make sure that they become champions in day 5. Get that higher seeding as much as possible, because you don't want to see Evos FXL coming up fresh while you're doing a lot of games already, because this team is so good once the playoff goes.
Yeah. As for Full Sense, since they have won this matchup, they have the toughest matchup today to make it into finals, which is going to be up against Onyx. Good luck to them. I think we all acknowledge that Onyx themselves, they are absolutely the gatekeepers of the grand final. If you beat Onyx, that's a huge achievement in itself. But you know another achievement? It's participating in the winter tournament. We are still inviting teams and players to compete in the winter tournament. We have APAC East and APAC West, so depending on where you are from, you'll be able to enter either of these regional tournaments. We have our weekend dates set as well on the screen. So for APAC East, it's going to be February 1st, which is on a Sunday, and February 7th, which is going to be on a Saturday. If you want to enter the tournament, and let's say you're alone, PKUs, how can you recruit players onto your team if you don't know anybody?
Yeah, just join the Discord server. There are a lot of players out there looking for a team, and maybe if you have the chemistry, you play a couple of games and everything works on your favor, make sure to register as a team, as a unit, even though you just saw them play through the Discord server. So make sure to shoot your shot, and who knows, you might be the representative of your own respective region. But before we head on out, let's have a bit of an update of what happened during our elimination round 1. So again, Evos FXL winning 2-1, T1 2-0 against Nemesis, Onyx beating FN 2-0, and Full Sense beating rival Esports 2-0. And actually, we do have an updated standings already based on the teams who lost the first round. So rival Esports does have a total of 52 points. Then we have Team Nemesis with 38, Made in Thailand with 37, FN Esports with 22 points. So that means FN Esports is currently at the 8th seed, Made in Thailand currently at the 7th, Team Nemesis at 6, and Rival Esports so far currently at 2nd, but for sure that would drop later on as the tournament goes deeper. But of course, before the semifinals, we'll be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere, traders. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, trainers, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 C-League. It's still PKOs with Danny, and we are heading towards the first set of our semifinals matchup. It's going to be T1 and Evos FXL. Probably the most awaited matchup between me and the other casters and, of course, the other fans out there, because there has been a lot of prediction lately for T1, and I'm, well, the only one who predicted Evos FXL, but we'll have to see what's going to happen here. Later on, it will be Danny the only predicting ones for Onyx, as far as I know. But yes, let's focus first on this matchup. Evos FXL probably had an on and off results in the first 4 days rather of the tournament, while T1 has been really going in consistently, except for day number 2, wherein they had to face Onyx at the first stage. So what are your thoughts here, Danny? Because, you know, on the performance versus the much more consistent T1.
Okay, so based off of what we have seen so far from both of these teams, because we've seen quite a lot of Evos and also quite a lot of T1, in particular T1 because of yesterday. Based on recent form, I think the matchup today is going to be very close. I do think we're going to be getting the full 3 games because these two teams, I feel like they're very, very close in skill level. But I do still think T1 is slightly over Evos at the moment because, Pika, I don't know if you agree or not, but I do still think that Evos are still a little unpolished as a overall roster. Like, I think we've seen moments where the team looks great, like the team's fully synchronized, they look perfect. But some team fights, it almost seems like either there's some miscommunication or maybe teammates are targeting different Pokemon, they're not fully in sync as a unit. So I kind of feel like because we've seen quite a lot of that recently with Evos, that maybe this is something that might hold them back in this best of 3. Who knows? You know, maybe they're feeling really good today. Maybe this is the day where we actually see Evos play at their absolute best, and then we can eat our words and you can be happy with your prediction as they make it to the finals. But I think the draft in game 1 will be the determining factor to tell us like what kind of condition Evos is coming into this particular best of 3. Because T1 played Nemesis for their first game, and you know, Nemesis, they have their good and bad days. And unfortunately for Nemesis, they got 2-0'd by T1. Nemesis on a really good day plays outstandingly, but T1 cut them off at every turn.
Yeah.
So for them to do that in their first set, like, I'm feeling really good for T1 at the moment. Whereas for Evos, we kind of had a weird situation where Made in Thailand took a game off of Evos, which should not have happened to begin with.
Yeah, and I'm grateful that you pointed out as well that Evos is sometimes not in sync, sometimes they are really good. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why I think the chances of them is a little bit higher right now, because as the tournament progresses and as one of the trademarks, especially Shingdi, Chin, 94, they have what they call playoffs mode. And I feel like they're one step ahead of that. yes, they might have fallen into another game a while ago during up against Made in Thailand, but I feel like this is where they should actually wake up, especially that they are going up against T1, because as much as possible, they want to give T1 a hard time. You know what I'm saying?
They got to give T1 a hard time. You kind of want to get those seeding points as well if I was Evos, because they're quite down there in terms of points. So if I'm Evos, I want to try and climb up on the leaderboard. And if Evos win this, they deny T1 the opportunity of potentially having that slot to ACL as second place. That would be a really big sore for T1 if they lose this best of 3. So there's a lot on the line for both of these teams today, Pika. But let's see what our first picks are going to be. We've got Mewtwo Y, we've got Mega Gyarados, we have Slowpoke, Sizzle, surprisingly enough, and the Hooper. And look at this, Mewtwo X as the first pick for Evos. And Double Defender!
Wow. I think T1 just saw the opportunity to get the Vaporeon here after that lock-in from the Mewtwo X. But you gotta respect Evos as well. Maybe this is part of their trap. It's not always Vaporeon who has to be prioritized, because there are tons of, well, let's say defenders or set up Pokemon type that could actually be gotten into the game. And we get to see Lapras once again. We saw Z-Ray, as far as I can tell, use this Lapras yesterday. So maybe it's a possibility that they would be running back the same strategy with the Mimikyu of Xingdi and, I don't know, maybe a Mamoswine for Slash. That's very possible as well. Or the Mr. Mime. We'll have to see that one later on into their draft. But Blaziken and the Crustle, there's too many defenders that we could see into T1, which might cause a problem for Evos FXL.
Are we really going to be highlighting the Dragonite? It has been such a long time for this Pokemon. But if 77 picks this up, I'm going to be such a fan. No, he changes! He changes! Is it back to the Mega Lucario? It looks like it's going to be the Mega Lucario. Okay, so we have solidified our lineup here for Evos. As for T1 though, what are they looking to wrap things up with for their lineup? Are they really going for the Mega Charizard X? And it's going to be locked in! Okay, second Mega Charizard X this weekend.
Wow, I feel like Evos FXL is gonna be having a hard time here. Look at that defense capabilities of T1. They have Rock Tomb, they have that Mighty Water available, and not just that, they're defending all-rounders. So all-rounders has a huge chunk of HP as well, aside from the firepower that it could actually provide for the team. Maybe Evos FXL does have a Pokemon kind of Urshifu that could penetrate those shields. Maybe it will be great for them, but Urshifu hasn't been really used that much in the current meta that we do have. So they just have to stick on what they do have, which is the Mega Lucario, Mega Mewtwo X. But what do you think, Natalie? What could be the win condition of Evos FXL? Because if T1 scales those HP, those XPs, definitely it would be tough for Evos.
Well, I think Evos had a different game plan originally coming into this lineup, because they picked up the Mimikyu for Xingdi, which this is a fantastic Pokemon for him because it's elusive, does some very great damage, really great early roamer as well. But you look at T1's lineup, who are you roaming? You know, like who can you reliably get those early game knockouts with? Everyone on that lineup is pretty big. Maybe the Charmander could be a really nice appetizer, but that's assuming Mule even gives him the time of day. So I'm kind of looking at T1, and it almost feels like they've decided to draft big so that Xingdi struggles this game. And also, because they're so big, look at Evos' lineup. Do they really have the damage output to cut through all of this health? I don't really think so.
Yeah, that's what I think as well, because that was what I've been asking in general a while ago, that do they have the capabilities? Maybe in early game they could, but what if they scaled up everything? This is going to be tough. By the way, congratulations to Ariel Lario for winning the official jersey. Make sure to scan the QR code, just like Evos FXL scanning the floor, taking the loot post of T1's base. That's just multiple scores. 42 points at the first minute. Not too bad if you want to stack up those items.
And Xingdi's coming in as well. So Ram thought he could apply a bit of pressure himself, but with the Mimikyu around, it's a little bit hard for an unevolved Crustle to really do much in lane. So really pushing hard in that bottom lane for Evos, but T1 are doing the exact same in that top lane. You're providing support to ensure that they're able to score their own points in the top lane, and they're actually now leading by 1 point. Oh, now an extra 5. So yeah, T1, you know, even though they're getting bullied down bottom, they say it's okay. We'll find points and we'll find levels elsewhere.
Flaws. This might be a great time for Evos FXL because we were worried a while ago that they might be too hard to tear down for Evos.
Well, at the moment, there are a few targets here for Xingdi if he's able to get in range. And, you know, if they keep targeting the squishies, so far Squirtle is unevolved, Crustle is only level 4, Vaporeon is still level 4. There are definitely targets here for Xingdi if he really wants to go for those low health squishy Pokemon. But it looks like this aggression from Evos has slowed down in that bottom lane. Instead, rotating up top instead, Xingdi's decided, okay, let's try and slow down this Blaziken who's level 7. Because you don't want that Blaziken to snowball either. 94 still here with Z-Ray slowly chipping down Komi, who's very low. Doesn't go down, unfortunately, but they're doing a really great job. Very tanky duo, so hard to take down, and T1, they just keep taking damage.
It's going to be very tough if this momentum keeps on going for Evos FXL. I mean, they have been doing it pretty well, not the way that we expected it to be. Because a while ago, we were talking about that maybe Team 1 is the one going to give them a hard time. And I do love the response again from Team 1 as well. They have to make sure they have something in return, invade the forest, get those experiences from the base of Evos FXL. That could be a factor to delay things down, but you know, they just need more pressure, and I feel like this is going to be the start. By getting that Regieleki, they could apply more up against them.
All right, Regieleki is in. T1 is going to try and pick up as many points as they can on that Mega Charizard X. But yeah, T1, you know, I still think T1's done pretty well considering everything that has happened so far. Visteria still doing fantastic on that Blaziken, sitting on level 10, so he is where he wants to be. And you can see Evos, they're really hoping to make something happen here with the Crustle. And actually, looks like the Blaziken manages to pick up the Mega Mewtwo there. So Evos already losing one, looking to try and find another one here as well. But it looks like this time the Charizard's going to be picked up. Visteria being zoned away back to his goal zone. Xingdi wants to grab him, and it looks like he will successfully take out the Flaming Chicken. Now F-Base coming back. Komi's here as well, but I don't think these two are going to be able to get the knockout. They have the Crustle coming in with the X's, and they do finally nail that Mimikyu, and they should be able to pick off Z-Ray as well. So Evos, yes, they did grab a couple of fantastic knockouts, but it came at a very expensive cost of 2 very big knockouts themselves.
Yeah, and it doesn't end there. I think they want Slash as well because T1 is just chasing in for the knockouts. This might be bad for the side of T1 because they bought a lot of time, but at the end of the day, they got a knockout. That's a great XP, but that gave Evos FXL a room for them to get the wild Pokemons at their bases. So I feel like that's a well-played strat from Slash, but
gonna have to wait and see here what is currently happening. It looks like we do finally see the result of it. Regirock will be secured here by T1. So T1 have the defense buff themselves. I don't really think Evos really want to touch them at this point in time either. So instead, we see Xingdi looking to steal the enemy central area, pick up that wild Pokemon experience, and hopefully deny that away from T1, especially after picking up that Reggie for themselves. Looks like Mega Charizard X is not looking too good. Forced deck into a Seismic Slam and Mega Evolution should be okay. But now it's Evos looking to make a great getaway themselves. Thankfully, Z-Ray is pretty big himself, so he's able to zone them off. But that was a Force Unite on the Charizard.
yeah, just able to sustain his life. Just forced to use the Unite move. There wasn't even like the value that we actually got aside from not giving away the XP. So they have to recharge that as quick as possible. I mean, they should be able to because there's still a minute and a half for the final stretch. But here's the thing. They might be able to, be behind, especially Evos FXL might take advantage of this kind of situations, but I'm not quite sure what's the big plan out there for Slash. Maybe it's just to buy some time for his teammates to get the WoW Pokemons, but that's free XP for T1.
Yeah, I really think it was just buying time for his teammates, really. I mean, there was really nothing else he could do. They were farming wild Pokemon. There aren't really any objectives to aim for, and he probably knew he was basically donezo. So, it's like, it's already around 3:30 mark. Use your Unite, at least we'll be back up when we do have Kyogre coming back into the field. 77 not looking too happy here on that Lucario. Will be taken out by the Blastoise and Pisterio, so that's a little unfortunate. Z-Ray coming in himself to apply some pressure, has access to the Ice Beam if needed, but there we go. We have Slash there as well. Crustal's going to go down. That's going to be one knockout, but can we find another one? Evos looking too low. Nice quick overheat by Pisteria to finish off Z-Ray. Slash will be the next one to follow. And 94 and Xingdi are out of there.
Out of there indeed, but T1 getting the Regirock additional defense before the final stretch. This is not looking good for Evos FXL. 3 defenders, 2 all-rounders with defensive buff. How is Evos FXL gonna deal with this? They have Xingdi though, primary damage dealer of the team, but will Xingdi be enough to dish the damage and make T1 suffer in this last 2 minutes?
Well, the question is, who does he even target? Because Pisterio is always in the middle of the fight, so he's quite difficult to get. Chariot Mule is a threat himself. If he tries to go for Mule, there's a good chance he's going to get Seismic Slammed and he won't even get his target. So it'll be up to Slash to maybe try and get the block of his life. Maybe Z-Ray as well, trying to get a freeze. Xingdi almost getting caught there by the surf, but oh my gosh, Slash just thrown around like a ping pong ball. He didn't even get to throw his power nap down. And now we're seeing Unite's being thrown down. Big damage coming out from the Mega Mewtwo. Oh, but I don't know. Can they? They didn't even get it. They couldn't even outlast it. Evos deleted before even giving a chance to pick up the Kyogre for themselves. And it looks like game number 1 should be going to T1 as they score their points. That's the first 100 points. Slash is doing the best he can with that block, but there's only so much a singular Snorlax is going to be able to do against a full 5-man roster.
That's just tough for Evos FXL. I saw the vision of what they're trying to do. Infinite Cyburn landed on multiple members of Team 1, but nothing came through after it. They were just stunned by a bit, and right after that, nothing followed through for Evos FXL, which is quite unfortunate. Not the ideal setup, and that just made T1 to be the superior team, because just imagine they have the advantage when it comes to defense, and probably Evos FXL lost one of its main front line, making it easier for T1 to access the damage dealers of Evos FXL.
Yeah, I had a lot of questions for this lineup for Evos, because the start looked great, but I really think the draft order by T1 messed up whatever plan Evos had to begin with, because they thought they were going to win, right? They thought they had the Mimikyu for Xingdi, which is something that Xingdi is very, very comfortable with. But then once you saw all of these either very elusive or very tanky Pokemon, all of a sudden, Xingdi's options for going for quick knockouts gone, or basically nothing. Then we had Z-Ray playing the Lapras. We saw that earlier today, which in theory, I guess like there is some method to the madness. The only issue was that I don't know, Z-Ray on this Lapras, what would you really expect him to do? Because like, there's no way he's going to be able to catch a Blaziken. There's no way he can catch a Charizard. He's doing nothing to Komi and Saram and Epe. So what was really the role for the Lapras? Like, what could you really have expected from Z-Ray? And then the Mega Lucario, what was 77 expected to do too? Like there was just so many problems with this lineup, and I think it was just because T1 outdrafted them.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw the graph, that's around 14,000 damage only from the Mega Lucario, which is not what we expect to, because its main job is to dish out some damages as the Mega goes in, but not quite the most efficient way to utilize it for Evos FXL. So maybe if there was a dedicated attacker for Evos FXL, maybe a Miraidon, which is a Pokemon that Z-Ray does really excel to use. Maybe could have put up a fight much more better compared to what they did have. But they did have a great start, but not quite that they could be using it up until the end of the game.
I just think we're going to see a very big change in draft style.
Yeah.
From Evos, right? Like going into this next game, you can't simply go for your favorite Pokemon anymore. You really need to evaluate what is coming from T1 and anticipate, are you going to be going for this very tanky, are you going against the very tanky lineup again? Do you have enough damage to take out these very tanky Pokemon as well? And if you don't, do you have a contingency plan? If you can't fight into this team, are you going to go for backtraps? Are you going to go for central area steals? Are you going to go for the grand goal auto strat that we saw in the past, you know, where you just decide, okay, we're going to ignore Kyogre, we're just going to score points.
Yeah.
Very chaotic strat that we've seen. It's a very rare strat, but man, if someone is not expecting it, it is amazing to watch and a sight to behold in those live games. So I'm expecting a lot of changes from Evos. T1's fine.
Yeah.
I really think T1 after yesterday, they are so gassed up that they're ready for anything. So if I'm Evos, I think you've got to stop throwing things at the wall hoping it sticks and actually grab something that's going to stick.
Actually, you know, especially if T1 drafts the same Pokemons, there has to be a quick action here for Evos FXL. Maybe a Pokemon that could actually shred down those HPs. You know, a dedicated attacker could be a factor, or if they want to bruise their way, maybe again the Black Bear might actually work, or Shifu, or I mean, they don't have that much shield, so definitely I think T-Tar is out of the picture. So there's just alternatives that they could definitely look at it, but we're not yet sure what's going to be the draft here for T1. If they're going in with the same draft, or will they try to shake things off and confuse Evos a bit?
Definitely shake things up. I want them to shake things up a little bit because, like, at the moment, I really fear for Evos because just after game number 1, I don't even know if Evos can bring it to a game 3. T1 looks so good.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm excited. I'm excited for game number 2 at least. The bans right now, Mewtwo Y, Mega Gyarados taken out in the picture. And and T1, I kind of love this. They see the threat of the Mew being piloted by Z-Ray. Huge respect to that call, because this Mew could actually be a threat for them. And I feel like T1 might run it back again. First 2 picks, the water-type tanks.
I don't know if they're running it back. I definitely think this is reactive drafting. Like the Vaporeon, Blastoise / safe picks for this team. Right? They're keeping the options open. They just want to see what Evos decide to pick next, which Shindy back onto the Mimikyu and Slash picking up the Darkrai. This is Slash, so if he doesn't swap this out, this is a support Darkrai, which I have questions. I have a lot of questions, and we're starting to see some more tank, and that Blaziken come back. So we have the objective secure if this is picked up by Mule, and then we have more stun coming out from a Crustle. If I'm Evos, I don't even know what to pick. I really don't know what to pick here.
Yeah, because I think they do need a defender and an attacker here. So, I mean, Slash, I feel like I get the concept of Slash here. He wants to penetrate the defense by having that curse and sense and Swoop Spoon, but Shin without Creamy.
I like this. No. I actually think I like this. This is a much better draft than game number 1. Okay, hear me out. I know we have not seen a lot of success for Creamy, but that has mainly been because Alcremie has been targeted by very high damage, very agile lineups. If you look at what T1 has at the moment, they don't have a lot of agility to work with. If anything, they're aiming for these long, drawn-out team fights, and that's what Alcremie excels at. Alcremie wants to have these very long, drawn-out team fights. And Evos, they have a good mix. They have Share for burst damage, they have Zero for sustained range damage, you have Slash to sit in the front lines here with that Mega V2X. I don't know what 94 is supposed to do with the Darkrai, honestly. I think it's to isolate somebody. You put somebody to sleep and you hope your team is able to win the team fight when you're gone.
Yeah, I think that's the primary goal here for Evos FXL. But I'm kind of worried still for the Alcremie. Yes,
Of course.
I hear you where you're coming from, but they have Machamp, and I feel like this Machamp might be a threat for Evos FXL because I don't see any targets from the Machamp aside from Alcremie. I think that's the target or the go-to submission.
Or Mimikyu. 100%
Yeah.
you're also wanting to try and grab the Mimikyu. So there's,
Yeah,
for me, I see multiple targets. If you grab Alcremie, that'll be perfect though. But alternative targets, definitely Mimikyu before Mimikyu can play with me. I'd even say Zero. I think Zero would be a great target. Get rid of the Miraidon and you remove a lot of the firepower from this team as well.
I think the Darkrai might be a game changer here. I know everyone might not agree, but the amount of time that you could put someone to sleep, I think that's a good enough follow-up for Xingdi and Z-Ray to dish out the damages up against T1. So they need the perfect timing here for a game to redeem themselves and extend this to game 3.
Yeah, I love how you said perfect timing because it wasn't perfect timing for Z-Ray on the Miraidon because he actually got punished and knocked out by the little Crustal in that bottom lane. So I don't actually know what happened down there. Pretty terrible to get knocked out there. And also they're going to grab another one. Okay, they grab... Yeah, the submission's kicking in and they're getting the knockouts. The lanes are not looking too fancy here. I mean, down bottom, they're looking better after that knockout, but we have a level 6 Machoke.
Which is not a good sign if you're going to be taking a look at the picture. But yeah, I mean, they're putting up a fight here at the bottom lane, which is actually good. Enough for Xingdi to catch up in the level department. So, Evos FXL, they're not in the losing ground yet, but this could be a start. You know, Xingdi must be able to capitalize that level spike that he does have in order to prevent that Machoke for doing the ambushes, the surprise attacks, and make sure that they funnel the XP more to Xingdi and get the maximization of damage in the first half of the game.
Yeah, well, at this point in time, if you're Evos, I think we've got to focus on those levels. Like, don't worry about the fighting. Just try to grab those levels. You can focus on fights once you do have more resources. Unfortunately, with a Machoke nearby, it's a little difficult to fight however you want. And we saw the cross drop in and out. Mule getting very ballsy. Xingdi going in as well. Oh, just out of reach with the shadow claws. And they get another one. 77 caught on the Alcremie. Will get a quick score in before getting knocked out, but T1 are on a roll.
I feel like Xingdi was expecting a response from Slash a while ago because he used the full heal to deny the submission and tries to go deep at the base of T1 because pretty sure they're confident they have the curse incest as far as I can remember. So there has been a slight miscommunication out there because if you saw Alcremie tries to force the score, so I feel like they were trying to call for aggressive play way back then, but you know they just have to go for a reset. I feel like Slash called the reset for the team.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? Where the team at times feels a little bit out of sync. Like you could tell they're not 100% familiar with each other's movements. So, yeah, the team's still working out some kinks, but they've been working it out pretty quick as a team. Down bottom, though, not looking so great. Darkrai gets picked off, which is a little unfortunate, but that's not the end of the world. Mule's down here with that Regieleki. We'd also see Z-Ray down here too, but he's afraid. Komi's just going to run at him. The Surf in as well. And that Regieleki does get secured by T1. So all of a sudden, Evos now need to deal with this eject button by Z-Ray. He does not want to be grabbed by that Machoke.
Yeah.
Terrible. The Machamp just running at you. It's the worst thing to see as an attacker.
Yeah, you just gotta go away, avoid being knocked out, and definitely it would be favorable for you in the future, but you gotta love the defense as well from Evos FXL. Make sure to repel the attacks of T1, avoid being knocked out. They want to scale up those XPs as much as possible so that T1 won't just get ahead of them, which is a good call. The XP distribution, quite great so far, but they need to be very careful because T1 could just go aggressive with the Machamp and the Blaziken available.
just enough health, thankfully, for Slash to survive. He's going to try and go for Pisteria again. I don't think they know Shindy is here, but they will finally realize the Mimikyu is there. It's a 4-man push coming up from Evos, but here comes Mule. It's going to be a 3-man defense for T1. The question is, do they want to go for a grab? It's going to be a grab back. Pisteria, no, shut down by Z-Ray. The damage from the Miraidon, too overwhelming. And now Slash looking to grab Epee, but instead they're going to decide to double back instead. They got the goal zone, they got the Blaziken. I think they're happy with that exchange for now. Can't go too ham in these fights.
Ooh, 94 almost scored the 40. Komi was there on time to defend as well. But I see the vision of Evos FXL trying to get this Regirock, but everyone from T1 rotates aside from the Blastoise, keeping bottom lane on guard, which is not a good sign for Evos. One has fallen down immediately, Slash out of the picture. How can Evos FXL handle this, especially that Mule and Pisterio is in the front line? Infinite Cyber already expended, not the way they wanted it to be, but the Regirock not gonna fall on their favor, so they were forced to go for the fight. Crustle and Vaporeon taken down, and they're just gonna be cleaning up the XPs that they can get from it.
Very unfortunate there for Evos, but they have to acknowledge that with Blaziken on the field, it's really tough to compete for those objectives. Props to Pisteria, even though in all that chaos, he's still keeping his eye on the prize, especially on those Reggies. Now down bottom though, looks like the Crustle gonna buy some time for the team to come on in. Komi was thinking of catching out Z-Ray instead. Typhoon onto 1, and this Mega Mewtwo is not able to move. Alcremie cannot move as well. Darkrai is gonna try to do the best that he can. We'll get one pick off, but Evos, they're very weak. They're licking their wounds. They finally do finish off the Darkrai. Shigdy looking for a target himself. Z-Ray will be there to finish off that Vaporeon, but we still have that Reggie in the bottom lane. And T1, they're sticking around. They're waiting for that Crustle. They really need the Crustle to follow through with Mule, but it's just too late, it looks like. Reggie Alecki getting secured by Evos. And now for Evos, are they going to try and go for a offense? They're thinking about they get the pullback there onto Saram. The Surf is there to pull back that Regieleki. And Alcremie getting caught again. This is what we were talking about earlier. You know, Alcremie, great support, but no real sense of self-preservation, unfortunately, because its kit is all about support.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but I love the setup as well from T1 a while ago, wherein Komi decided to go for the Surf plus a check. That is the setup that we have been looking for T1 in order to maximize those team fights. But Shindy, once again, making his presence felt. Definitely a huge amount of contribution in the damage department, but Mule is putting up a lot of pressure here by popping the submission. But
he wants to grab someone, but I think he's hesitating too. He's like, can you guys make it in time? And
no.
Yeah, just based off of where everyone is, really not the best position.
Absolutely.
So I think if anything, if you are cheering for T1, it's really all eyes on Mule and Saram, right? Who can they grab, who can they isolate, and who can they get rid of in these fights first? Because we've seen there are definitely a couple of targets on Evos. If you get rid of them first, the game is won. If you can grab the Alcremie, I think that's basically game over for Evos. They need the sustain. Get rid of Shindy. You've eliminated a big chunk of damage. Look at this. Straight rush for Kyogre. Evos, they need to respond. They've got to get in there. Play with me is there. But the secure by Mule, he just goes straight for the Kyogre. Both teams still 5-man strong, however, so there is still a chance for Evos to defend, but T1 has to score, and you can see up top, immediate submission. They want the speed boost, and Mule gets the 100 dunk, but they're still behind 182. They need to do another score, but Z-Ray the Miraidon, he should not be tanking, and he's gone. Number 5, all of Evos are cleaned up, and T1 looking to finish in a 2-0 fashion.
5 KOs for the Flame Chicken. Pisterio doing everything for the team with a huge amount of backup. Evos FXL, they still have a minute to defend. It's almost a 500-point lead, but they need to wipe out T1 for them to score freely. Right, Future Meteor Storm trying to push back the offense of T1, but can they get the knockouts that they need? Because Pisterio is taking them, tearing them one by one. Shindy with a trade, but not enough to take down the chicken. Mule was taken down in the process. Komi pushing them back to the base, and they're going to be scoring more points.
It's not just scoring more points. Epee just dancing around. This Vaporeon has been so difficult to get rid of in these fights, but will finally go down. But with 30 seconds left to go and a scoreline difference this big, I think it's safe to say T1, they've locked their place into that grand final. The question is, are we going to be seeing a repeat of yesterday's grand final, or are we going to be seeing a new challenger going up against T1?
That's a big question. Just have to wait and see what would happen on the next semis. But still, congrats to T1. The road continues for the team to get that guaranteed spot for the ACL finals. That would put them at a minimum of 15 points because champion gets 20, the second gets 15. So there's a minimum of 15 already in the bag for their team. So they just have to wait who their opponent is going to be. Now, the scenario is if Full Sense loses to Onyx, it's a guaranteed spot for T1 already. So they are going to be waiting for the results of the next semifinals. And it's not just about to determine who they're going up against later in the finals, but to determine the fate of their road to Japan. So definitely T1 crossing down the fingers that they do have the best result for today.
I want to see what this matchup is going to be for the finals. I think it would be so fun to get a rematch of yesterday's grand final, but at the same time, it would be really, really interesting to see Full Sense playing against T1. I think that would be such a fun matchup with just how chaotic these two teams can be as well.
Yes, definitely. Because just imagine if T1 and Full Sense, let's say they go up against in the grand finals, T1 is racing for 69 points and Full Sense is racing for 63. And if T1 loses, that's only 15 points in the bet. So they would get a total of 64, while Full Sense would just get 63. Actually, this might be a guarantee already for T1.
Oh, it's a guarantee.
If my math is right, because the
your math is mathing.
The minimum is 15, so they get 64, and the max of Full Sense is 63. So I think that makes it crystal clear that Team 1 will get their slot to Japan.
Wow, congratulations to T1. I mean, they deserved it. They deserved it. They played amazingly today in all of their games. I mean, they still want to, play a little bit more. Okay, maybe it's for some ego, win everything just to show that you are one of the top teams. But I think they'd also, if it's a rematch against Onyx, I think they would love to actually win that matchup because at the moment Onyx seems to be the one wall that T1 is struggling to crack.
Absolutely, they are a team to beat, and I feel like they also want to tie the points at 69 up against Onyx, just so that they could determine if they have a chance to be sitting at the hill, right? You want to be on top of the hill, that's for sure. So I feel like that's Team 1 what is trying to aim for now, knowing that they have a guaranteed 64 points. So that's the case for T1 at this moment. So they want to make sure that they do get that.
Well, folks, that's going to be it for our first semi-final match of the day. We still have one more to go, and it's going to be Full Sense versus Onyx Rise. And the winner of that is going to play against T1 in the finals for today's games, which is very exciting to see. I think it's going to be a rematch. I think it's going to be Onyx to make it through again. They're my predictions, so I can't really say Full Sense, can I? But we'll have to see what finds out. We'll have to see what happens in our semi-final match first. But before that though, just a quick break as always. So if you need to do anything, we do have 5 more minutes before the game begins. So be back in 5 minutes, but we're going to have a short break. We'll see you all after this. Hey there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. We are here for our second semi-final match of the day, and the winner of this match will be playing T1 in the grand finals for today's matchup. And we've got two scenarios here. We get a repeat of yesterday's grand final if Onyx win this best of 3, or we could be seeing T1 playing Full Sense in our final for today. Now, the most likely scenario is probably Onyx, because up until this point, Onyx have had the most consistent record in all of their matches thus far. Whereas for Full Sense, the team has been hot and cold. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
You know, I went all in for Full Sense yesterday, and they didn't really have a very great run, but they decided today they're going to have a pretty good one. So I'm keen to see what Full Sense can do versus Onyx, because Onyx has been a test for everybody that they have come up against, and very few teams have actually been able to best Onyx at all.
Yeah, definitely. I think T1 is one of those teams who actually demolished or defeated them in a series. But, you know, just one time is not enough. You always have to read your opponents, especially Onyx. You know, it's really awesome to think of that a lot of teams are really having a tough time taking down Onyx, where in reality, I do see a pattern, or the draft is somewhat pretty stacked here for Onyx. Yes, they do have tons of options, but I do feel like they have a rotational Pokemon in their pool, which is still giving a tough time for the teams competing here in ACL.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Onyx Rise, how are they looking at this matchup? Because I know in the past, at World Scrims and such, I always hear good things about Full Sense, or at least the roster of Full Sense that has been to Worlds. There's a lot of people that have been surprised at how good this team can be, how unpredictable they can be. In terms of today, it's been pretty fun watching them. They made it through with a very interesting lineup of double Mega Mewtwo. Now, I don't think Onic is going to give them the time of day to do that again. But who knows, you know, maybe Onic are just like, oh, let's see what this is actually like, you know? But let's focus on the giveaway first before we jump into this game, because we could be in for a wild ride in this best of 3. We are still running our viewer giveaway though, Pikachuls. Do you want to explain to our viewers how to enter, if anyone that might be new to the broadcast?
You just have to watch the broadcast, pay attention to the detail, and in the start of the games, you will be seeing a question at around the bottom middle of your screens. So make sure to answer those questions. Comment your answer at the comment section in the YouTube Live only, might I tell you, everyone. So if you drop your answer out there, make sure to wait for the results, because anytime from the game itself, we will be dropping who got the giveaway or who wins the giveaway. So make sure to, pay attention of the little details, because a while ago we have been asking who's in the lead. You got to predict who's going to win. So make sure to stay tuned. And who knows, you might be the next winner of the giveaway, and invite over your friends so we can unlock the milestone giveaway for today. But moving forward, key player again for Full Sense, Mark got S. For Onic, we have Cell. Probably the best players out here, not just in Asia, but around the globe of Pokemon Unite.
These two have been very fun to watch. Cell from Onic is an absolute monster. He is so good at grabbing those solo eliminations, helping his teammates out, just being an overall nuisance. But Markot can do the same. Although I feel the thing that separates Cell and Markot is obviously their pool of Pokemon that they generally like to play, but also just the way that they interact with their teams. Because Markot, he also can contribute to knockouts for his team, but in a lot of cases, he sort of waits until his teammates have created that opening and then he takes over. He isn't the one to start the fight, and he's not waiting for someone to tag team with him. He's always there just waiting for the opening, because once he's in, he's in. He fully commits. And this is a do or die thing for him, unfortunately, because there are situations where it pays off. He gets double knockouts, triple knockouts, and other times where he just sort of jumps in and it's like, oh, I was gone.
Oh, yeah.
Can't really help him. So I'm keen to see what the matchup will be like of Markots versus Cell, because I think that is something that I would like to use as a comparison between these two central laners. But bans are over. Pikachu's nothing too crazy, right? So let's see if Full Sense go all in with this double Mega Mewtwo strat again.
I think Onic is kind of scared on water-type Pokemons. That's 3 out of 3 for you. 2 Gyarados, 1 Vaporeon taken in the picture, but still a water-type for Full Sense. Don't mind, we have another water-type. But Onic might take a Mewtwo just to, number 1, get their favor. Number 2, disrupt the trap.
Oh, they're taking it. Take it.
We want you to take it.
Take it.
We want you to take it, Onic.
This would be so incredible. It would just be... yeah, they take it. They took it. All right, Full Sense, they're saying, oh, dang it. Okay, we made a mistake. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to double check. Okay, the thing is, Full Sense asked for first pick.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, folks. Okay, I'm just double checking in the referee chat. Full Sense asked for first pick. They won the coin flip. So they could have asked for the second pick, but I guess they thought that Onic was just going to take one of the Mewtwo's anyway, maybe. So, I don't know. I just want to see this game now, Pikachu's. I don't want to guess anymore. This is just...
Oh no, we don't know what's coming next. But at least Full Sense got the Mimikyu away from Onic. I think that's a good sign, because Onic Rise has been pretty using that Mimikyu a lot. Same thing with Markot S. So I feel like if Onyx is going to take one of their assets, might as well take some from Full Sense, which is actually a good call, because it's not just denying the Mimikyu, but they know pretty well that they could use the Mimikyu, but a Garchomp?
Welcome back, sir. It's been a long time before we saw a Garchomp. And we're also going to be getting a Glaceon as well to finalize the lineup. Okay, so Full Sense. I'm just thinking, were they using the Mega Mewtwo's as a trap? did they show it early and then they were just like, okay, we've got a strat to deal with this if we end up having to play against a double Omega Mewtwo. Zoe last pick, they're hovering over the Talonflame, which I'm assuming is for Cell. And then they're gonna give the Snorlax to Zoe. Dodrio is here.
This has to be the Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush, right?
I mean, there's no other way we're gonna see the other build, so definitely the Dragon build. Oh, I don't know, am I a fan? Am I a fan or am I not a fan?
I mean, generally looking at the draft, well, of course, I think everyone has to agree that I think Onyx Rise has the better draft here, but Full Sense, on the other hand, SCG could definitely have the potential to push back the offense by using the Dragon Claw and Dragon Rush, which is, I would say, a great call as well. And this might actually shake things off for Onyx simply because this is one of the Pokemons who's not really up and going in the current meta, but definitely can provide contribution. But, you know, Full Sense needs tough execution onto this matchup, especially they're going up against Onyx, which is not a joke.
No, Onyx is never a joke. It's probably the most serious team in the competition. But, oh man, we're so lucky. We get double Mega Mewtwo again, thanks to Full Sense. Okay, full credit goes to Full Sense because they were the ones that used it earlier today. So that's why Onyx Rise is using it. Dodrio is back. We get to see Cell playing this as well. We've got a Garchomp on the side of Full Sense. Man, we're spoiled today for this match. They're spoiled.
Well, not me at least. I want to see a Sableye.
No, we're not that spoiled. Come on.
Come on.
There's too much on the line, okay? So
probably some teams, please. I want to see Sableye. Come on.
I think that's Japan, actually. I think Japan is more likely to pick up the Sableye. But for Illuna, not looking too happy. Thankfully, the Psyduck did come in to provide support here for Full Sense. So at least for Markbot, he will have a bit of an easier time in that central area. As for lanes, okay, we saw Full Sense essentially be the double Mewtwo in their earlier matchup today. And they crushed that lane as double Mega Mewtwo. So I'm kind of thinking here for Full Sense, like, do they know the limitations of that matchup? Like, can they punish them somehow? Glaceon has evolved. I'm keen to see what the build's going to be for the Glaceon, if it's the Icicle Spear or if it's Icy Wind, if they want to go for Burst or that Sustain damage.
I feel like Sustain is a good call here, especially Markot S could have lock-in targets, wide variety of range for the Dragon Shark, so I feel like sustainability goes for Sunsage. I feel like it's not the case. Oh yeah, it is the case. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Icicle Spear, but Cell with a quick ambush to get the knockout.
Suzuki didn't even move. He was like, yeah, it's over. There's no chance I make it out of here. Markbot is here, but with the double Mega Mewtwo, he just pops. Pops in a fraction of a second, and I think we have a problem down here now, Pikachu's. I think we have an infestation that is... I think at this point you just burn the house down. There's no saving this.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx Rise has been imitating or doing a mirror move on what Full Sense did a while ago during their laning phase with the double Mewtwo Megas. So that was quite phenomenal for Onyx Rise being able to adapt that play. So I'm not quite sure if they do practice that one as well, but just phenomenally awesome to get to see that, you know, Full Sense played it that way. Onyx can do it as well.
Alright, so we do have Regidrago being started. The secure though will be by the Mimikyu, so Full Sense are able to grab that, but is it going to come at a very pricey cost? It looks like it will be, with all the Gabite, the Mimikyu, and the Water Waddle going down, and also the Psyduck being chased. Yeah, I don't know if that was worth a Regidrago. No, I don't think in any universe that's really worth it. So big victory there for Onyx Rise. So yeah, they didn't get the Regi, but they got a bunch of experience and they also managed to score so many points as well. So Full Sense, you can see they're still motivated. They're still going after these objectives. Regieleki's the next one. They do get it this time though, so no steal. Nice little win, and it didn't come at the cost of any allied Pokemon.
Yeah, and this is just too easy to defend for Onyx, especially they had the spacing that they need. So Full Sense hasn't really done that much yet when it comes to pressuring Onyx Rise as a team. So they need that guard jump as early as possible, but it's still at level 8. It needs one more level to be on its final evolution. While Onyx Rise, everything has set in stone already. Everyone has their Unite moves. So this would be very hard. I mean, Illuna doesn't have it yet, but eventually he will. But the attack comes in once again from Onyx Rise. This is too many surprise attacks that they have been doing. And Check plus Surf has been commenced by Notiza, but the impact not quite great yet. And they managed to convert it, taking down the trio birds. Sun Sage running away for his life while doing some damage, but Notiza will get shredded down by Axeq by the basic attacks. That's enough to take it down.
That's painful. And we get a score as well there for Axeq. And, well, we got Mark Gods here, but he can't even latch onto Axeq. That is so unfortunate. Would have been the perfect timing to get that counter knockout, but geez, Onyx Rise, they are perfectly predicting all of these fights, the outcomes, who to target. And Full Sense, they don't really have a solution to all of these issues that Onyx Rise is throwing at them. Illuna is also a pretty big problem because you can see Full Sense, their Pokemon also struggle to take down this Snorlax. And I actually think that eventually this Garchomp can be a very good Pokemon to deal with Illuna. The only issue is that it's still very early in the game, so SCG is not really in a position to kind of just sit there and munch away at a Snorlax.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why they're trying to funnel down the XPs on the side lanes to SCG, SGC. It's in order for him to shred it down later. But the Ignite move has been expended already to repel down the offense, but that wasn't enough for be a threat to Onyx Rise as they have secured the Registeel, additional attacking prowess, cell charges in, triple trample use, 2 knockouts, and that is a looking great 50 points in the bank for the team of Onyx Rise, and they have just destroyed 3 goal zones at the side of Full Sense.
3 goal zones, almost 300 points in their back pocket. They have such a huge lead over Full Sense, and because they have the Dodrio as well, Full Sense always have to worry about their home base being scored on by Cell. That's a really tough call here for Full Sense to decide, like, okay, do we decide to defend our goal zones, or are we just going to have to commit to these fights? Because Onyx Rise, with their current lineup, they have so many options. They can team fight, they can wait for Kyogre, they can go for the back caps. There's just so much going in the way of Onyx Rise because they've set themselves up to have such an easy game. And honestly, it felt like it just started from the laning stage, right? The double knockout from the Mewtwo's early on really hurt the progress of that bottom lane. Up top, I don't feel like there was enough pressure by Full Sense to really give that Garchomp a good start. And there we go. We see again Mark Gods just being taken out with ease. Like, this Mimikyu is now just struggling to simply exist in these team fights.
Yeah, full power style AI. Even though Yules haven't gave that much of an impact to Onyx Rise as they just continue to charge in, take those knockouts. Definitely not looking good for Full Sense. They need more experience, and their last shot to win is to win the Kyogre fight.
I don't even think Kyogre's going to be enough though, right? Because we've seen games where teams are behind, they take the Kyogre, and Kyogre itself isn't even enough. So I think for Full Sense, they need more than Kyogre. The level gap between the teams is huge. You got 3 level 13s on Onyx Rise, a level 12 and a level 11. But for Full Sense, they've got 1 level 13, which is that Garchomp. And if Garchomp doesn't come online now and is substantial to his teammate, no, I don't think this Pokemon is going to be enough. Reggie Rock buff is going to be taken by Full Sense. That is a pretty big victory. But in the backline, there's Sunzaga is going to be taken out by Eeyore, Omni, and Polion. Going to go for the duck as well. And they will finally pick off that pesky Mimikyu yet again. The only survivor, well, I don't think it was even a survivor. Blastoise was taken out a while ago. And look at this, Kyogre coming in 3 seconds, and Full Sense, they are just respawning. Onyx Rise, they're just going to rush it. So yeah, Blastoise, you've got to compete for this right now. Otherwise, if you don't, there's no chance. Goes in for the eject, but no, Eeyore secures the Kyogre, so the buff is in the hands of Onyx Rise. Full Sense need to defend this. They need the knockouts. Otherwise, it is over.
There's just too much backup for Onyx Rise. They
Ooh,
have
Dodrio.
those mini CCs. It's just too hard for them to deal with, and they're just being shredded down. 480 points back cap in the top half. Not going to be quite enough to catch up in the point system department because Onyx Rise is just going to push all the way into their base and dropping multiple hundos.
Yep, there's all the points. They're even going to bring in Luna as well. Team Escort for the defender. And even though we still have 1 minute to go, what can Full Sense really do? They are almost 500 points. Well, they're a little bit closer. Okay, it's not 500 anymore, but it was very close before. But it's still another minute to go. I don't see Full Sense being able to pick up 4 players worth of 50 points.
Yeah.
To be able to bring this back. So I think now the question here for Full Sense is, okay, what went wrong? How do we fix it? Going into game number 2. And I think I have a sneaking suspicion that this double Mega Mewtwo shouldn't really happen again. If Onyx Rise is able to get them both, you know, if Full Sense could grab it, that would be great. But I think at the same time, I don't think Onyx Rise is going to give Full Sense the time of day for game number 2. I don't think that this combo is going to make it through. So if Full Sense can't get the new double Mega combo, what's the backup? What else do you have that's going to be able to compete on the same level as Onyx Rise?
Yeah, and that's going to be tricky, especially that Full Sense has the option to choose what side they're going on. Are they going on an orange side to get the double Mewtwo? Or, you know, it's really easier said than done. If they go the orange side for game number 2, will they be able to take down 2 Mega Mewtwo's? Because Onyx Rise could just ban one away or take the Mewtwo X on the first pick, which is really questionable, or really a question mark at the heads of Full Sense if they want to run that kind of combo again.
So, Full Sense. I know a lot of people, and myself included, did expect Onyx Rise to win game number 1. I thought it would be a little bit closer than this, but then again, like I said, this Mega Mewtwo combo, I mean, Onyx Rise just stole it away from Full Sense anyway since they had that second pick, and the Blastoise was the first pick for Full Sense. I'm expecting big changes for the next game for Full Sense to even have a chance at pushing through to that game number 3, because right now they're at the mercy of Onyx Rise, and Onyx is not a team that is going to simply give points away, that is going to make mistakes and allow you to come back into the game. They make you work for it. So what can Full Sense do to make it easier for them coming into game 2?
I'm not quite sure. I think draft is, of course, a big factor, but I feel like Onyx, they're just taking away the comfort Pokemons of Full Sense. They took away the double Mega Mewtwo, and, you know, just out of options, I guess, for Full Sense. I mean, they still have an ample amount of Pokemon. I mean, they do have the Mimikyu from the central lane, so Mark.S still has many options, but what about the others? I think Paw, I mean, he does use Psyduck, but I haven't seen enough contribution during that game 1, so maybe if he goes back to Defender, maybe it could have been a better option. But the Garchomp, what do you think of the Garchomp here, Daniel? Because I myself haven't seen enough from the Garchomp.
And most of the game really playing catch up until it fully evolved and actually had access to its Unite move. The ideal situation to use Garchomp is that get him leveled up as quick as possible, get as fast access as possible to his Unite move, and then start using the Livid Outrage to either initiate fights or to punish players that have decided to clump up in a potential choke point. The problem is we didn't really see any of that happen because he was so behind for most of the game. I think he only had one opportunity to really to Livid Outrage to contribute to the team. And really, if that's how Garchomp's life is going to be in a game, I think you're better off picking a different Pokemon.
Yeah,
you can't play something that is so investment heavy that also is going to be dead weight if it doesn't hit its timings.
Yeah, I feel like they were using a Gyarados but on a different form, and we feel like there's that Magikarp for so long, haven't hit that Gyarados. I feel like that was the impact of the Garchomp a while ago. So it does make sense in those pointers that you pointed out, because I was thinking, should they switch it out or it's a fine pick. Now it does make sense. It's a fine pick, but it does have a prerequisite. And for now, Full Sense decides to go at the orange side. But Onyx saw it through. They banned away the Mewtwo X. Smart call.
Smart call, and I'm kind of thinking here just Full Sense want to ban Y. Because if they don't ban Mewtwo Y, I kind of feel like Onyx is thinking of actually getting Mewtwo Y themselves for Axew. Probably not his first pick, but maybe second or third pick. Because we know he's very comfortable on that Pokemon as well. Both Gyarados are gone, so if you wanted to play Gyarados, sorry Full Sense, you don't get to play any of that at all. Last ban for Full Sense though, what are we taking out of the pool? It's Blaziken. Okay, so they don't want to have to deal with any kind of securing shenanigans from Onyx Rise. So first pick, is it Vaporeon? Is it Snorlax? What's it going to be, Aluna?
Could be a Vaporeon, that's a high chance, but if they don't, then maybe it will be stolen away. And I love the call once again for Onyx Rise. Banning away two Gyarados in the game, same thing with the Mewtwo X, so that would just narrow down the options of Full Sense as a whole. And Full Sense in general banned away the Mimikyu. So if they don't pick the Flaming Bird right now, I feel like Onyx Rise would steal it away from them.
I want to think Mark Gods has something else that he can play, and it's going to be SCG to pick up his Pokemon first. Mega Lucario, fine. This has been a very popular pick for a lot of teams. The Blissey I like. I like that we're going to be seeing some Blissey action here because they have the flexibility of deciding to go for heals or if they want to go
options here for Full Sense. I mean, that's a great start. They have a Blissey, they have the Mega Lucario, but what could be their, main Pokemon in order to do the damages overall? I mean, yeah, for sure. You already have Mega Lucario. Mark S might be going for the Speedster, but Attacker could be Miraidon, but I did not see the team doing Miraidon, but the Decidueye? We saw this before, I think during day number 1 or day number 2, is it that? And it was the Spirit Shackle build.
Yeah, okay, just looking at this game, there's no way we're going to be seeing Razor Leaf. There's just too many threats for a Desi to save over Razor Leaf in this game. Spirit Shackle definitely can see it. I know Cell for a fact, and that Leafeon pick is going to go to Eeyore as well. They're definitely going to be targeting down that Blissey Decidueye, but Mark God's going back on a cult classic of his, Zoroark. This is a Pokemon where this man made a name for himself 1 to 2 years ago. So Onyx, I don't know if they were expecting this pick at all, but I am so glad that Mark Gods is going back to his roots as a speedster.
Yeah, but this makes me worry a little bit that it doesn't have enough pocket support, like a Comfy. I mean, it could be a factor that, it could be better with a Comfy, but I still do believe that Zoroark could excel on its own as long as it gets this proper scaling that it actually needs. So for the first 2 minutes of the game, I do believe that God does need a bit of support from his teammates, and if he scales faster than Cell, definitely everything will boil down in his favor. But if that's not the case, then I feel like this Zoroark might be a little bit of a burden for the team. So they need to maximize the Zoroark as fast as they can.
Yeah, so to me, this Zoro is a do or die pick. Because I think that they realize that this game 2. If they lose this game, it's over anyway. So you may as well, if you wanted to go for that full-on gamble pick, but it's a gamble you're comfortable taking, go for the Zoro. Okay, go for the Zoro, see what happens. Their draft does definitely look better for this game, aside from the Desi. That's the only thing that I am definitely concerned about, because this Pokemon, there's a reason why Desi is not a S-tier attacker. It struggles with keeping itself alive, especially around speedsters. Like, this is an attacker that does need to be babysat. Now, the thing is, Sanzage is really trying to assert his dominance up against Axew, but look at this, though. He went a little bit too deep, and Zoe just comes in, finishes him off, and that's going to be free experience to the Vaporeon. So you can definitely pressure with a Decidueye in the early game. You just have to understand your limits as well. And unfortunately, in this case, the poor little Desi's, got outsmarted this time.
Yeah, and by the way, Game 1 MVP losing team is our question for the giveaway. So, what? God Mars or Mark God S?
I just saw this. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay. That's funny. Whoever did this, you deserve a raise.
All right, let's talk about the draft or the Pokemon of Mark God S. Zoroark in full sense, which actually they lost a while ago. So it's looking great so far. He's getting a bit of experience, but I think he needs more knockout to scale up faster and be able to dominate the game, which I do believe that is what he has been doing. But Askew is punishing him a bit hard by Mega Evolving.
And that is one of the disadvantages of that Zoro. Zoro is fantastic as a speedster on its own. The thing is, this is a very snowball-centric Pokemon. And if you are trying to 1v1 someone that is of equal level, and especially if it is a Mega Evolved Mewtwo, there aren't too many opportunities for you to grab a victory in that 1v1 scenario. So I'm kind of hoping Markgod is able to turn this around, find a knockout somewhere else, grab those levels, find another way to snowball, and then be that force to be reckoned with that Onyx Rise has to address, so that he can allow the Decidueye to grab the levels and to be that backline attacker that Full Sense so desperately needs. Because aside from Markgods on the Zoro, it's really all on the Decidueye to be that damage dealer for the team. And is that Razor Leaf?
Oh, the Razor Leaf?
Is that Razor Leaf? Oh my gosh. I'll eat my words. My words have been eaten. I mean, Onyx Rise is eating Full Sense as well. That is interesting.
Man.
What do you think, Pika? Razor Leaf Desi in this game?
I mean, if that's the case, then the Blastoise would actually play a huge role in the team fight, because you don't want that Decidueye to fall in the hands of a Leafeon, because if it does, then definitely the contribution won't be maximized. So defenders, supporters, and actually everyone in the team, except for the Zoroark, will play a huge role to defend Senzage in the team fights. But
yeah, it's really Razor Leaf. I thought I was tripping. It's really Razor Leaf.
Oh no!
I'm in There's no way that was that a misclick? In this particular game, I don't see this being intentional.
Yeah, I mean, if we saw the build a while ago, I think I did not see any attack speed as far as I remember. I haven't took down of the notes of the health items, but you know, that goes to show the results of a Razor Leaf Decidueye. We saw it a while ago, crystal clear, that the Emerald 2-step was just on point to knock him out, which is, you don't want that to happen. Maybe if Full Sense does have a Mr. Mime or some other defenders who could actually assist that Decidueye hands-on, maybe it will be more effective.
There was a reason why I thought this was going to be Spirit Shackle earlier on in the match. Because the issue, I think I said this right, I'll just say it again. The issue I'm seeing Senzage run into if he's playing Razor Leaf Decidueye is he basically needs to be in the middle of these fights. So I wonder, leaving on Helping Hand, I wonder if they're just going all in. They're going to say, okay, we're going to go in with the Desi Blissey combo. We're going to go for the Bliss Assist on Senzage, and this man is just going to turn into a machine gun. Okay, Razor Leafs everybody. Nobody lives. Maybe that's the plan. There is Bliss Assist ready, so if they wanted to do that, they absolutely could in the back lane. So the Desi doesn't even get to move. Darkrai just comes in and snaps him up, and Onyx is chasing Full Sense right away. I don't think anyone's going to come out of this either. The Helping Hand is coming in handy. They're trying to use Emerald 2-step as well to get Noddies down. They will finally get this dang Blissey. No! He gets away! All thanks to Markgods. And Markgods gets a knockout too! But Axeq, he has other plans.
Wow.
He grabs the counter knockout. Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, definitely one of the play of the games. Just imagine that response from his teammate Markgod as being able to make sure that one goes away. gets the knockout, but there was actually a decent trade as well from Onyx. So this has to be another problem for them. They saw the fight coming through, but Onyx, they know that they are still at the upfront team, but they have to be careful. It's not just the others who's been doing the damage. You have to be very careful on those Razor Leafs. It might be a threat.
It's a helping hand Razor Leaf as well, so Senzage is hitting pretty hard. Although if he gets hit with the Emerald two-step, I don't think he can really do much. Oh, I want this to succeed so much, but we're also just seeing firsthand how squishy Desi can be.
I mean, yeah, it's Eeyore and the Leafeon that he is dealing with. It's only normal that you get knocked out and taken out of the picture, because Razor Leaf and Emerald two-step is enough to tear down your health points, which is, very sad to think of, unless that Blastoise of yours could Hydro Pump away that Leafeon. Maybe it's possible for you to do more damages.
Okay, round 769 for Senzage. I'm joking about the numbers, but oh, look at Axq's health bar melting, forcing out the eject button. I mean, we are starting to see the power of this Desi. We've still got a minute. Woo, my God, beautiful snipe there to actually get the secure as well. So I do like this tag team. So I guess the role here is that Senzage softens everybody with these amped up Razor Leafs. And then Marcots is there to come in and clean up anyone that is low and retreating from those Razor Leafs. I think that's the theory behind this lineup. Very risky, very dangerous. But like we said, right, this is their last hurrah. This is their last chance to potentially push it to that game number 3. So they're taking a very, very big risk with this lineup. But it could absolutely work. They've got to make sure their positioning and their decision making for the Kyogre pit is on point. They can't lose Senzage early. They need Marcots to be around for cleanup as well. And that Blastoise, his job is to ensure that the team doesn't get sniped. And they can't afford to lose them now. That's a pretty big loss though. It's a Lucario and they're gone for 13 seconds. They're down a player. And you can see Onyx right here. There's the Surf. Safeguard as well. Senzage is all alone. He just managed to get the push away, but the team is split. Imhong is still there. They're going to teleport the Desi home. Leafeon though cashing out Marcots. That's a pretty big pickoff.
Big pickoff indeed.
Bliss assist. Bliss assist. Here comes the amped up Razor Leafs. But look at this, Onyx Rise, they're nowhere near this Desi. They can't even really take any damage. It's just going to be the Snorlax who goes for that power nap. The Desi can't get the basic attacks. It will finally go. But Senzage, he's slapped by Cell. The Desi is gone. Marcots has just come back, however. We still have the Blissey around. Maybe it's going to be down to this Blissey and Zoro arc. Oh no, the Blissey is down. It's all up to Zoro. Marcots, it's time to shine, buddy. You are the team's last hope. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive. There's too much damage. Full sense. They got cut off. Onyx Rise cut them off so beautifully. They cut them like a cake.
Wow.
Oh,
but it's
Onyx Rise.
Defense boiling down, not quite enough. The eject button doesn't work. Humble goes in the hands of Cell, and Onyx finally takes the lead in the point department. They're going to be pushing more towards the base of Full Sense. They still have 20 seconds on the Kyogre buff towards the goal zone, and Illuna scores a 64 points. There goes multiple Hundos, and that steals the deal. Onyx Rise with 30 seconds remaining. For sure, taking home the W and proceeding to finals.
That isolation and cutoff play from Onyx Rise was beautiful, forcing out the early Bliss assist, ensuring that Senzage wasn't able to hit the AoE Razor Leaf onto Onyx Rise players. I wanted it to succeed so badly. I wanted to have a game 3. I wanted Desi to have a chance to win alongside a Zoro. I think if this was any other team, Full Sense would have won this. It's just that it's Onyx Rise. One of the most established teams in the entire APAC region. They have world experience. They have done basically everything that you can achieve in Pokémon Unite. There's really nothing that surprises them. And you can see how quickly they adapted to Full Sense's lineup and how they dismantled them so well in that late game.
Yeah, but I feel like there was a little bit of hope That's how I want to put it for full sense. Like there were
There was.
opportunities, a bit of opportunities. That's how I see it. But I think the Trav. I mean, yeah, I see the vision of the Decidueye, but there wasn't enough support from the team. Like no one was able to take care of the Decidueye. It's just Cell. He's just the Pokemon. He's enough to take him down. One Razor Leaf, Emerald Two-Step, you're already gone. I saw the glim of hope a while ago wherein Cell and Markot S was chasing each other almost at their base, at the forest actually. But the Vaporeon from Onyx Rise keeps on chasing the Decidueye down. There's just too many backup Pokemons for Onyx to pinch down the Decidueye, even though the Leafeon wasn't there.
I wanted the Desi to work so badly. I kind of hope Onyx Rise do something, you know, as AXQ, can we have a little bit of fun here? Can we have some Desi in our final for today? Because that would be fun. To be fair, it's up against T1, so I don't think Onyx are going to be taking this best of 3 very lightly. You know,
Yeah.
even though they've guaranteed their spot at ACL, it's for pride now. This is for pride. This is not for an ACL slot. This is absolutely for pride. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of keen to see what Onyx and T1 are going to do in effectively our rematch today, because they had a best of 3 yesterday, so everything is still very fresh for these two teams. I want to see if there's any deviation from yesterday. Are we going to be seeing any new Pokemon? Are we going to be seeing any new strats? There's a lot to expect coming into this upcoming best of 3 with Onyx and T1.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's looking forward to it, but at the same time, I feel like the teams have to be very cautious, you know, avoid bringing out the trump cards. I mean, it would be awesome, you know, a rematch is the 3rd time around, but they have to keep their cards hidden because the teams out there, everyone's watching for them, and the playoffs is going to be a different story. So it might be an awesome match, but we're not going to be seeing everything. But again, guys, quick update on our bracket. We just finished the semifinals 1 and 2. Evos FXL already out for final round. They're going to be playing for the 3rd place matchup, and they will be going up against Full Sense. And with that, Onyx Rise winning the matchup up against Full Sense, that would secure their spot for the 1st seed, and T1 probably on the 2nd seed as well. So we're just computing, or we're going to compute later on what is the final outcome of the standings, but definitely we have a little bit of a picture on what's going to happen in the seedings. But seedings doesn't matter anymore. It might be, you know, a little bit of a factor, so the teams would get to rest more. But at the end of the day, playoffs is a different story.
Yeah, playoffs is around the corner. Everyone's waiting for playoffs. They're waiting to see the seedings. Everyone wants to know how many games do we need to play to make it to the very end, right? Because the top 2 slots have been secured. We still have a 3rd slot, which is what everyone else is going to be playing for. So any teams that have not qualified, they are aiming for that 3rd spot to go to ACL. So very exciting times. But let's focus on our final that's going to be happening in just a moment here, Peaky Eels, because it's going to be a rematch of yesterday's grand finals. We're going to go for an extended break, however, so a 10-minute break for our teams to get ready, maybe have a little bit of dinner before we jump into the finals. So guys, do whatever you need to. Order dinner, have your dinner, do whatever you need to, but make sure you're back for the finals because we have a rematch between T1 and Onyx Rise. We'll see you after this. trainers, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2026 Southeast Asia League. It is grand final time here for day number 5 of play day, and it's our last grand final before we head on over to our playoffs in not next week, but the weekend after. And teams are playing for seeding, and almost everyone has solidified their spots for seeding, but we're now basically left with our top 2 teams here, which not much is going to change depending on whether Onyx wins or T1 wins, because their spots are fixed. These 2 teams have qualified for ACL finals, so if you have been supporting either of these teams for the entirety of the tournament, then good news for you, they're going to be playing at the finals in Japan. But now, this matchup, you're probably wondering, what's on the line then? Because points don't really matter. They both have spots to ACL, so what's left? The most important thing, folks, ego, okay? You got to ensure that you are the king of the throne. And at the moment, okay, is the scoreline between T1 and Onyx 1-1? Because these guys, this is not the second time they've met, this is the 3rd time.
Yeah, it was actually 1-1. T1 got the victory during day 1. And yesterday, it was actually Onyx who got the victory. So this would somewhat be another best of 3 during their,
the grudge match.
Grudge match. So really looking forward to see this. I'm excited. But of course, reminder again to everyone, don't get your friends out there. We haven't unlocked the milestone giveaway yet. So make sure to hop in, go into the live. If we hit 500 viewers, we get another milestone giveaway for day number 5. So make sure to tune in, watch the live stream, sit back, relax, and this is going to be an awesome Pokemon Unite battle.
It's going to be an awesome series. I have high expectations because I feel outnumbered. So at the beginning of the broadcast, in case anyone did not see the cast of predictions, there's predictions for all of our broadcasts. There were 5 or 6 predictions for T1, and then I'm the only person that's reading for Onyx. So it feels a bit intimidating, being that one person. Everyone's like staring at you like, hello, you're about to run that prediction.
Yeah.
So I genuinely am keen to see who ends up being the better team, because like as you said, right, at the moment in 2 encounters, these teams are tied 1 apiece. So being the 3rd game, this is the decider on who is ultimately the better team. And this is off the back of just having a fresh grand final yesterday. So both of these teams are very familiar with the play styles. I think the meta, has more or less solidified, because that was also an issue that teams struggled with during the first 2 to 3 play days, right? Trying to figure out what's meta, what is strong, what is not, what is hot, what is cold. But I think now we kind of have an idea on what Pokemon are going to be our first picks, what are the priority bans, and of course, in a series like this, there will be target bans, I promise you. There are not going to be generic bans, there will be targeted player bans. So let's see what's going to be on the table here for T1 and Onyx Rise in Game 1 of this best of 3.
I want to see the double Mega Mewtwo again. Either way, both teams, for sure, I think Onyx has the potential to do it, but I'm not quite sure for Team 1. I think they have the capacity to do that as well, but not in the case of the Grand Finals, because definitely we haven't seen it yet, so they want to go on the safe playground for now. That's going to be Team 1, because they want to make sure that they are the king, despite Onyx getting the better points.
Wow, interesting bans here for both sides so far. So Vaporeon is just the generic ban, both teams play Vaporeon. Darkrai ban for Cell, Snorlax ban for Illuna. Big respects there for T1. As for Onyx Rise, I think they're also getting rid of the Mega Mewtwo X just because it's just a very versatile Pokemon. Makes sense. Hoopa's also something that T1 like to play, and also I think it's difficult to play against Hoopa with certain oppositions, especially with very mobile ones. And the Mega Gyarados, we saw what some of these players can do with that Mega Gyarados, so I think big respects here for Onyx. They're just saying, okay, let's not risk it, let's not accidentally give it away to T1. First picks though, Pasteria with the Blastoise. I know T1 loved the Blastoise pick, so to grab this, already a big indicator to Onyx Rise that there's going to be team fight presence here for T1. For the first 2 picks, okay, Axews is fine, this is normal, we always see him on the Mewtwo Y. But first pick, Crustle by Illuna. I love this. I love the Crustle. We've seen Crustle, but this has not been a Pokemon that teams prioritize as a first pick.
Yeah, that's actually true. It's very much more situational on how to use Crustle. Maybe if you want to be a protective defender, then I think it's a good choice. But with just the new 2Y and just the Blastoise available a while ago in the draft, this is a little bit of a question, but I feel like Onyx does prepare something. Reason why they're very confident taking the Crustle as one of their first primary pick. But I haven't seen the... Oh, there we go. I was about to tell that I haven't seen the Blaziken yet. This is a perfect opportunity for Mysterio, but never mind. Onyx Rise does get it, and I think they saw it coming, that Mysterio is really efficient when it comes to playing Blaziken. He's good at baiting the Kyogre, he's good at dishing out the damages, so I kind of get it why Onyx Rise decides to get Blaziken as well for them, because they know that they also have the capacity to do what Mysterio can do as a Blaziken.
Okay, last pick, and it looks like this might be an Axew last pick. We're seeing interesting choices. We saw Inteleon. No, okay, never mind. It's definitely a Zoe pick. So nothing too crazy for either side so far. Lots of team fight, lots of crowd control on the side of T1, right? Blastoise, Eldegoss, and that Slowbro are going to be very key Pokemon in setting up for the Mimikyu and that Mega Lucario. For Onyx Rise, a lot of the setup is on Zoe and Luna, but this is very typical for this team. This support duo are so good at setting up the Axew, Eeyore, and Cell to follow through. I think the question here is, who gets priority for experience for the early game? Because it seems like for me, the priority is going to go to Cell until he gets his first move, and then priority goes to Eeyore. Because I feel like Eeyore, he's playing that Blaziken. You get Eeyore's Blaziken online as soon as possible. He's a very active Blaziken. He's not the passive kind that we sometimes see on teams, and he can contribute to their team as that Blaziken. So I'm expecting Onyx to play very hard and fast, especially with that Dodrio. If T1 can identify that Cell is going to play a really important role stalling for Eeyore to evolve, and if they either pressure the top lane or they even slow down the progress of the Dodrio, then I actually can see T1 being able to take that tempo away from Onyx.
Yeah, it's about shutting down the key Pokemons that Onyx Rise does have in the picture, but what about T1? Who will be their priority? They have a lot of options. They have a lot of bruisers as well on the team, but I do see that this would be a well-distributed, but I feel like the Eldegoss will give Onyx Rise a tough time. The amount of slows that it could give and the Mimikyu being available in the picture, it's a scary concept that Onyx Rise doesn't want to really experience on its maximum potential.
Yeah, no, I could totally see that happening. I actually think this Eldegoss pick is fantastic because Eldegoss, I think I said this in one of our series earlier today, Eldegoss is one of the most offensive supports you can have in the game because its basic attack is great. It provides that slow, can do some decent damage as well, will eventually heal too. So FA is going to be great for trading against supports, especially if it's going to be any kind of healing trade because Eldegoss heals itself too, right? Even as a Gossifleur, it can self-heal. And against a Psyduck, like Psyduck doesn't really heal, right? So Psyduck can maybe ignore some of the damage, but that in the healing department, you've got to go back and grab those berries. So Eldegoss always wins in the support exchange, but we could be seeing a couple of knockout exchanges in the top lane because I am seeing some rotations up there. We've got both central laners in that top lane, but I don't think anyone's in position to grab the knockouts there. So no knockouts yet, but you can see both teams respecting the top laners, understanding that if anyone goes down early, that's going to be a pretty big flip in the tempo department for the winning team.
Yeah, now you gotta love as well the coordination of T1 trying to pressure the Do trio for Onyx Rise. That's actually a good call, preventing the knockouts to happen on every side of the map. So good coordination from T1. They're reading through what Onyx is trying to plan out, and they were actually able to retreat back, knowing that the threat of Cell might be lurking around the forest. So T1 is so careful, reading Onyx like a book in terms of the planned ambushes.
Okay, Regidrago was on the field, and we can already see Luna and Zoe in position to intercept T1 if they want to try and go for that Regidrago. Cell's nearby too, he's on the Dodrio, so he's going to be pretty quick to come in and clean up if things go awry. But it looks like both teams, look at the respect. You know, we've seen so many games where teams gun for the Regidrago, but in this case, everyone's taking their time. They're staying in their lanes because they're afraid that a fight goes south for them in that central area. But it looks like T1 might be in position to take this themselves. Again, Eluna is still scouting this on that crustal, so Onyx are very aware of this happening, and it looks like they're okay to give that away, instead focusing on lanes, because again, as I said before, they really want Eeyore to get those levels, and you know, he hasn't really been pressured, especially with Cell nearby.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Onyx just decided to give out the Rage Drago is they do have the access on the fast scoring capabilities of a Dodrio. So I think that's not a big of a problem for them. But Surround with a clutch surf gets the knockout. That's a little bit of a contribution, especially the Mewtwo was knocked out. But Cell is ready to go for the trade. Surround with telekinesis to pinch down Eluna and the pitcher. Onyx saw that there's too much members from T1, decides to retreat back. Vision with the Rock Tomb, and I feel like they're just gonna give away the Registeel because this is too much for them.
Just gonna go for a very safe pick there on the Slowbro. Yes, T1 does have the attack buff, but I think it is a much better play for the team if they take it nice and slow. Don't force the issue if they don't need to. Grabbing a elimination onto Eluna here is good though. At least they do trade defenders for both sides. Now the thing is, Eeyore is online, so this Blaziken is going to be an absolute nightmare for T1 to eventually deal with, because now objectives suddenly become a task. But Play With Me by Mule, that's a great way to slow down Eeyore. You get some nice experience there as well, because Epe was nearby. You should have been able to get that experience. So with Eeyore gone, at least T1 can breathe a sigh of relief for the next couple of seconds. Just moving around, looking for any knockouts if possible. Komi's still rather tanky, but there are a lot of Pokemon from Onyx Rise over here. Epe's nearby. They do get the knock up onto 2 Pokemon. Oh, beautiful pushback. And Komi, the stun lock was a little bit too much to deal with. And there we go, X-Scissor follow up by Eluna to help secure that second knockout.
That was actually a good call from the X-Scissor to push back the offense of T1 and use the Rubble Rouser to sustain his HP. A good call from Onyx Rise in order to extend the fight and get the upper hand up against T1.
Yep, and Onyx Rise are going to keep pushing the issue as well, because they know if they let T1 sit back and get that experience, that they can very well return back into this game and equalize things in the level department. So Onyx, they know their limits of pushing, they know the limits of having to back up. Objectives are going to be pretty key here, because having the Blaziken on their side, they should be able to take it in most situations. But T1, you can see how much they value those objectives as well. Onyx are the ones to be a little bit late to the party. Saram is waiting in the bush. Axq's going to scout this out with his body, which is very dangerous on a Mewtwo. But there we go. Sai going to be used by the side at the same as teammate. Blaziken's being eliminated in the top lane, but doesn't really matter because down bottom, Lucario is out. Now we're going to be seeing a fight breakout as we see Zoe going in for the team, providing them vision to set things up for Axq on that Mega Mewtwo Y, just dishing out the basic attacks. Sellers there, they want to get rid of that Blastoise if possible. This Regice is very low. They will grab that on Cell. So experience goes in the way of Onyx Rise and the health bonus as well. But T1, they get the Regieleki up top. Unfortunately for Eeyore, 2 versus 1 matchup sometimes is just not worth taking.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Despite T1 getting the Regieleki, the defense is already waiting for Onyx Rise, which is actually a good call. They can repel it down, even though T1 gets a little bit of an XP out of it. But in general, the pressure is still at the shoulders of T1. The point department, the XP, yes, they're catching up bit by bit, not that far up against Onyx Rise. But the firepower, I'm not quite sure. T1 needs to pick up knockouts one by one up against Onyx Rise, because Onyx keeps on scaling those XPs that they need.
And in terms of scaling for damage, on the side of T1, you're only really looking at the Lucario and that Mimikyu as your major damage dealers. I mean, there's only so much Komi can do as that Blastoise, but at the end of the day, Blastoise's kit is more built for surviving and sustained damage, not so much as burst, which is what they're kind of lacking in that department. Whereas on the side of Onyx, Dodrio and Blaziken, these guys burst. They have Axq as well, who can also burst in its own regard, but these are the king of burst damage Pokemon. So you do need to respect them when they are nearby, because you might be alive for a few seconds, but if you blink, You're back at
Oh.
base.
Going back to the Pokemon Center, indeed. But 30 seconds. Is T1 gonna engage in the fight and take the Kyogre at an earlier phase? Or will they wait it out? Because Illuna, I think he doesn't want that to happen. The Rock Tube commences, Side Strike to knock up, but Illuna doesn't know the stream members from T1 who's waiting for him. Infinite Side Strike to do the crowd control, but too clutch from the shield as Illuna is still alive. Rock Tube to get set up the wall, but still repelled down by Epe. But the Caught Cloud crash, but Hydro Typhoon has been set to stone as well. Not much of an impact if they have been wanting to, but T1 is eliminating members of Onyx, but 4 members are already down on their team. It's Gomi left alone. He might be able to take down Cell, but the pressure is
got this.
pressing Onyx. They want to repel Gomi down, and they go for the knockout. But Mule is charging in. He's looking for the hunt. He wants to go in. He doesn't.
They got executed.
Still up, but the slow beam actually connects as well. T1 still has a shot.
They still have a shot. There are a couple of Unites still available. Play With Me is still there on the Mimikyu, so there is still a chance to turn things around. Kyogre's so low. The side up gets the secure on the Kyogre of all things. Zoe saving the day. The Blaziken did get swept up by T1. So Onyx, even though they have the buff, they still need to defend. There is still a potential for them to possibly lose this if they let T1 decide to run away with the game. But up top, you can see right now, the scores are happening by Cell. Dodrio doing what Dodrio does best, which is going for those back caps. And T1, as much as you would like to say that they have a potential to maybe make that comeback happen, the buff on that Kyogre. I know a lot of people look at the buff and say, oh, it's just healing, but healing this late into the game is pretty substantial, especially against a team that is over-leveled. The amount of damage you do to them isn't going to be as impactful because they're going to outlive a lot of the damage that they originally wouldn't have been able to.
That was just masterful class from Onyx. And able for them to get the first win. That Dodrio and Blaziken combo with the crossover was on point. Rock Tombs were efficient in order to jail down multiple members from T1, and that just dismantles the formation and the plan of T1. It just scatters them around, which made T1 question themselves. Are we on the right angle? Do we force the fight? Because Illuna definitely gave them a hard time.
Not just Illuna, I do feel like there was a lot of mind games that happened in the drafting stage. Lots of mind games. I don't think T1 expected Dodrio to pop out from Onyx Rise. Dodrio was one of the last picks in this game, and Cell, was there really at any point where we saw Cell struggle as a Dodrio? Not really, right? He was allowed to run rampant, to go in for those side flank solo knockouts, team up with his teammates and get those knockouts too. Back caps as well. He didn't really have anyone to worry about. As much as AoE disable is great, you really sometimes need to keep those single target disables for problematic targets such as the Blaziken, maybe even the Mewtwo Y is also deserving of that single target disable, but you've got 3 targets on Onyx that you need to look out for. And it didn't help that Onyx pushed T1 into such an awkward angle. Like, they pushed them back into that upper bottleneck, and you don't want to fight in narrow corridors, especially when there's so much AoE coming out from Onyx Rise as well.
Yeah, not just that. It's the AoE taking into effect, but they were just confident as a team. They know that they have enough sustain to go up against the damages that T1 does have. They probably have their mindset we're in. It's just going to Mimikyu. It's just going to be Lucario. What if we funnel them down? What if we separate them down? Definitely will be having an easier time. And Illuna, a while ago before the final stretch, he tried to check the tall grasses where 3 members from T1 was actually awaiting for his arrival. It may have been not the most convenient way to check it, but when the Rabble Rouser available, he was able to survive another day, and that made it possible for them to crumble the offense of T1.
Okay, so what would we look at for T1 to fix coming into game 2? Because T1 is a disadvantage now. They're 1 game down. Evos just need to win 1 more game to win this best of 3. I don't think you can run Blastoise and Slowbro and Eldegoss in the same composition. Unless you pick other Pokemon to replace Lucario and Mimikyu for damage. Because Mimikyu itself can do great single target damage. I don't think Lucario is suitable as that high damage Pokemon. I think, if anything, Lucario really struggled to really do anything in these fights.
Yeah, I think they do need an AoE for that composition to be much more efficient. But aside from that, while we're waiting for the draft to happen, Full Sense actually won against Evos FXL in their match for third. So third will be Full Sense, and Evos FXL is going to sit at the 4th place by getting 10 points. But we're back in action here in the Grand Finals. Onyx at match point, and we are seeing consistent bans yet again. So Blastoise as well, taken away from the picture. They replaced the ban. So I see Vaporeon, Darkrai, and the Gyarados taken out as well. So Mewtwo Y, this is an early great pick from T1, but at the same time makes me worry. Is Mewtwo Y really a thing for a first pick?
I think in this case it's also a respect pick, because they know if Mewtwo Y makes it through here, Axq's just going to second pick it. They've done it in every single game when Mewtwo Y is available. So they're forced into this very weird position unless they have a first pick that is justifiably more important than Axq's Mewtwo Y. And I think in this case, you have to take the Mewtwo Y. I think that was a safer option here. I mean, it's a very solid attacker anyway. Great self-preservation, really great laning as long as it gets those first couple levels. I do like Blaziken coming back into the picture here for T1 because they had a lot of success with Mule on the Blaziken. We have Epe back on the Slowbro, which is fine. As long as we don't have too many defenders on the same lineup, I think T1 should be okay. But Axq highlighting the Latiosio.
Is he going to run it back? The classic!
Oh no! The classic Axq! I love this. Venusaur is such a classic for Axq. This is like a very what year was it? 2023, 2024? 2024 Axq.
This is classic, Natalie. And we know if Axq goes for the Venusaur, he is definitely locked in to take the match as a whole. But the question is, does T1 have the familiarity, or do they forecast or saw it through that Axq is going to be using the Venusaur? Because I'm not quite sure yet, but they do have an answer for it. They have a Scyther already on the kit.
Okay, this is a trap. This is a trap. I'm scared T1 has just fallen for this trap. Okay, I'm just letting you all know here. Axq does not play Solar Beam. This man does not play. He plays Petal Dance. Just looking at what T1 has, like, this is what Axq wants. He wants to Petal Dance into a Blaziken, a Slowbro. Wait, is this Scyther? Oh, this is Scyther. This is not Scizor.
Yeah.
I mean, Scyther doesn't even want to touch a Venusaur either. So this is... I'm scared they fall into the trap.
Oh, no.
This feels like a trap. Oh, gosh.
Oh,
I think Onyx have got it. My prediction is right, guys. Onyx has got this. I'm sorry. Take that, 7 other casters in your team prediction.
I mean, here's the thing. All right, the cool thing here is that if someone from T1 tries to just go in and take out Axq, there's still a Mimikyu waiting for them. Probably could go to play with me, but that's what they wanted in general, to get close to Axq, go for the Petal Dance, and their HP will just shred down. And not just that, Giga Drain is still a possibility as well for Axq. If he loses some HP, he's just gonna get it back.
And as the game gets later and later, if you get the plus for both Petal Dance and Giga, oh geez, that is terrifying. Absolute nightmare fuel. There's a reason why Venusaur was such a popular pick back in the day. Not so much anymore, because if you anticipate it, it's very easy to play around a Venusaur. So I hope T1 are ready for this, because you don't bring out a classic unless you mean business.
Yeah. They want to finish this so quick. They want to guarantee that 2-0 up against T1, which is actually a good thing. It would boost their morale in the future run of the tournament, especially that they want to be waiting at the top of the hill.
Oh gosh. I mean, Onyx is used to being at the top of the hill, so I'm pretty sure they don't want to leave that hill, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so looking at the lanes, nothing too crazy. We do see a rotation though coming in from the Scyther. So if they could maybe pick off Zoe, or ideally Eeyore would be the best pick here, but looks like for now they just want to secure all of the wild Pokemon for their top laners. So T1, respect to them. Honestly, they could have tried to go ham with the Scyther pick, but I think they also understand that they're going up against Onyx. You can't really go for these very... Got to be careful with Axecute around. They're going to try and go for more Razor Leaves. Saram still trying to pressure out that Bulbasaur. But yeah, not really exciting down here. You know, it's just a trade. It's action happening in that top lane though. As Mysterio, that felt like a mistake to kind of leave your Torchic in the goal zone alone. Ouch.
That's gonna hurt. But they gotta go back as fast as possible. Mule is already ready for the ambush, and I love the response from Onyx being able to adapt to the mobility of a Scyther. Just go away, go back to the goal zone, and play this one very safe because they are waiting for the power spike of Axecute as well. Everything is already done. They have the Mimikyu already at level 6. They have the Dodrio roaming around. They just need Axecute to be a Venusaur, and the game plan would actually commence anytime soon.
Yeah, I fear for T1 because they haven't really done anything to slow Axecute down. And Luna will be bullied a little bit here by Mule, but yeah, this Snorlax is always going to be a tough cookie to crack as well in a lot of cases. So he gets away for now. Mule, though, going to be revealed by Iluna. So great scouting there coming in from the Snorlax just to give Axecute a bit of a heads up. And Iluna doing Iluna things. I love how Iluna plays defender. He is so good at not just being a defender for the team and creating openings, but he is amazing at scouting out for his core players. You always see how forward he plays because he knows vision is king. Especially in a game such as Pokemon Unite. But look at the snipe, Eeyore and Cell just taking out the Scyther. Oh, that was painful to watch. And even Axecute's wanting to get involved as well. This says, guys, it's been long, okay? I gotta kick off the cobwebs. Let's go in with the pedal dance.
There we go. We saw the pedals running through circles at the forest, and someone is in the chase actually for Axecute. The question is, can they sustain this one? That's a free red choice for Onyx Rise. And at the same time, Axecute has been giving a lot of vision for his team in order to determine what could be the possibility of T1 executing a play. So there goes Regieleki. It has already been taken down, pressuring the bottom lane. But here comes Onyx as well. Will defend everything. The block actually commences. Dodrio on the other side of the map. Triple trample to commence the fight. Axecute just roaming around in circles with the pedal dance. But this is what he wants to. Mule to charge in. He's going back. He's going for the pedal dance. Giga Drain to get some HP back.
Yeah, props to Mule. He could have tried to go for the dive, but I think he's also got to respect the number of backup available there for Axecute. So T1, yeah, they are respecting Onyx Rise, but the sad thing here for T1 is that every move that they make, there seems to be some kind of counterplay that Onyx Rise is able to execute. It denies them from getting knockouts, and they can't even score points. Have a look at the scoreline for T1. They're still sitting on nothing, and we are practically halfway through the game.
Yeah, this is not looking good for them. And not just the scoring department, but the XPs as well. Everything is funneled on the Scyther, which is pretty much ideal. But if you're going to be taking a look at Onyx, well-distributed XP, everyone is so strong, everyone could take down.
Because another feature that I think a lot of players kind of forget with the Venusaur, this Pokemon is so quick for farming. Pedal Dance gives you the bonus movement speed. It's also a damaging attack as well. Oh, Axecute stuck. He will survive thanks to the Unite. The Ram, though, will be able to finish him off, though. So that's a big pick for T1. Well done. Power Nap forced out by Iluna. That's going to be starting up the slow, bro. So great coordination for T1 to get that very big pickup. It does come at a very expensive cost, however. Illuna barely surviving with the shielding will flail out of there. Dang, Illuna, I don't know how you do it. You're always playing with our heartstrings.
That was actually awesome, being able to eliminate the Scyther at a price of a Registeel. This is looking great for Onyx. They have more attacking prowess. Definitely eye on the Regieleki to put more pressure up against T1. And he just stabs the HP of T1 by doing the Giga Drain combo with the Pedal Dance. This is Axe-Q of Onyx, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Axe-Q. It's Axe-Q's Venusaur. It's not just Axe-Q. It's Axe-Q's Venusaur. Oh boy, it's level 11. Honestly, when it comes to levels, the game is not too far apart. We got 4 level 11s on the side of Onyx Rise, a level 10 Psyduck, whereas on the side of T1 we do have 2 level 11s, so the gap is not too far. T1 can still absolutely come back. They just need to get a little bit more experience from wild Pokemon, and if they can get lucky with a couple of knockouts, that's going to be where they can maybe try to shift the snowball in their direction. Now, they still need to be very careful of Cell. Zoe is there to back him up, and Pisteria's like, wait a minute, I don't know if I want to fight against this chicken. Okay, Battle of the Birds, I think we have a truce for now. But we do get oh, okay, that was almost a knockout. Eeyore is baiting with the Mimikyu. Just fishing with the Shadow Sneaks and using Axe-Q as his vision. This is the thing I love about the Venusaur. Axe-Q is so used to playing in the back lines, but when he's got that Venusaur, he can play so far forward, and he can also threaten with the boosted attack. We also need to talk about that too. The mini stun you get from that boosted basic attack from Venusaur is quite deadly.
And this is going to give a hard time for T1. They're not yet making of an impact when it comes to scoring department, still at 0, 20 seconds away from the final boss, which is Kyogre, and they haven't even gotten to the ideal position that they must, especially that they are trailing in the point. So Zoe reveals the spot. Slowbro was actually visioned by
Illuna,
but here comes the power nap, being able to knock up some members from T1, but the slow beam actually does connect to Axe-Q, which is actually looking good for T1. They just need to eliminate the remaining members.
Got caught as well.
Zoe, on the other hand, goes for the bubble beam. Mule is still alive, but the triple trample is still available, and Axe-Q will be back in 10 seconds.
Yeah, Axe-Q's getting back in 10. 5 seconds for Eeyore and Kyogre. It looks like T1 wants to go for the rip. They do have their rippers here for Kyogre, but can Onyx Rise go for the steal? Oh gosh, the Psyduck manages to grab it. Onyx Rise, they pick up the Kyogre for themselves. They're defenders, their supporters sitting in the backlines. The Axe-Q coming in with the Unite as well. Komi doing the best that he can with the basic attacks, but you're not going to win against a level 14 Venusaur. Onyx Rise coming up with the cleanup crew, picking up their points, and actually they're just going to camp in the middle. They're going to go back home. I think they're going to have their victory dance.
Did you just saw that? Even though T1 was trying to target lock Axe-Q, nothing seems to be working. His health keeps on coming back because of the buff of Kyogre and of course the Giga Drain that he has been using over and over again, which is really unfortunate for T1. They were trying to eye for the knockout to be granted much XP, but everything would not work because Kyogre is assisting Axe-Q.
It's always going to assist Axe-Q. I swear, everything, this universe is on this man's shoulder looking out for him. T1, though, they can only look on as Onyx Rise continue to guard their goal zone, still sitting on a score of 0. And for Onyx Rise, 199 points. I mean, I think that's it. You know, Onyx, they have solidified their position as effectively the best team for the ACL groups.
Definitely the king of the hill. They will be the final boss of playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. Onyx Rise, second time around, being a champion of the group stage. And not just a champion, they are the king waiting at the hill at the playoffs. Congratulations to Onyx. Same goes to T1. They are our first 2 teams from Southeast Asia League who books their ticket to Japan for ACL Finals in March.
We still have one more ticket to book. which is going to be one of our remaining teams as we get ready for playoffs as well. So don't worry, folks, we still have plenty more Pokemon Unite coming your way, but these playoffs will be happening on the 31st of January, 2 weeks from now. So teams are going to have 2 weeks to prepare, basically get ready with generating new strats, maybe even preparing a new meta, maybe even learn some new Pokemon, because some teams I feel struggled a little bit harder than some of us predicted. And maybe it was a case of them maybe not being comfortable with what was considered the meta at the time. Other times, I think it was just a couple of mechanical mistakes, especially around the Kyogre pit. I think we saw a lot of teams, I mean, it's a classic issue, right? Teams just struggling to find the best moment to force an issue during the final stretch.
Yeah, and here's the thing. At the playoffs as well, we get access to new Pokemon such as Mega Charizard Y, and we might be able to see Umbreon back in the fray, which is actually one of the Pokemons that we are looking forward to because of the amount of contribution it can do to team fight. So there's a lot of changes probably in the playoffs by just getting access to 2 new Pokemons. Actually, not 2 new Pokemons, but one coming back and 1 new Pokemon might be a game changer to other teams.
I think we had this discussion before yesterday's games, because we originally were wondering if Mega Charizard Y was going to be available. They did continue the ban over the weekend. But is Mega Charizard Y even going to be a threat? And I think we both kind of agreed that it's probably going to be very niche, just like Mega Charizard X. Because I think everyone gunned for Charizard X at the very beginning, and then people realized, wait a minute, this is not as great as we thought it was. There are definitely other options, but you know, maybe Mega Charizard Y is really where it's at. We're only going to find out in 2 weeks' time, as teams are going to be given time to practice and maybe try and incorporate it into their lineup. But before that, though, we still are inviting teams to participate in the upcoming winter tournament that's going to be happening in February. So if you are interested in competing in competitive Pokemon Unite and having a chance at competing at the ACL finals in Yokohama, Japan, I suggest you register.
Yes, and it is already open, and if you're on solo, make sure to join the Discord server for winter tournament to find your crew, group up, and try to be the best trainers in the West and in the East. APAC Quest, we do have for February 1 for the elimination, and February 8, which is going to be the playoffs. For the teams of Southeast Asia League from ACL who would not qualify, they still have their last shot here, but of course, it would be a tough road for them. Every single team from across Asia will be participating in this tournament. But again, a quick recap of what happened in the last day of group stage. Made in Thailand lost to Evos FXL during round 1. T1 getting the win against Nemesis. Onyx beating FN Esports, and Full Sense getting the win up against rival Esports. So that is our first round. For the semifinals, T1 successfully takes down Evos. Onyx takes down Full Sense. For the off-stream matchup, we have Full Sense taking the victory and Onyx Rise being the back-to-back champion.
Almost a full day of 2-0s, so we can already see how some of these groups might seem a little bit wonky, but I do suspect playoffs, we're going to be seeing more of those 2-1 matchups. I think the games are going to be a lot closer. It's not going to just simply favor one team. But here's the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Our top 2, Onyx Rise and T1, have guaranteed their spot at the ACL finals and will be our top 2 seeds for the playoff, meaning that they will effectively be the raid bosses for our remaining 6 teams. And if you're wondering what the playoff format is going to be, it's King of the Hill. Picky Eels, do you want to give us a quick rundown of how things are going to work for King of the Hill, because we're not doing group stage format anymore?
Absolutely, I would love to discuss that. So basically, Onyx Rise will be waiting at the top, and every single team would have to beat each other out, starting off with the 78th seed that is Made in Thailand and FN Esports. And whoever wins that matchup would have to go up against Nemesis, and then definitely whoever wins that game would have to go against Evos FXL, Rival Esports, Full Sense, T1, until they go up against Onyx and determine who is going to be the champion. But again, you have to reach the point wherein you have to beat Full Sense in order to get that last spot for ACL Finals in Japan. Full Sense, probably the gatekeepers because they want to maintain that third seed and be able to make sure that their seeding is not just numbers, but a justification that they are the third team to get that ticket to Japan.
Yeah. And congratulations to all of our winners for our viewer giveaway. If your name is listed on the screen for receiving a official t-shirt or the official jersey, send us your information by scanning the QR code so we can get that out to you. Unfortunately, we did not hit our milestone giveaway, Pika Yules. We were trying to get 500 viewers to watch the live stream, but we sadly didn't unlock it today. But hopefully we are going to be able to hit the milestone on playoffs week.
Oh, definitely. I am looking forward to get that milestone, especially it is the last day of ACL Southeast Asia League. Definitely looking forward. This would be a jump-packed event wherein Pokemon trainers all across Asia, not just Asia, but around the world will definitely come by, watch the party, and watch some awesome Pokemon Unite action.
Yeah. Well, that's going to conclude the stream for today, folks. Thank you so much for joining us on an amazing journey here for group stage. But get ready for playoffs in 2 weeks because those games are going to be absolutely intense as we find out who is going to be our third team to qualify for the Asia Champions League. But that's going to be it for our casters. My name is Natalie. He's Pika Yules. Your casters are signing out. We'll see you all for playoffs. See you, trainers.